Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Hard to believe. And it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So happy New Year, everyone. Hope you had a blessed holiday season, and I hope you and your families have a prosperous and productive new year. And I'd also like to welcome Jennifer San Pedro, who is representing the County Council's office today. So Jennifer, it's a pleasure to have you with us. And with that, Pastor David Cook, thank you for being with us this morning. And we invite you to lead us in the invocation.
Thank you, Chair Thomas. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Hopefully we'll start on a good note with the prayer and not a bad one. So I appreciate the opportunity to lead in prayer today. If you would pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day that you've given us. And I pray that you'd help us to overcome the obstacles and to seize the opportunities and help us to have the wisdom to discern which is which. And I thank you for these women and men in this room and around our county who are leading us. I thank you that for their unique experiences and their unique perspectives and their unique passions. I pray that you would help them to bring each of those things to work together as one to bring health and prosperity and blessing to our county. Help them to work together in honor and respect and integrity for the greater good of the county and its citizens. I thank you for the rain and the snow to fill our mountains that we've received, and the rivers and the lakes to provide all of the good things that we have in abundance in our county. I pray that you would continue to bless our businesses, our business leaders in this county to grow so as to provide for the individuals and families of our county. We pray this morning as well for our law enforcement, for our first responders, our medical community, our education community, all of these critical services that impact so many lives, but each serve in increasingly complex and challenging contexts. I pray for their strength, for their perseverance, for their encouragement and joy, for each of them as they do so much to serve others. And I pray for the citizens of our county that we would be filled with gratitude for all of their service and express it in ways that will encourage their hearts in practical ways. And Heavenly Father, as I look at the world around us, I also pray for our government and military leaders who are making global decisions that impact our local community in these times of war and conflict. I pray for peace in the Middle East. I pray for peace in Europe. I pray for protection around the women and men who are serving in those arenas and others that we are not aware of, where they are putting their lives in danger to protect the freedoms of this country and the freedoms of others. Guard their bodies, guard their minds, and bring them home safely. Bring peace to their family members who anxiously await their return. And Lord, in this election year, I pray for peace and integrity for our county and for our country. I pray that you would guard us against evil. In all of these things, Jesus, I pray in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks
Thank you so much, Pastor. Appreciate your words this morning. And with that, Supervisor Turnbull, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And with that, we move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And at this point, do any board members have any comments or changes to the consent calendar? And I'll start with Supervisor Parlin.
No changes.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, item 7, I have some concerns, especially when it comes to dog parks, must be appropriate signage and rules. And also my concerns is the ranches that are adjacent to these dog parks, especially when they have livestock. Item 21, it's a no vote for me. I see why we are coordinating with Dial Ride, El Dorado Transit, instead of saving costs, especially maintaining this vehicle. Seniors already use Dial Ride and El Dorado Transit to get around. And then item 30, I'd like to pull item 30 for discussion.
All right, item 30 is pulled. Thank you. Vice Chair Heidel?
No changes.
All right, and Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
Perfect. And then for the adoption of our agenda, I would like to move item 48 after item 44, as we have representatives from Tahoe like to move them up further in the agenda for their schedules.
Can I read a couple of changes into the record, please?
Please do.
Oh, I see the auditor is here for item number 3.
The auditor has made a request, but he's coming in right now.
Oh, perfect. Good morning.
Good morning. As I stated in the email that I just sent you, another error has been made on my part, but I would prefer on the consent calendar, I forget the item, I think it's 2.
Item 3.
3.
Close. That's one of our problems around here. No, I would like the public hearing set for February 27th rather than February 6th.
February 27th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And then I also have an additional change to read into the record regarding item number 3. We would like to remove Gary Gates' appointment to the Board of Appeals.
It's not item number 3.
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry, item number 11.
Item number 11. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, with that, we would take public comment on the consent calendar, Kim.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll read into the record, adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Item number 3, the hearing will be set for February 27th, 24. Supervisor Turnbull made comments on item number 27. Supervisor Turnbull is registering a no vote on item number 21. Item number 30 will be pulled for discussion. Item number 11, remove Gary Gates from the Board of Appeals appointment. And item number 48 will be heard after item number 44.
It's item number 7, not
That's
27.
correct. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Excellent. All right, thank you so much, Kim. And with that, we would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. All right. Let's hear item number 30, Kim.
Can we do item number 1 first?
Oh, I apologize.
Item number 1 is the election of chair, vice chair, second vice chair of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for 2024.
And then we'll hear item number 30 from the consent calendar. Excellent. So what is the will of the board for this item?
I'm gonna push my button.
Yes. Perfect. Supervisor Parlin.
These ones don't light up, so we can't tell if they're on.
I know,
correct?
yeah, it's probably bad, but I do see you. Thank you.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. So we're on item number 1, which is election of the chair and vice chair and second vice chair. I'm just gonna say that I feel that this year has gone really well with you as the chair, Supervisor Thomas. And I'd like for everyone to consider just keeping what we have in place for this year. I don't really see any compelling reasons to make any changes. See what everybody else thinks.
All right. Thank you for your comments. All right. Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, I would like to start by thanking Supervisor Thomas for her year of service. You've done a great job this year.
Thank you.
Matured as a board. I think we're continuing to refine our skills and capabilities. We're refining our response to unusual circumstances, and those things are good. And we still have to document some of those things that you and I agreed to. So let's start with that. I would still like to serve as chair, but I recognize that so if the board would choose to have you continue or some other motion is made, I will fully support that. But I think one of the things that I see happening, and I went back and listened to the video from a year ago, and it was interesting to revisit that. And I'll start with Supervisor Lane. I think hit it on the head, being relatively new to the board, talking about the strife that it causes when there's this kind of disruptions. And even though it's not intended to be personal, it always ends up being personal. And we needed to move on, and we took the vote. I did my best to move on, and I think things have gone well the last year.
Yeah.
So I'm still very interested in serving as chair, but again, I serve at the will of the board. But I have to believe this is somewhat personal at this point, because I've seen it twice now. I want to reflect on a couple of things. Within our governance manual, which we agreed at the meeting January 3rd, 2023, that we would have a governance meeting shortly thereafter. We didn't have a single governance meeting. We had strategic planning meetings, and not a single governance meeting where we really addressed the stuff we were talking about in the whole 2023. There was public comment about, I'm glad the board's going to get together and discuss this thing. That didn't happen for whatever reason. I understand there's a lot of things that happen. But one of the things in the governance manual under rules of engagement says, accept constructive disagreement as necessary to yield the best decisions. Nothing is personal. So that's the credo that we're all operating to, right? And so I'm trying to abide by that, but I do feel that this gets into a personal nature. The other thing I'll note is when we ended up with the motion that was made, that I made the motion, that you serve as chair, I was the first vice chair, Supervisor Turnbow, second vice chair, there was unanimous in that decision a year ago. So that's another part of this. The other thing I'm reflecting back on is the fact that within our governance manual, it says that we will do an annual review of how we're doing. And that's performed by each of the supervisors to determine and test, where are areas we could improve, right? Areas of improvement. That didn't happen under Supervisor Parlin's term, to my knowledge, at least I wasn't part of it. It didn't happen under your term. I brought it to your attention. We're now getting that done late to the game. But there was a 2-year lag there in terms of really getting that feedback, which is really defined within our governance manual. So I think we're playing catch up. We're doing the right things, but they didn't happen as defined in here. So my question is, why didn't they happen? What did we miss, right? And maybe it's a case that we need to put triggers on a calendar or something, brother, because we commit to some of these things, and in the spur of the moment with all the other things going on, we kind of lose track of it. So, but anyway, that's kind of where I'm coming from. I would like to serve, but I'm more than willing, obviously, to accept whatever the board decides and move on without any personal considerations beyond that.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in on this item? All right, at this point, let's take public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion.
Now taking public comment on item number 1. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As you know, I wear a lot of hats. Nonprofits, I work for the board and, as a planning commissioner, I do a lot of things. I'm not patting myself on the back, but in a way, I just want to show you the broad nature of my knowledge. My knowledge about the Board of Supervisors, I believe is that I'm a historian. Well, I am a historian to California history. I'm also involved with local history, and I'm involved with the history of the Board of Supervisors. Last year, when you came on, Brooke, I thought, whoa, this is going to be interesting. And it has been. 2023 was an interesting year. And all of the dialogue, the conflicts that we had to go through, you, Chair, had to go through. This has been your term. And the fact that you're my supervisor, I do live in District 3. And I've had many times to deal with you over the year on a multitude of subjects. So here we are right now. I believe, as being someone who has been through this, that it ought to follow protocol, which is first vice goes to chair, second vice goes to first vice, and you add a new second vice. That's my thoughts.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to weigh in on this? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring that back to the board. Is there any further discussion on this item? Yes, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Um, For all the different boards that we all serve on throughout the county, the selection of chair and vice chair is sometimes difficult and sometimes easy. Yes, when I first came onto this board almost exactly a year ago, we were talking about possibly keeping things the way they were, and I spoke to the difficulties in doing that, and that it does create strife and it does create division. And that unless there's a reason why you shouldn't continue with protocol, I think you should. Having said that, you know, we had an event, a particular event happen this year, which was very disruptive to county government, was very disruptive to the board. And it caused a lot of consternation in the county. And the one thing about a chair is that, you know, they need to show that they can run an efficient and effective meeting, but they also need to be able to demonstrate that they understand the nuances of the whole community that we represent, not just your own knowledge of what you believe. And that is my only concern going forward, is that that never got properly addressed, in my opinion, with the community. Chair, you did a good job representing the board as a whole in terms of, this is our statement, this is where we stand, and there was total agreement to that. But, you know, I had to clear the air. I made a big mistake that day, you know, when we voted on a proclamation that I knew was problematic, but I thought, you know, it's a proclamation. I underestimated myself how important those words were. And I had to make a decision immediately. Like, do I stand by that? Or do I say, yeah, you know what? I made a mistake. And I said, I made a mistake. And that was a really hard thing to do. But boy, the minute the words came out of my mouth, the whole release of that decision. And sometimes we're too willing to stand behind our decision and try to justify it, instead of sometimes taking a step back and going, whoa, I didn't consider the whole. And so my only reason in thinking that it might be best to just hold where we are is because I'm concerned about the year coming. I think it could have even more problems than what we've seen in the past. And I need to make sure that the ship is steady even through rough water, and that we don't make mistakes that cause us to go off course and diverge us into issues that aren't even germane to what's really before us on a daily basis. So, you know, I do have concerns at this point, just given our past.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like to comment that we have, I think, learned a lot of things from that experience in terms of how we would respond. I did apologize. You were part of a telephone call. Shortly thereafter, the invasion of Israel happened. I'll call it invasion for lack of a better term. And my view was to present something in a more formal format before the public would only stir more strife, that it would spur additional flyers being distributed in the communities, et cetera. So the timing of how things happened was unique and unusual. I don't know who could have ever anticipated that, but that did affect my ability to respond without wanting to cause more damage than had already been done. So that's not an excuse. It's just an explanation of my thoughts on the matter, and I did explain that to a number of different people. But we did obviously work with law enforcement to try to improve the ability to respond to things should they happen. The surveillance went up. Worked to try to make sure that that was known by the public. So I did do some things that were somewhat behind the scenes without trying to create a big notification somewhere that somebody could attack via Zoom bombing of the things that had happened. So again, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to say those were the circumstances that played out. And those were the decisions that I made not to risk inflaming things to a higher level than they'd already been. It's a judgment call. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate the tone today. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate all of you. I think, as you said, Supervisor Heidel, we've come a long way in our interaction. And I will accept whatever the will of the board is. In thinking about this, I went back also to our good governance handbook, where it states that the role of the chair is to perform a lead role in setting the tone for all interactions among the board, with staff, and the community. And my primary concern is how we best set the tone for those interactions, both with each other, with our staff, and within the community. And recognizing our handbook also says that the board is the primary spokesperson for the community. I hear your concerns. It was a very unfortunate situation. And yet there is a reality that there's being the primary spokesperson for the board demands that, you know, we all make mistakes. We all step in it. We all have. And yet there is a responsibility in that seat. So I will accept what is the will of the board, and I appreciate this discussion and all of you.
I got a question on this particular item, being that John is the first vice chair right now. Would that move me up to this second vice chair? First vice chair?
It depends on what the motion is.
Yeah.
Right.
It
Okay.
has to be in the motion.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to ask that question.
You know, and Supervisor Turnbull, you're the one supervisor that will be engaged in an active campaign in 2024.
Correct.
You know, I think what we're considering here is the possibility that we just kind of hold the way we are and get through another year. Would you be comfortable staying as the second vice chair, knowing that you're going to be actively, a lot of your time is going to be taken up in running for office?
Right.
What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And that was one of the questions I wanted to ask. Do I move up or do I stay? And the biggest thing is during the campaign period, it's grueling and there's a lot of responsibilities, even being the first vice chair.
Right.
But didn't
You
you
know.
say staying as second vice chair? Did I mishear you? She said staying as second vice chair,
Yeah,
not
I know,
moving to first
I know,
vice chair. So I
I know.
just want to make sure it was clear.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
clear. And
All
that
right.
could be changed, the following year.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good discussion. All right. Is there anyone willing to make a motion? What is the will of the board on this item?
Yeah, I'll make a motion based on our discussion here that we keep the status quo, and so keep Supervisor Thomas as the chair, Supervisor Heidel as the vice chair, and Supervisor Turnbull as the second vice chair for 2024.
Is there a second?
Can I make a comment? I can't be first vice chair. Well, I can
Vice chair.
substitute, but there was no rotation after that. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Serve as the backup, but I can't serve as chair because I'll be termed out. So I just want to make that clear.
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
yes.
All right. Very good.
Is there a second onto that motion?
I will second that motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Aye. No?
No.
Motion carries unanimously.
No. I said
I'm
no.
sorry, not unanimously. I'm sorry, 4-1.
Okay.
And I truly appreciate the quality of the conversation. That was a very difficult conversation. And I look forward to working with you closely this year to conduct the business of this county. All right, thank you all. And so Kim, let's hear item number 30 from our consent calendar.
Item number 30 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, 1, make findings in accordance with section 3.13.030 subsection C of the county ordinance that due to limited timeframes and the temporary or occasional nature of the work, there's a need to engage in an independent contractor for as-needed survey and support services. 2, to direct staff to consult with the county surveyor for an as-needed survey and support services. 3, award request for proposal. And 4, approve and authorize the chair to sign agreement for services for not to exceed 350,000 for a term to become effective upon execution by both parties and expiring 3 years thereafter.
All right, Supervisor Turnbull, you pulled this item?
Yeah, one of the things that my concern is, why can't we keep it in-house? I mean, we have the surveyor's office. And, why are we hiring out to a consultant? That was my biggest concern, especially when it's $350,000 when they can actually do the exact job. They're also requesting equipment to be able to do that if that does come up. So anyway, that's what I'm asking. So go ahead.
Very
Laura.
good. Thank you. Good morning, Laura. Thank you
Good
for being
morning,
with us.
Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. Supervisor Turnbull, those are excellent questions. And the CAO's office has actually been working with the Surveyor's Office and DOT to kind of address those exact issues. And as you'll notice in the agenda item, it is mentioned that the Surveyor's Office will be utilized first. This contract is primarily for emergency services. Back in 2017, when we had the storms, there was just absolutely no way that we had capacity internally to tackle the many projects that we had going on at that time. So this contract is pretty much specifically just for those emergency situations. DOT will reach out to the surveyor's office first to see, if DOT does not have the capacity, then we'll move to the surveyor's office. It's not just DOT, it's part of why I'm standing up here. We're also using them. Facilities is a great example. We've had some facilities projects that we've reached out to the surveyor to help with Chili Bar Park. We've got some cell towers up in Tahoe that where the surveyor is helping us with. So we're really trying to kind of make this just that countywide effort that, yes, let's for sure utilize our own resources first. That saves the taxpayers money. We don't want to have to go out to a consultant. So this is really primarily just for those situations where it truly is an emergency and we just don't have the capacity in-house.
Okay. Can DOT and the surveyor's office speak on it?
If they'd like to,
If they'd like to.
absolutely. Good morning, Raphael.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So just as Laura Schwartz described, these are for emergency purposes. I have been working with the Surveyor's Office and the CAO's office to come up with a policy of us sharing our resources in that we keep it in-house. And so that if there is the amount of work that we have amongst the resources that we have, then yes, it would be in our best interest. We've always said that it is always a better service when you have that quality and pride and ownership from employees of this county. So by all means. But I can tell you back in 2017, when we had over 22 bridges and culverts that went out, and we had to expeditiously work with consultants, contractors, other departments to get work done so that we can get FEMA approvals, and we had to get information immediately. It was critical that we had those contracts in place. So that's what these contracts are for. They are strictly for emergency purposes. Over the last 2 years, DOT actually has not used these services. Like I said, the main purpose is for emergencies, and that's why we have them. I would hate to have to wait a month to rush to the board, get something approved, and then get services started when that's valuable lost time. So that's all.
One of the questions I also want to ask is, how many surveyors do you have in your department?
We currently have 2 surveyors in our department. 2.5. We have another surveyor that does surveying if needed up in Tahoe.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Actually, before you go, Raphael,
Yes.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Heidel has a
I
question.
just want to make sure that our surveyor will always have the first right of refusal if requested to come in and provide support. If your staff can't do the work, we turn to our in-house surveyor right in his office to see if they can support us. And if that doesn't work, then we go outside. Is that the way it works?
We will be consulting with them first and collaborating with them as we go along.
Okay,
Yes.
Great, because I want to use
that's-
internal resources to the
Yes.
extent we can.
Yeah.
But it's clearly worded as needed, which
Yeah.
are the emergency type situations you referred to. So
Yeah.
I'm in full agreement with
Sure.
this, but we always use in-house resources where it's appropriate, when they're available.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions? Great.
No,
Thank you very
not
much.
you. Okay,
Very
I'm
good.
gonna-
Thank you. And let me invite
Okay,
our
go ahead. Yeah.
surveyor up if he
Yeah.
has anything he'd like to add to this discussion. Good morning, Brian.
That's what I was gonna ask. So.
Absolutely.
Brian Fraser, County Surveyor. I don't really have anything to add as far as the item. I think it's gonna work well as suggested. So if you guys have any questions.
Any further questions?
No, I just
Excellent.
wanted some clarification.
Thank you for
that's
being
all.
with us. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Brian.
Appreciate the
Appreciate
discussion and appreciate the questions, Supervisor
Yeah.
Turnbull. All right, let's take public comment on item number 30, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 30, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Morning, Chris Payne from Diamond Springs. As I've told you other times at the podium, I'm a retired civil engineer. I'm a pre-82, 1982, which means that I could have practiced as a surveyor. After 82, you can't. I also respectfully want to point out that Brian Fraser is an elected official of the county versus an appointed official, Rafael Martinez. Why is that important? It's because the Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers Association of El Dorado County, of which I'm a member, we talk about things like this, board of registration, how the state looks at how the work is being done. And I believe that there has been discussions with the Department of Transportation, my former employer, about broader things besides this item, meaning that they should keep in constant contact with each other and work at the mutual interest of the county. We've had Rafael Martinez talk about the workload. I managed the surveyors at DOT for at least 10 years, could have been longer. And I know the in and outs of having to provide services when you have a very small resource availability. 2, he said, and maybe a half if there's a needed. It's similar to when I was trying to manage at the time. Difficult, trying to make the work happen because of timelines. Timelines are the key. If you break it or miss a timeline, then you're missing everything kind of goes from that point. The whole project then has to be adjusted, not just the surveying part, but then anything that comes thereafter. As you know, as an engineer, Supervisor Heidel, they are critically important, as well as other personnel in this county. Where I don't see my timer.
I'll explain that in a minute. We don't have it today.
Okay, I went to look at my timer. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. With the discussion that you're having right now, Supervisor Turnbow, you asked him how many people he had. He responded. I think the county surveyor also has a complement of individuals, not a lot, because these are small operations. But I think I'm going to leave it at there. That I think that the broader implications of how they work together, I would hope that there would be a
3
statement
minutes.
made. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your insights. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on this? Before we go online, I just wanted, I was remiss for not mentioning that we continue to struggle with our time clock. And so Kim, you have just been so diligent on this, and we're bringing in other resources that hope will work better. So for today, our steady board clerk will be serving as a timer. So, and we'll notify you of 30 seconds. All right. Thank you, Kim. Let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a new tag thing that just says Kelly N, and I didn't even know I did that. I just want to call and express my thanks to Supervisor Turnbow for even questioning I know I've brought up many times when I see going outside of the county or using contractors that are from other jurisdictions, when we have such amazing resources, whether it's in our departments or in our own general contracting bank, our own services. So it sounds like it worked out great. And I just appreciate him asking the question instead of just accepting it as is and voting on it and moving to the next. So good job, George. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board for action.
I'll make a motion to move and approve.
Excellent. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Excellent. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. At this point, we will move on to department matters. And Kim, can you please read item number 43?
Item number 43 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, receive the El Dorado Countywide Housing and Employment Projections 2018 to 2045 memorandum and presentation pertaining to the 2024 major update of the traffic impact fee program, and two, adopt an annual residual residential growth and an annual employment growth rate.
Good morning again.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Once again, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And back on December 5th of last year, we kicked off our 5-year major update, where every 5 years, the Department of Transportation brings to the board a look ahead based off of our look behind. We look at all the infrastructure that has built over the course of many years, as well as the residential units that have been built over the course of the years, to determine how many more residential units are we going to be able to build, and by when we think we're going to get there. And so we work very closely with our planning department to see the number of units, work extremely closely with a consultant that has decades and many clients similar to El Dorado County to determine a best case scenario for that kind of a forecast, which is not easy. You're looking into a crystal ball, and you're not only looking into your own crystal ball, but you're looking into other regional crystal balls and their determination of where they're going to be, and we're all going to be together in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And with that, as you can imagine, come a lot of questions and a lot more concerns and thoughts. And so out of our December 5th meeting, you all had more questions for us, and we're very pleased because I think for the first time, we're actually getting a little bit more in-depth understanding of how this all works, how the numbers work, because there's a lot of numbers and a lot of calculations and a lot of variables that go into this. And we're not saying that we're here to get it right. We're here to say we're going to get it to the best of our abilities with the information that we have now. And the good thing is that we have every 5 years to do this, to say, hey, you know what have we learned over the course of the last 5 years? As a matter of fact, what have we learned over the course of the last year? Because we do have an annual update as well. And we're here today to give you those answers. Answers to your questions, answers to what has gone on over the course of the last year, last 5 years since I was up here at the podium with you, going through this same exact exercise. And hopefully making a decision today so that we can move on, because it is critical for us with this board that we get to a point that we need at the end of this year. I'm predicting December 12th for us to finalize this this action. So with that said, I'm going to hand this over to my competent staff to hopefully go through a presentation, show you some of the answers to your questions that you had last month, and then we can go from there. So with that said, I'll hand it over to Zach and Adam.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. We are back with you here. And Kim, if you could pull up our PowerPoint for us. If you'll remember, we were with you on December the 5th, right in the middle of the blur that was the holiday season. But we had with us our consultant, Matt Coda from BAE Urban Economics, that presented a lot of data and information regarding different growth rates and how we might go about recommending a growth rate to move forward for this next update cycle. And as Raphael was discussing, if you could go to the next slide, Kim. There were several questions that were raised during that meeting in which we committed to coming back and presenting some additional information. And so if you'll remember, there were a lot of questions that focused on some of the more historical data when it comes to permits, trends. You wanted to see comparisons of previous forecasts with how the actual numbers panned out. And then a little more detail into the individual community regions. And there were questions about the jobs to housing ratio. So we've got some data to present on all of those topics. And then at the end, we'll kind of bring it back to where the discussion is going to lead today in deciding on which growth rates to use for this update cycle. You can go to the next slide, please, Kim. So we'll start with some of the data surrounding the non-residential or the employment numbers. These numbers go back to 2000, before the economic recession of the late 2000s. And what we're showing here is on an annual basis, how many new jobs we realized in the county on a year-by-year basis. One thing I do want to point out is that the jobs numbers are not individual jobs. These numbers are based on the amount of the square footage of new non-residential projects approved in the county.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes. So there's a conversion that we do that's an industry standard practice that SACOG uses, that other neighboring jurisdictions use, that say we approve X number of commercial square feet in the county. And there's a conversion that they do to say that this many square feet equals this many jobs, kind of a thing. And so that's how we calculate these numbers, and we project out going forward for the employment numbers, the non-residential numbers.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Yeah. You want to take questions incrementally or at the
Yeah,
end?
sure. However you'd like to do it.
So I guess to me, with all of the transitions that have happened with work from home, all those kinds of things, I guess we're considering those people not employed if they're in a residence because we didn't build a new, commercial building for them to reside in. I mean, we're getting out of retail storage. We're getting out of commercial buildings. So I would think that approach of just using new commercials is not reflective of what our real employment is, what the job growth is.
That's definitely a new
I agree,
issue that
yeah.
has started to come up here, especially in the last couple of years with the pandemic. That is something that the data sources that we're using for future growth rates, they are taking that into account. But I still think that there's going to be perhaps a lag until the next update cycle, where not just El Dorado County, but the entire industry and how these projections are put together on the best way to address that. So it is starting to filter into the process, and will be a larger part of it going forward in future updates.
Okay, because the other observation I make is if you draw a line between 2008 and 2009, it's two different histories, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
And my first conclusion on everything after 2009 is that we had some significant shortcomings in economic development efforts to bring commercial growth, if you want to call it storefronts or whatever, into El Dorado County. It looks like a miserable failure compared to where we were before.
Sure.
And I recognize 2008, 2009 was a downturn, but we haven't recovered on the other side like a lot of other communities, cities have. That recovery didn't happen in 2016, 17, 18 to the extent that I would have expected. So thank you for this data. It's very revealing in terms of what some of our histories are. Hopefully we can learn from this as to what we need to do to modify things, as you spoke to, relative to trying to get a realistic employment count. And I have some comments on the other charts as too, but without this information, without this pictorial, I never would have guessed it looked like this, that it was this bad after 2009. So thank you. This is helpful.
Yeah, excellent.
One other observation we may want to make is that this is for our traffic impact fee
Right,
program.
I understand.
And so those work from home, non-commuting jobs, that's part of the reason why we continue to use the matrix we have, is because it's related to traffic and trips and those types of things.
Understand. So the application is, yeah.
So you make an excellent point in that, the job growth isn't what we would hope it would be. But this is more related to traffic. And so those work from home type jobs aren't necessarily captured here in this format or methodology.
And they probably don't generate perhaps the traffic too,
Cor-
that a new
correct.
commercial building would too. So
Right.
that's an interesting consideration too.
Right.
Okay,
And when
excellent.
you get to jobs to housing, that's a reflection again, right?
Yep.
That we have a general plan goal. And the reason why we're not close to attainment is maybe we're not accurately really counting those jobs and the growth in jobs. So leave that aside.
Excellent. Before we move on, Supervisor Turnbull.
You know, I got a question on this. You know, it's been an issue for a long, long time. And this county is not really business friendly. It really hasn't been in the past. And, you know, we used to have 28 sawmills in our county. Now we have one. It's a planing mill, which doesn't hardly even work anymore. The problem, it impacts everything. It impacts our schools, impacts our roads. And we need to get back at that. And we need to have, our economic development needs to look into different ideas, new technology and stuff that we could bring to the county, to bring that workforce up. And we're not doing that. And we need to address that problem. And I have a big issue with that, because what are we going to do? The high insurance costs, people are moving out because they can't afford to live here anymore. The cost of even buying a home now is $750,000 as an average now. Plus they get these low interest rates, and they're going to progress over time. After a period of time, we're going to probably have another crash if we don't address this problem, especially when it comes to work businesses in our county, especially high paying jobs.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Farland.
So I tried really hard to have all my questions when we met, and of course now I have more, so sorry about that. But yeah, to me, this is a very confusing because, okay, so let's just pick a number so that we have something visual. You know, the 2022 says 275 jobs were added. That means some amount of square footage was built, right? But it doesn't account for, and this is why I'm asking, is it correct that it doesn't account for a business closed here and then maybe reopen as a different use with a different number? I mean, so it's truly not, it's more square footage. It's not truly, it's a very confusing number actually. And I think our brains aren't thinking of it correctly because we're talking traffic. This is supposed to be about traffic. And if a business closes, that's not reflected in here either. So, and I get it, you have to have something. So, but I'm just trying to understand. And then the travel demand model, that is a black box I never seen or understood, quite honestly, never been invited. Does the travel demand model understand when a business is closed? So, and then when opens, perhaps with a higher number of employees per square foot, you know what I'm saying? It's like, are these real things that are kind of getting reflected? And I know this is weedsy, but if we're trying to make projections, we kind of need to understand it.
Yeah, so what I'll say, I'll touch on a little bit about what Adam was just saying, in that we're talking in terms of the traffic impact fee program. So we're looking at the number of vehicle trips. And so if a business closes and something else goes in to fill that same space,
Right.
we're not necessarily interested in exactly what it was or what it's going to be. Since the previous projections and the travel demand model previously accounted for the trips that were generated either going to that business or leaving that business and going elsewhere. Since those trips have already been accounted for, those numbers are not included in this table here. Those are, even though in essence, yes, they are new jobs with a new business, they're not new jobs in terms of jobs that never existed previously.
Okay.
For that parcel, if you want to think of it that way.
Okay.
And
So
then-
but it's a little bit confusing though, if a different type of business goes in and
Sure.
changes the number.
Sure. And so when that
Okay.
happens, when we go back and we do our major update, something that
Okay.
we're starting to work on now, we look at all of the projects that have been improved or entitled since the previous major update. And so if a parcel was, say, just some sort of general office building, and now they're going to put in some sort of general commercial use, which generates significantly more traffic volume, we'll make that change in the travel demand model as
Okay.
part of the major update. And then when the model gets run and that analysis is done, those traffic impacts from that higher intensity use are accounted for.
Okay. would the number of jobs though, wouldn't, because it's based on square footage or?
So we update all of the land use inputs for the model also. So if it's a higher
Okay.
intensity use, again, if we go from a warehouse, which is our lowest intensity use, to
Right.
something general retail, commercial, much higher intensity, that change will be reflected in the model also.
Okay, well, that helps a little
It
bit.
does, but it's the complexities
It's
of
really-
projections,
I-
yes.
I know, I said little bit, little bit.
Very good.
But thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, take the little bit. Thank
This
you.
was a helpful discussion. Yeah,
All right.
thank you. All right, let's move on then.
Very good. All right, next slide, please, Kim. So this is going back and looking at the previous set of projections that were done as part of the last major update. And so this is looking at from the 2018 baseline year through the end of 2022. And again, this is looking at the average number of new jobs per year. That horizontal line that's going across there, that was based on the projections on the 0.67% annual growth rate that was approved for the last major update. And it's a slight oversimplification in that when we talk about the average annual growth rate, it's a compounding growth rate. And so each year that increase is slightly higher than the year before. It's not a flat line, but in order to kind of illustrate what we're talking about, we took the total number of projected new jobs over that 20-year period from 22-year period from 2018 to 2040 and divided it by that 22 years to get an average number of jobs per year. And so
Nailed
that's
it in 2022.
Correct.
Yeah, good
job. So that's what that number shows. And as you can see, it's kind of exactly what Raphael was talking about. We know that we're never going to get it exactly right. But the goal at the end of the 20-year planning horizon, that 20-year forecast, on average, we're trying to be as accurate as we can. And so you'll see in 2018, 19, and 20, the number of new jobs exceeded what our projection was. And then 2021 and 2021 was definitely, things slowed down. 22, we were actually pretty close. One thing, and I'm probably going to repeat this a couple of times as we go through the remaining slides, is it's important not to just zoom in on this 5-year period, but it's important to take a look at it, thinking out 20 years in the reality that we're probably going to have at least one, if not two, economic cycles where we go from a high point to a low point and start to come back out of it. So that's what this slide is representing here.
Great, thank you.
I do have some just observations to share with you as well on this one, if that's okay.
Sure.
When I took an average this 5-year only,
Mhm.
I ended up with 391 average jobs. The line here seems to say that the 0.67% would amount to 275. That means for that 5-year picture, we're 42% low in the jobs. So the question, the assumption then is, as we go out beyond this, that they're going to be much lower to actually come in with the growth rate that's projected here. And I don't perceive that as a situation with all the effort we're putting into economic development. If we put in, basically businesses that have incubator type programs and everything, we're going to create a lot of jobs in a relatively small space. And how are we going to account for those? I'm concerned that we're really not counting new jobs. And we've had that discussion. But also, if you took and just extended this projection out and said it's going to be the same all the way out to 2040 as this 5-year period has been, and you already kind of brought that up, we'd end up with a number that's substantially different than what this is telling us.
Sure.
So this is looking at data and saying, what do we think the future is going to be? And I think this is understated in terms of a growth rate when it's all said and done, but that's an opinion, right?
Sure.
I'm just looking at the data and trying to figure out where I think we're going versus where we've been.
Yep.
But thank you.
And I'm sure we'll have similar conversation when we get to the residential charts and those
Yep.
kinds of things. Okay. We can go to the next slide, Tim. Thank you. So here we get into our residential numbers. And very similar to the jobs numbers, what this is showing is that the number of residential building permits that have been issued each year, going back again to the year 2000. And you can see that the early 2000s there, up to 2004, when the general plan was adopted, things were on a pretty steep trajectory, a pretty high growth rate. And the roughly 3% growth rate that was projected around that time, if that had continued out into the late 2000s, 2010 timeframe, you can see the discrepancy, the disparity that we would have had between what was projected and what was observed, what actually happened. Go to the next slide, Kim.
I just made one observation on that too. If I look at the 2004 general plan, and in that statement, it said there would be 30,000 new households over the next 20 years, i.e. to 2024. That would amounted to 1,500 houses per year. So when they took that slice in time and did their best projection looking forward, they said 1,500 houses per year. Well, look at the history, right?
Yeah.
So these forecasts, when you try to get out that far, are not very good with the reality check of what we really saw. So I think we need to understand all those things too, particularly when we get into a general plan update in terms of how we reformat these things to be more accurate and considerate of the things that we think are the reality of what's going on versus just simple high level approaches or assumptions or whatever. We really have to be more diligent in digging into the data.
Yep. And again, that's why we come back at least every 5 years.
Yep.
To take another look, a fresh look at things and adjust if necessary.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so similar to the non-residential charts, this is the residential information, and this has just a little bit more information. And again, this is based on, this is the 2014 to 2018. So based on not the most recent major update, but this is going back to the 2016 major update, I guess. But actually contains data going back to 2014 when the growth rate was lowered to 1.03%. So what you can see again is that line right around 700 permits per year. Again, we came in significantly lower than that for the first few years, tipped in just over it. And then in 2018, we again dipped down below the projection. But again, helps to paint the picture that over the 20-year period, we're going to have years lower, we're going to have years higher. And again, with the data we have available, we're trying to get as close as we can.
So I want to reflect on a statement in your memo, if
Sure.
that's okay. It says, assumption of too high of a growth rate could lead to unnecessary capital improvements and an overabundance of road capacity that surpasses county need. This 5-year period, we overprojected growth. Did we see an overabundance of road capacity? I don't think so. So it could, but it didn't, in my opinion. So I think we need, again, measure where we are relative to the kinds of statements or presumptions.
Sure.
There's typical presumptions, but I think we're in different times as we move forward. It's always changing. So,
and in relation to that statement, again, that's looking out over the 20-year period and identifying the projects that are identified to provide the appropriate capacity to meet the general plan's level of service thresholds. If we over exceeded, or I should say, if we underachieved our actual development as opposed to what was projected, those projects that we thought we were going to need to handle the projected development, well, if that development didn't happen, we probably didn't need all those projects. So, but again, over the 20-year cycle, we would anticipate that to pick up and
understand. Thank you.
I find it significant in the next slide. We
Yes.
adjusted the annual gross residential growth rate. So once again, how important those 5-year updates are.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, to meet the actual conditions.
Yep.
So,
And here we went the other way.
Yeah.
Which, you want me to read that statement? While too low a growth rate would collect insufficient funds over time to cover the construction of projects required as a result of growth.
Yep, very good. All right, next slide, Kim. All right, and now this gets to just what Supervisor Hydall was talking about, and this is the previous major update that was approved in 2020. It had a baseline year of 2018. So when you look at 19, 20, 21, and 22, you can see that the number of permits each year actually exceeded what our projected number of annual permits were, to look at it that way. And one thing I should have mentioned on the previous slide, something that we spoke about with Supervisor Parlin, we talk a lot about the average annual growth rate and what that is. And essentially, if you look at the baseline number of housing units from 2018, there's a little note there at the bottom that's a little hard to read on the big screen up there, but essentially we started with a baseline number of almost 55,000 dwelling units on the west slope, not inclusive of the city of Placerville. And so when we talk about a 0.7% annual growth rate, we're saying essentially that first year, that 0.7 of that almost 55,000 units, that's how many new housing units we're projecting. And so each year it's slightly larger because it's compounding.
Right.
Yep. So that's where that annual growth rate comes from, and how we try to project the number of annual new units or permits that we're going to be issuing. So again, as the chart shows there, we overdeveloped the projections, but again, looking out over the 20 years, we would anticipate that we would have some sort of corrective cycle in the economy where those numbers would come down below the projection, and over that 20 years, it would average out and be as accurate as possible. slide. So we're moving on. There was a question about getting into some more detail in the individual community regions. So that's what this chart is attempting to show here. Each of the community regions, and then the balance of the west slope outside of the community regions is that bottom line there. And it goes into more detail on what the baseline number of housing units was in 2018, where we actually ended up in as of the end of 2022. And then the actual growth rate that was observed versus what the projected growth rate was for each of the community regions. And you can see that obviously El Dorado Hills exceeded what was projected. And Cameron Park and a few of the others came in pretty close. And then a couple of the community regions actually came in quite a bit lower than what was projected. Although in such small numbers, it's not as not as significant as an impact as perhaps the El Dorado Hills community region.
Well, I guess I have a comment on that too, looking at all of the proposed projects in the El Dorado Hills area, and I think George will attest to this. We're seeing a substantial revisit of projects that have been on for a long time, like generations. We're looking at redefining some of the things that are in town center. We're looking at the town and country village aspect of things. We're looking at things down south of the business park that could bring in substantial residential. We're looking at ideas for putting in more mixed use in various areas, which is included in that. So my personal view of this, and George may look at it differently, is we're going to see a substantial within the next 20 years, within the next probably 5 to 10 years of residential growth in El Dorado Hills. And I don't think this reflects where we're really going to end up in El Dorado Hills. I'll just make that statement. I think it's way understated in terms of the projected growth rate.
Yeah, and that's a great point to make. And one thing I'll add is that our projections, when we do the fee program, only look at approved entitled projects.
Understand.
And so again, that's why we come back
You
every
can't
5
speculate.
years. So,
Understand. Yeah.
Yeah. We
But the
don't wanna be too
reality, I think,
speculative.
is
Yeah,
probably
absolutely. And so
out there. So
if one of
anyway.
those projects south of the business park or up along the Green Valley corridor, if that was to come in and be approved, then there's a chance that could in itself trigger another major update to the program, in which case we wouldn't.
And
wait
that's the
5
important
years.
part. If we do see those things come into maturity and it's reality, then we have to do a major update. We'll have to make adjustments.
Yeah, we come back.
That's my expectation.
Yeah.
But it may be 2 years, 3 years, whatever, before we get to that point. But
Yep. That's why we like to say we come back at least every 5 years. We don't have to wait that 5
Yeah,
years.
very good. Good point.
This is a great discussion. I would like to, for the sake of time, we have a lot on our agenda
Yeah,
today.
okay.
I'd
This
like
is
our
about it
staff
for
to
me.
finish the presentation, and then we can go through any
Okay,
additional
that's fine.
comments as we
Okay.
get to the actual growth rate.
Very
But
good.
great discussion.
Yeah.
All right. Next slide, please. So this slide presents data on some of the different types of housing and employment numbers. And then that column on the far right there shows the jobs to housing ratio for each of the individual community regions, the balance of the West Slope. And for some reason, I did not include El Dorado County as a whole on the slide. But based on the numbers, if you were inclined to do the math, you would come up with a jobs to housing ratio for the entire county of 0.68.
Okay.
So still, lower than the 1.5 that's within the general plan. But that's the numbers as of 2018. And again, when we come back to you in a couple months with the final memo and projecting where the growth is going to occur within the different community regions, we'll have updated information that we can share them based, through 2022.
Very good.
Sorry, you just said the entire county though? Does that include the Tahoe Basin or did you just mean the West Slope? That,
The West Slope.
okay,
Thank
just
you.
want to make sure
Okay.
that we were clear on that.
Clarification.
Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, and I might just chime in right here because I was gonna hold this comment probably until the end, but there is a part in here that talks about the base year housing and employment estimates, and that the basin is excluded from this based on the fact that TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, it's basically within their jurisdiction. But having said that, that does not mean that El Dorado County shouldn't be supportive of, knowledgeable of, and buying into what we need to do in the basin. So we're excluded from pretty much this whole conversation. I've never really seen the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's analysis of what needs to be done in El Dorado County within the basin come before this body. And so I think to make the picture whole, that should be something that should occur. And I'd be happy as your representative to TRPA to arrange to bring that back in some kind of context. If you
Excellent.
think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, and just, we did. Supervisor Lane, we did have TRPA present though, is it 3 years ago? Because of just exactly this, we were talking, I can't remember what triggered it, but we realized then that we didn't understand the relationship.
Right.
So they did present, it was in my recent,
It's a helpful reminder though, that
Yes.
is an important factor in this
yeah.
whole
And,
conversation.
Yeah.
So we'll revisit, we'll
Yeah.
look at how we revisit.
and I
that
think we
appropriate
said that
times.
we needed to do that more often so
Yeah.
that we are so everything is going together. So
Great.
I
That
think
would
we
be great.
recognize
Yeah, and
that.
the CAO just reminded me that we have the meeting up in Tahoe on May 14th, and that might be a perfect place to have that presentation.
Oh, very good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great discussion. All right, thank you.
Very good. All right, next slide, Kim. So now I'd like to kind of bring it back full circle and get back to some of the data that BAE presented at the December 5th meeting, talking about some of the different options for growth rates moving forward, and how we have recently done things as part of the recent major updates and what staff is recommending moving forward. So what this little chart shows is the different data sources that were used, the trends that were looked at to come up with a recommended residential growth rate. This is housing units. The green line that's right in the middle right there is the average projection. But we had data from SACOG, Caltrans, State Department of Finance, and then local El Dorado County, our own data, looking at trends from 2010 through 2018. That green line in the middle is the average and is what we're recommending. And that is a 0.62% residential growth rate. So a slight reduction from the previous update, but still in the same ballpark there. Next slide, please, Kim. And this is the employment numbers. And again, similar data sources with SACOG, Caltrans, and in county data. Similarly, the green line is the average of the 3 data sources there. And just coincidentally also calculates out to a 0.62% employment growth rate or non-residential growth rate. Next slide, Kim. So this shows some of the numbers. And again, I do want to stress that these are still based on the 2018 baseline numbers. Our consultants are fine tuning the data. We're going to be going to the Planning Commission in the end of February is what we're shooting for. And then we'll be back in front of the board sometime in March with the final memo that will have all the updated baseline numbers 2022. We'll use the growth rate that's decided today to project out and have the total number of projected housing units and jobs through 2045. So with that, next slide, please, Kim. So with that, we are here today to present this information again and then recommend that the board adopt an annual residential growth rate of 0.62% and an annual employment growth rate of 0.62% through 2045.
Excellent.
Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you so much. This was a very helpful follow-up to our December 5th presentation. We greatly appreciate it. I think we all had a much more expanded view of this. Is there anyone that hasn't spoken that would like to weigh in on this item? Any additional comments? All right, Supervisor Heidel.
I do have one, and it gets to the jobs to housing ratio. If I'm looking at moving into El Dorado County and buying a house and I want a good prospect of making sure I can get a job, looks like I want to live in Diamond Springs and El Dorado.
I highly recommend it.
Okay, based upon what's going on in the real world, I'm not sure that would be my choice, but okay, I just want to make that conclusion, right?
Yeah, I just got one more other statement. I think we need to focus also on workforce housing. That's a real critical thing that's going on in the county, especially with these people that have low-paying jobs. So we need to address that problem.
Any further discussion? All right, let's take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chair Thomas. I don't want to waste a lot of your time here, but let's review history. In December of 2016, a lot of projects were pulled out of the El Dorado Hills TIM fees. Projects were approved prior to that based on road improvements that were taken out of the program. And so I just appeal to the board's sense of fairness. If you bought a home on Bass Lake Road, or let's go through it. When the Bass Lake specific plan was approved, Bass Lake Road was going to be 4 lanes. When Serrano was approved, Bass Lake Road was going to be 4 lanes. There's people that bought homes in Blackstone and paid a big TIM fee when they bought it. And Latrobe Road was going to be widened and White Rock Road was going to be widened. And I'm very concerned this board's being led down a path. This is how we adopt TIM fees. You adopt you adopt this estimate, and this estimate. And at the end, you have no discretion because you've already agreed on a growth rate. You've agreed on a lot of things. And so you put all those numbers in, that's it. That's what the TIM fee is. So I urge the board to stress to the DOT staff the importance to adding some of these projects were pulled out of the program in 2016, add them back to the program. Because in some case, the public were promised these improvements for decades. And now we're not even collecting a fee to finish them.
Thank you for your insights. Appreciate that. Any other further discussion in the boardroom? Come on down.
Chris Bain, Diamond Springs. Thanks to Adam Bain for talking to me over the weekend in preparation of coming today. So some of my questions about what's going on today have already been answered by him and won't need to be rediscussed. But
and it'll come before you in the planning commission.
And it's coming for me in the planning commission. So I got to be very careful about what I'm saying. So I'm trying to keep it on a generic basis so county council doesn't get mad at me and slap my hand and you talk to me about whether it's appropriate or not.
Probably not. I think we should stop it here.
I think it's probably err on the side of caution, Chris.
Yeah.
I would urge that.
No. And so all I'm saying is that we have an automated system and the automated system functions effectively. It's been looked at and adjusted and modified. I'm talking about the travel demand model from a technician's perspective. And I'm saying it myself as a technician. There's always going to be a person that's going to have to make those adjustments necessary to make sure it's optimized and that we're functioning effectively. I leave you with that thought. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more comments, Kim, let's move online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning again. Oh, what a tough topic. And boy, if somebody has the magic look into the future of growth or decline, I would love to get that website. I know that our county actually experienced a 1%. So we're basically sustained in our last population. So I get a little bit reserved when we start talking about projected growth. I think that things we're seeing coming our way, the state of California, including El Dorado County, we're having a hard time sustaining our populations with now we're going to be talking about water regulations. And I know you were talking about the water meters and they want to cap people at 40 gallons a day per person, which is basically third world country conditions for a family. So I'm a little bit concerned on where you get those projections, but I would like to echo, I think somebody said it again, it might have been our wonderful, one of our wonderful supervisors, is that I do hope when you're looking ahead at housing that, it's great that we have, Wynn and Parker and ATK and Marble Valley and all these great things. But if we don't have working, and when I say working class in El Dorado County, most people would be capped out at a $500,000 loan. And I beg you, especially all of you, to think, imagine if your first mortgage was $500,000 as a new graduate of the police or sheriff academy, as a working in our county. Imagine if your first mortgage was $500,000. I think most of us cannot even go there in our mind. And mind you, most people right now, that will not buy them a home in El Dorado County, unless you are talking about a very decrepit fixer-upper. I'm talking about sustainably living home that would be a good place for a couple to put some roots. So I really hope as you approve these projects and look towards the future, that we also go back into, when we talk about affordable, I haven't seen anything affordable. So I'd like to know where it is. It's certainly not town center apartments. It is certainly not what's being projected in El Dorado Hills. And if we are going to see a growth, we know that Intel just announced they're going to be laying off 2,000 employees between San Francisco and Folsom. That could severely impact relocation and some major
3 minutes.
So
Please comments, your 3 minutes, Kelly.
when you have this conversation. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments and we share your concerns.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, great. I'd like to bring this back to the board and remind everyone that the goal is to make a decision today on the growth rate. So our staff can move forward on this, recognizing that we do have major updates built into the process. And also like to recap the conversation that our auditor shared concern that projects have been pulled out of the TIF program despite growth, and stress the importance of making sure that our TIF program is relevant. So I appreciate that heads up too.
They've been pulled out of the CIP, right? Which takes them
Right,
out of the TIF.
exactly.
So there's a connection there.
Yes, Supervisor Parlin.
Oh, right. Really quick. Well, one's quick. Supervisor Heidel pointed out something about the data. I think the data in the presentation got switched from the data in the memo on the community regions and the jobs to housing, just, because Shingle Springs has the 2.72 in the memo and versus Diamond Springs, El Dorado. So just pointing that out for everyone. Maybe you want to live in Shingle Springs instead, but anyway.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Just kidding. But I just wanted to point that out, that, we make sure we're talking about things accurately. I want to say that I have shared the auditor's concerns all these years, been very consistent about that. And I think it goes to the other point of the data that we don't have yet in front of us. My understanding, it's in the works, but I think that knowing the number of undeveloped parcels that are remaining is part of this puzzle that we don't have today in front of us. And I know we're going to be getting it, but to know how many undeveloped parcels are available in each community region could be helpful. Also, I think that I agree with the auditor that we know how many potential parcels there are. Therefore, we should be able to plan and know the roads that we're going to need. And so it just begs the question of, when do we need the roads? Why aren't we collecting sooner than later? We keep having this argument. It's like Groundhog Day. I get it, but it's the thing. It's like I would be saving for these things. I understand there's a threshold. So I don't think things are as clear as we'd all like it to be, is my point. And I'm very concerned about this lower growth rate than, the charts that we're looking at today kind of show that we keep underestimating it. So I'm a little concerned, not feeling really good about this either way.
And we're growing a lot more in some areas and not as much in others.
So how do we do this?
Great, thank you. Thank you for those important questions. Supervisor Turnbull.
You know, one of the biggest issues is these development agreements and stuff, especially with these big developers, and they need to honor their word, especially when it comes to that. Because that was one of the reasons why we don't have 4 lanes on Bass Lake Road, because they have not honored that development agreement. We need to push that and make sure that happens, especially when it comes to infrastructure and especially traffic flow.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
I have mixed feelings about this. I think we're way underestimating what the growth rate will be over this period, but that's an opinion. I don't have the data. I recognize we have a methodology. I recognize we have the ability to change things when projects become real. So I'm willing to go along with these 2 recommended numbers, but I do think they're way understating what both the jobs and the growth rate will be when we look at this. When the board in 10 years looks back at this with this data, I think we're going to find, wow, why were they thinking that, right? But I could be wrong, right? I hold that in reservation. I'm wrong oftentimes, but anyway.
Before the board makes a motion or a decision, does our DOT staff wish to just once again understand how we reconcile the CIP projects, and very, very briefly, is there anything you'd like to add
Yes,
to
DOT
this
would like to
discussion?
make a comment to those
Figured you
comments.
would. Figured you would.
Because, and my staff and I debated having this slide up there because it would be getting much deeper into the weeds. But if I'm going to do it anyways now on the fly. So if you take a number, let's say 100 divided by 10, you are given an even 10. That would be the 100 being the infrastructure that you have to build in our county, divided by the number of homes in our county. $100 worth of infrastructure over 100 over 10 homes. So now let's say, oh, we want to increase the growth factor to where we say, no, we're going to build 12 homes instead of 10 homes. Well, now you're dividing 100 over 12. Now that traffic impact fee has been reduced. So that's why, although you would think that due to the increase in the number of homes, it would correlate to an increase in infrastructure, it doesn't always do that, because those are 2 different calculations. One is using planning and economic development and parcels, and the other one is using the highway capacity manual. So you have 2 different conflicting calculations, estimates as to how you come up with what is the most accurate. So that's why we based our decision off of historical, off of current, off of present, and we revisit it every year. If we had presentations and slides up here that were showing drastic, flaws, failures, miscalculations, then I would agree. There's something wrong. Something just doesn't seem right. But instead, based off of the last major update that we had and some of the trend lines that we see in our county, I do believe that that is headed down the right direction. And that if in our efforts to try to create an additional, what's the word I'm looking for, buffer zone as to what our estimates are going to be, could actually do us harm than do us good, Supervisor Heidel, because our growth, if we calculate a higher growth rate, then we are increasing the denominator with not necessarily increasing the numerator. So that's why what we have brought before the board is instead a safety component that we never had before.
Right.
That's right.
That's where we have a safety factor now. That's where, whereas before, yes, we were calculating 4 lanes, 6 lanes, 20 lanes on Bass Lake Road. Now we don't have that. Well, but what do we have? We have some conflicting movements. Those need to be addressed that we never had before. And in working with county council and what the traffic impact mitigation fee allows us to be able to justify the nexus as to how we come up with that calculation to what we can legally charge our developers, a safety factor is one of those. And so is our calculations, our estimates, and our assumptions, it's all based off of industry standard. So if we were to be challenged, we could say, hey, we were using industry standards. We were using our projected, we were using our past historical, and our safety factor is the safety components to the CIP that will make left turns into an intersection, right turns out, left turns out. That's the component that will bring us that relief valve, that safety factor. That's where I was looking for, the safety factor for us, the contingency for us to be able to make up in areas where it's not growing to where we need to project it the way we thought. But you know what? We can make minor improvements to make that intersection, corridor, or region a little bit better, a little bit safer until all the developments come in. And yes, you are correct, Supervisor Turnbull, and making sure we hold tight to all the developer impact agreements and that they come through as they said and as they promised. So
Great.
That's kind of the only overall 35,000 feet in the air answer without getting too much into the weeds. So
Thank you. And that's helpful, recognizing that that is a separate agenda item. That's not before us today, but
Yes.
certainly the growth factor, impacts that.
Yes.
And so recognizing that we are going to have an annual update on the growth rate,
yes,
as well as a, full-fledged 5-year review and update. I think I'm hearing the board loud and clear that we want to make sure going forward, as I know you do too, that we are realistic with where we're growing and making sure that our project list is relevant to that growth, recognizing that we're going to grow in different areas at different rates, which is part of the nuances and complexity of this.
Can I add one final comment?
One more time, then
Very,
I'd
very
like to
short,
move on to a
very,
motion.
very short. The other thing we have to remember is we have Measure Y, right? Which says level of service, Bass Lake Road, capacity. If we get to the point where we trigger a level of service, I'm expecting us to uphold when we get to approaching level of service F, because of one of these developments, we are going to have to make the capacity improvements separate from what CEQA and everything else is. So we
Agreed,
have that as our
100%.
backup that
yes.
says, okay, we're there now, but the question is, are we going to have the money to do it when we get there? That's the big question.
Right. No,
Yes,
we
good point.
all share that concern.
Yep.
And I think we're hearing the board loud and clear that that is a concern for all of us.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Would anyone be willing to entertain a motion? What is the consensus of the board on this?
I will
item?
move staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, opposed? No. All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you for this and look forward to it coming
Thank you all
back
very much.
before us.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Kim, let's move on to item number 44.
I would just like the record to reflect that item 44 is listed as a hearing, but in fact it is not. So we will not be opening the public hearing. So Department of Transportation recommending the board consider the following. 1, pursuant to board policy A3, ordinances new or amended, approve the introduction first reading of ordinance to repeal ordinances 4785 and 4787 and dissolve the Missouri Flat Community Facilities District. And 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to February 27, 2024 for final passage.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much. And so is this Raphael? You're up again. We're giving you a workout today.
Yes, you are. Good morning, board. Rafael Martinez. I know, I just want to go through that again. Back in 2020, there was a discussion as to the future of the MCNFP, the Master Circulation and Funding Plan for Missouri Flat region. And at that time, the board had come to the conclusion that they wanted to complete, finalize, and put an end to the Missouri Flat Phase 1 portion of the project, of the fiscal instrument. And so the motion was made that they continue the Phase 1 at the current 85% of general fund increments to be collected to go back into that region for improvements, and that the remaining Phase 2 portion of the project to be at a 50% increment. Now, I think there was some confusion in terms of the timing of that. And that is that phase one is still in effect in terms of the project. So we still have two projects that are currently within that phase one, and that is the Diamond Springs Parkway and the Headington Extension. And so once those two projects are complete, that's when phase one will cease to exist. And then at that point, we can come before the board and present projects for what would be included in phase two. And then based off of the June 23, 2020 board actions, move forward with a 50% general fund allocation increment to that.
As
So-
opposed to 85%.
As opposed to 85, as
Yeah.
opposed to 85.
Yep.
So I think I would like if, Kim, if you could do this, if we could just reference board item 20-0530 in regards to this board item that we have here today. I think it ties the two board items so that everyone's very clear, and that either this board, residents, or future boards need information as to how we got to this point. This is how we got to this point. So
What was that number again, Raphael?
20-0530. Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. That'll be good.
So that is my only request, as so that we tie the loop, so everyone knows exactly where we're at and where we came from.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, we conceptually approved this course of action that is before us today on September 26, 2023.
Yes.
And this is just moving that previous approved action
Yes,
forward.
exactly.
All right, great. Thank
All
you
right,
for
thank you
your
very much.
explanation. Any board comments at this point on this item? I don't see any buttons pushed. No. All right, let's move to public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Thomas. Joe Harn, County Bookkeeper. I believe what we're talking about here is general fund money. If all the 20-year DAs have expired and the CFD is extinguished, this is general fund money. And the money should go to the general fund. I'm all for finishing the phase one improvements, and the board should, I certainly believe you have the authority to appropriate this money out of the general fund for these phase one improvements, but this is general fund money. And I'm going to talk to, assuming the Supreme Court doesn't keep Dave Livingston today and make him the 10th member. I intend to talk to him between now and whenever this ordinance comes back, because I believe this is general fund money, and I believe annually your board will have to appropriate it for road improvements on Missouri Flat. And these road improvements will, and I think we have to finish the phase one improvements. But that appropriation for road improvements will have to compete with the sheriff's requests, the DA's requests, any requests that come from Tahoe, or any requests for additional senior meal programs. Because I believe with those original DAs that were 20-year DAs, and they ended after 20 years unless bonds were sold. I believe, and with the elimination of this CFD, I believe this is general fund money. The other thing I would like to, and again, Dave Livingston could articulate this very well. It is just so difficult. There are businesses in the Missouri Flat Corridor where they have two locations, one in Cameron Park, one in the Missouri Flat Corridor. They file one sales tax return with the state. My office is tasked with determining how much sales tax is generated in the Missouri Flat Corridor. Now that the development agreements have expired, we can't compel anyone to provide any reports to us at all. We can ask them nicely to provide us reports, but their motivation, the whole concept 20 years ago was the motivation would be, well, if we underreport our sales tax in the Missouri Flat Corridor, there's going to be a higher special property tax levied to pay for the bonds and the road improvements. But it's a big process to try to determine what 85% of the sales tax that's generated through the Missouri Flat Corridor. It's a big, time-consuming, expensive process. So I will talk to Dr. Livingston, should he return from Washington, D.C. But I believe this is general fund money. And every year the board needs to appropriate that general fund money.
So Joe, before you leave, so just to clarify, you were talking about phase 2 of the MCNFP. Is that primarily what you're talking about?
I prefer to talk to, again, we probably have obligations to finish phase one.
Okay.
A legal obligation. I still think this is general fund money.
Right, but I'm hearing you say we have a legal obligation to finish phase 1 improvements, but then you are.
I'm not an attorney, but that's my
right, but you're
liar's
wanting us
bench opinion.
to
Yes.
revisit phase 2, and I would.
That's not the way I'm reading it.
That's what I'm hearing either.
I think
In terms of the interpretation of.
I think what
the
he's
85
saying is instead of the money being put into the special revenue account within
Your
DOT,
board has to put it in
has
every
to be-
year.
it has to
That's my
be
belief.
Put into the general fund, the
yeah.
$1.5
Rather
million
than
has to go into the general
automatically.
and then be approved annually.
Because the DAs have expired and the
I know.
CFD is being liquidated or terminated, whatever the right word is.
But it applies to
I would-
phase 1B.
But again, I'm all for the phase 1 road improvements.
I would love to be in those conversations with you and county council if possible. So I'll reach out
Well,
to you
again, if he comes back.
if he comes back,
Yes.
assuming so. All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Did we give Janet a chance to speak at this point? I'm not sure.
No,
if
not
you
right now.
want to.
No,
Okay.
we're good. I think, thank you, Joe. Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Greg Ferrero from El Dorado Hills. And I was reading the discussion on this item, and it's quite confusing. But the thing that did catch my eye and kind of piggyback on what Mr. Harn was saying is, I guess I have a question and a comment as to why or how we got there where 85% of the sales and property taxes are dedicated solely for that corridor. It appears that that's the only place in the county where that exception is made. And it looks like, it appears that the money should be directed to the general fund. And then to follow up, as you know, most of you know, I'm running for supervisor in District 1, and we would love to have an arrangement like this on our corridors, to keep 85% of the sales and property tax for the Latrobe corridor, Green Valley corridor, Bass Lake corridor. But I also think that'll have a negative impact if we keep doing this throughout the county. It'll have a negative impact on the general plan. That's all I'd say.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning again.
Chris Payne, Diamond Strings. I was part of the Department of Transportation when the MCNFP Master Circulation and Funding Plan was created. I remember all the angst at the Board of Supervisors over what could we do. This is a special situation. It's unlike anything, as the last commenter said, unlike anything in the rest of the county. Should it be duplicated? I would say maybe not. In retrospect, there's a lot of complexity. And we're trying to unfold, or trying to simplify for the purpose of action, to make it more simple. But we've heard the auditor come up and give us guidance. My question is, why couldn't something be crafted to make this road fund, not general fund? I'm saying road fund. What is it about the road fund in terms of its its structure where we couldn't craft something so it wouldn't be general fund, so it wouldn't be as the auditor says. So I'm leaving that in a form of a question. Look, and maybe Raphael could help us with it, or maybe not. Maybe we need to have further discussions. Chair, you talked about maybe future talks with county council, and maybe that's important in this matter. But I just wanted to know, why not road fund? Okay, thanks.
Duly noted. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else? Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. I just want to piggyback a little bit on, thank you, Auditor Joe Harn and candidate Ferraro for really good comments. I'm not sure how much this is going to affect us, but I can tell you, I've been losing sleep, and I hope you have too, about what's going on in Washington, D.C. at the Supreme Court right now. The implications of what it may or may not do to us financially, legally, case law precedents is alarming. I mean, just think about it. El Dorado County is right now at the frickin' Supreme Court of the United States. In one way, that is super awesome. We have a representative there. Todd White is there on our behalf. We're going to be hearing all
Kelly,
about.
can you stick to your comments on this
Livingston is
agenda?
there. But what I want to say, yeah, is with this item is I'm not even sure, based on all of this, why we're not tabling this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because I think after the conversations with Joe Harn that have to go on with yourself, Wendy, rightfully so, wanted to make sure she was part of the conversation. I just feel like, why are we not tabling this? Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Raphael, do you have any final thoughts on this item for the board?
Not unless the board has any questions for me. No, I do
Okay.
not.
All right. And once again, I appreciate all the conversations and comments, and clearly there is more work to be done going forward. And I will certainly be, digging in with the auditor and our county council as we go forward on this. But the action before us today was conceptually approved by the board on September 26th, and this allows us to once again free up the money for the board portioned to the Diamond Springs Parkway to finish that. And there'll be more conversations to continue. So with that, what is the will of the board?
The way I read the actions, we're not necessarily defining the creation of the special reserve account with $1.5 million. It's really to basically terminate the CFDs that are out there and then waive the reading of the full ordinance. But am I wrong in that interpretation? I guess this is what I'm looking for county council's input on.
Good morning. No, you are correct in your interpretation. The action before the board today is an ordinance to repeal the two prior ordinances that established the CFD. As to the question of whether, the current fund balance in that account is general fund or not, that is for further discussion internally that our staff would have with our office and with, board members or the auditors.
We look forward to those discussions.
So with that clarification, I'm going to move approval of basically the dissolution of the two existing CFDs and waive the reading of the full ordinance, items 1 and 2 on the agenda.
I'm gonna second for discussion.
Okay. Further discussion.
Further discussion. So county council, help me understand, because I kind of wasn't clear on where the auditor was going with. Is he saying that perhaps if we dissolve the CFDs, then that will change how we're collecting the sales tax? I get it. Sales tax is all general fund. We know that. So it's general fund no matter what, but by dissolving the CFDs, does that change the path of where that sales tax goes now? And that's why he's saying if we dissolve the CFDs, then we may have to allocate this on an annual basis rather than through a CFD, which is already set in place. That would be my concern, is like, oh gosh, I do not want another thing to have to do every year. So, and if we're not clear on that, is there any harm in continuing this until we have that clarification?
I believe what he was referring to is the issues or concerns they're having in collecting the information for the sales tax. The set aside is a percentage of what the tax increment and as well as the sales tax that's collected in the area. And so when he was mentioning, and again, I don't want to speak for, himself, but this is what I understood what he was saying, is that once the CFD is dissolved, then that money is now just considered general fund money and not necessarily dedicated as a specially earmarked money into this special reserve account. And that is a question certainly that we could further explore at some further time. Whether this needs to be tabled or not, and I would defer to staff as to their schedule in terms of when they may have a need for this money.
And before Raphael brings us home, I think it's, the board item was this, the final sentence was, a paragraph was important to me, that going forward, transportation will create a special revenue account, which will deposit the 1.5 million from the CFD special reserve account to be and direct 85% tax increment revenue to be transferred into the special account to be used for the purposes consistent with the MCNFP. I believe that's to finish the phase 1 improvements, and that this is a special action that will come forward. Am I understanding that correct?
100% correct.
And that if we don't take this action today, then that jeopardizes the funding plan for the Diamond Springs Parkway?
It jeopardizes the funding for several other board actions that have been taken in the past by this board for several projects as to how that money is to be used moving forward and to finalize phase 1 of the MCNFP. This is the first step by recommendation of the board for us to move forward and move past phase 1 of the MCNFP and those funds to finalize those 2 last projects of the MCNFP phase 1. Yes, this is the first step.
That the board has already authorized and
Yes,
directed. and
exactly.
approved. Right.
And I totally get that part, but my concern is that the 85% tax increment, if we dissolve the CFD, then there's no longer a boundary. There's no longer this requirement to put that in.
That is the instrument that in working with county council, we've said that it will continue as such until those 2 projects are completed. That's what this new fiscal instrument is going to do, is we're dissolving the CFD so that we can then use that contingency money that was in there that was for the bond purposes.
Oh, no, I get that.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
the 1.5 million. I'm
Yes.
not talking about that.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about this 85% of the sales tax. If we don't have a CFD with a boundary and some kind of agreement with the people that, are paying into it, dissolve CFD, why would that go into there anymore? Right? Because it's not required. There's no CFD, there's no district is the word, boundary, to say that sales tax money is going to go into it. Therefore, and I think that's where the auditor was going with, there's no district anymore.
I think I'm
So
going to let
we're
county
gonna have
council
to-
answer this
we
one a
would
lot
have
better
to
than I
allocate
can.
it every year.
Okay.
And so Danny, help me out with that, because I want to make sure, I understand the 1.5, I totally get that, that's that, but I'm talking about the coming, because we also made plans with that
To
too.
repay the tribe fund.
Right, and
Exactly.
all of that, and so I
Right.
don't want to mess that up either.
Right. So just want to make sure our mechanism is correct. in
Right,
Doing that.
because there's 2 parts
Right.
here.
Right. Danny Vandekoig, Deputy County Counsel. I think just to start, I'm going to step back a bit to make sure we understand the whole picture, because granted,
Right.
the MCNFP is a complicated arrangement.
It is.
So when we talk about the MCNFP, we're talking about a series of documents approved in 1998, which was the development agreements, which are 3 of those. There was the actual financing plan and other things that came out of that. In the development agreements is where we first created this tax increment, and the tax development agreement sets out the people who are part of the development agreement. They were agreeing to have this tax increment there, but it really is all on the county side. The development agreements never asked them to give us money from the tax increment. It was on our side. We were using the tax increment as to set up a base for a later bonding mechanism. That was what the point of the MCNFP was. So you took the tax increment and it got paid in to pay off the expenses for phase 1 of MCNFP, which at this point is really just the remainder is Diamond Phase 1B and the Pennington Road extension. This is part of the Crossings project. So now, the last couple of years, your board has been trying to wrestle with sort of the end of the MCNFP. We saw that, and when we talked about this 85 versus 50, that was based on an action from your board in 2020 dealing with the addendum for MCNFP Phase 2 and adopting the public facilities financing plan for Phase 2. And at that time, your board said for Phase 2, we're going to start going from 85 to 50. So that's where that action came from. Then more recently, I forgive me, I don't remember the exact dates that these occurred, but I believe this was, there was concerns raised, and I believe this was 2021, connected to the tribe funding on the project. And there was a proposal of having to have the MCNFP pay back the tribe. And, how things have been structured is that the MCNFP money was then put into this CFD that we created in 2001 that we never did anything else from. So the money was going to this CFD. CFD is technically a separate legal entity from the county. Your board is also the board of the CFD, but it's a separate legal entity. Then when we discuss trying to do some payback mechanism, the concern that we ran into by looking at the laws dealing with CFDs is that your board would have to essentially enter into a loan agreement with yourselves to pay back this money. It was more burdensome than necessary. So then there was a thing of, well, could we also put the tax increment into an account that not a CFD account, but another time account? And our office did look into that and concluded, yes, your board could. And we discussed that before. And then what more recently came up as far as dissolution of the CFD entirely was also because of the budget shortfalls of Diamond Springs Parkway. So you were to dissolve the CFD to get access to the 1.5 million, and then the money from the tax increment would then flow into a different county-owned account. And that will occur later this year when we do another budget act amendment to have that occur. Because right now that'll happen when that actually will transfer in. The tax increment will transfer in as part of the budget act this year, or a budget amendment later in this process. So this action before you is not transferring any money itself. It's dissolving the CFD to key up the next stage.
Okay.
I know that was a big info dump there. So if you need to
No, I get it, and that does help. I'm
Yes.
still just concerned that, okay, so you're saying dissolve CFD, the district,
Yeah.
and then the board will have to create some other mechanism to
Yeah.
put that sales tax into.
Yeah.
And I guess the big question is, could a future board just say, we're not doing this anymore because we don't have the money? Will that jeopardize the project? I guess that's my only concern is, does the district give us better certainty than dissolving? That's all I'm asking.
Good question.
Well, yes and no, I suppose. I mean, I think we've generally been taking the view that we are continuing the tax increment until Phase 1 is completed. That's the view that we have been taken. So the tax increment, and that will continue till these last two projects completed. So I believe is estimated 2025, but I could be wrong of the dates. But by putting it into another county-owned account, though, there is more flexibility on how you can move. This is also in reflection of the concerns raised with the finance MDSP 1B and the financing of the Crossings project to have the MCNFP sort of do this backfill. It's going to be much easier to do it as just interfund transfers than as it is to do it as like a formal loan agreement. So,
Okay.
yeah.
We should be okay.
Yeah, that makes
County
sense.
council, Jenith, you're on the hot seat today. Do you
Yes.
see the concern though? And, we're trying to fund and finish something.
Right.
And so I just want to make sure today's action doesn't jeopardize that, right?
That's correct. I think if I understood your initial concern was if the CFD was dissolved, what is the boundary and for the tax increment, right? Because how do you know where to collect it and where to set it aside? And it would be a continuation of the existing CFD boundary lines as pursuant to the MCNFP financing plan for Phase 1 projects. So in all practical effect, it's almost like a status quo, right?
Okay.
And the CFD itself as a separate legal entity, what Danny referred to, would just go away because it was being used as a pass-through. So instead of it being used as a pass-through, this would allow to set up at a later point this special reserve account so that they can do administratively the intra-fund transfers, at least until the completion for phase one.
Right. Okay.
Phase two is up in the air. I
That's a whole nother
understand
ballgame.
the,
Right, yeah.
I understand the auditor's concern is that even the phase one tax increment set asides should be considered, or that's up for discussion, as a general fund and not necessarily something that would just automatically flow into this special reserve account.
Okay. Okay. Helpful, really helpful context, Danny. Thank you so much. All right, great. So I hear a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No, I'm
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you all. That it is a very complex mechanism and certainly more conversations to be had. So thank you all for wading through that. Does anyone need a break before we move on to the next
Yeah, that
item?
would be a good
Yes,
idea.
please.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break or so, and then we will come back with item number 48. Yes, all right. See you in
Well,
just
we
a
do
few
this, I mean,
minutes.
that's part of our, and it's actually required, I think. So.
right. Thank you. And we are back. And the item we are going to hear next is item number 48, the Meeks Bay North Tahoe annexation. Kim.
Item number 48 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and the Board of Supervisors Fire EMS Jurisdictional Reorganization Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board provide direction to staff in response to requests for financial assistance related to the proposed annexation.
Thank you. Good morning, Allison and Sue.
Good morning, Sue Henneke, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer. So before you today, we have an item regarding a potential annexation application here. And I just wanted to, well, first note, thank you Supervisor Lane for finding a error in a date in my staff report. In the third to the last paragraph, it's kind of important because it's referring to a working group meeting that we had. It in fact occurred on December 15th, 2023, not 2015. So I just wanted to correct that.
That was an interesting one. Yes,
Thank you. Good catch.
Thanks
I
for
apologize for
clarifying
that.
that and changing that.
Okay, that's very embarrassing. You don't have to give credit to me in the future. Just make the correction.
So, and so I just want to remind the board that we had a discussion in September of 2023 when we expanded the scope of the Fire and EMS Ad Hoc Committee to include jurisdictional reorganizations. It was because there was a lot of potential activity going on in the county with reorgs at that time. One of the discussions that we had was the fact that we don't have a comprehensive policy on how the county is to engage in these reorganizations. Under Revenue and Taxation Code, the county is actually required to facilitate the discussions about the property tax allocations after a jurisdictional reorganization, but we don't, as I mentioned, have a policy on how much we allocate or how much we engage. And as you're aware, we don't have any, we, meaning the county, has no direct responsibility for providing fire protection services. Those services are provided by special districts in our county and of course the city of South Lake Tahoe. But over the years, the board has expressed an interest and we've supported various efforts to support sustainability of fire services in the county. In fact, since the year 2000, the county has provided just under $18 million in assistance to various fire protection districts. And for reasons we won't get into today, the problems since 2001 really haven't changed today. So we can see that assistance in the one-time nature that it was without any accountability or strings attached to it really hasn't improved our situation. And that's one of the pieces that we would take to developing an overall policy. So back to expanding the scope of the ad hoc committee, the board also directed the chief administrative officer to issue an RFQ for consultants to help with different analyses when we're faced with these annexations and reorganizations, and to also help us develop that policy. We issued the RFQ, we got no responses. So we are still, Allison has been reaching out to firms individually to solicit proposals and get ideas from them. So we're still working on that piece. I just want to give you an update there. So in front of us today, we have a potential annexation of Meeks Bay, the current Meeks Bay territory, into North Tahoe Fire. And North Tahoe Fire Protection District is in Placer County, just for everyone's awareness. And the two departments have been operating in a shared service agreement since about 2014, I believe, Chief, thanks. And the various attempts to reorganize over the years and finally culminated in the application being submitted to Placer LAFCO in the fall of 2022. So again, that action triggered the obligation of the county to get involved and discuss the property tax allocations following the annexation. So we formed a working group consisting of 2 board members from North Tahoe Fire, 2 board members from Meeks Bay Fire, the chief serving both the districts, Chief Layton, who's here in the audience, and county staff, so Allison and me. And we've met every 2 weeks since we formed the working group. And during those discussions, the 2 boards have asked for some financial assistance from the county, citing sort of rising costs of providing services and an idea that they wanted to potentially equalize the taxes. Right now, Meeks Bay has some special assessments and taxes that are higher per individual parcel than in North Tahoe. So there was an idea when they annex and become one district, they potentially want to reduce those taxes in Meeks Bay so everyone pays the same amount, and some revenue would be lost there. So due to all of this, I think we all know, costs are rising higher than revenues. And so there were some requests for financial support. And so the working group, in working with the ad hoc committee, had looked back at the funding that we had provided to Meeks Bay over the years. And we looked at TOT, and we, tried to determine if there was something we'd be able to provide to help through that transition period until the district was fully reorganized and they could achieve all the, projected efficiencies. In looking at that, as the board's aware, in 2019, you changed your policy on discretionary transient occupancy tax to include mitigation of impacts of tourism. And several fire districts over that time have put in requests for reimbursement for service-related calls and things, equipment related to that. And we just noted that Meeks Bay had not had the opportunity or had not participated in that process for the 3 fiscal years prior to the current one, the 23-24 fiscal year. So we thought perhaps going back in recognition of that and providing reimbursement for those tourism-related calls for those 3 years might help to, shore up Meeks Bay's fund balance and provide some capital moving forward to facilitate the annexation. In addition, the board members had requested that we look at the property tax increment that is provided in each district. And overall, if you average out the tax increment in every tax rate area in each district, Meeks Bay's was slightly lower on average than North Tahoe. So the proposal was to bring Meeks Bay's tax increment share up to about the average of North Tahoe's tax increment share. And again, that affects not the base property tax that the county receives, but only the share of the growth in the future that the county would receive. So these two pieces together, the 3 years of TOT equivalent would equal $792,000. That is proposed to come out of the current designation that we have of discretionary TOT that has been set aside for broadband projects, biomass, and economic development. So that would be a slight, policy shift for the board to use some of that funding to support this annexation. And of course, as noted in our fiscal impact section, we would propose that in the 24-25 year, we try to replenish that designation to bring it back to the current level. The property tax increment change, it's difficult to project what growth will be. So we estimate a range, probably a pre-ERAF range of maybe $8,000 to $12,000 a year. That again would be revenue just not realized by the county, not taken out of our base, but just not seen by the county. In addition, the proposal asked that the 2 districts maintain the special taxes in the Meeks Bay area at their current levels. We felt it was important, if the district is going to be sustainable, that they continue to collect all the revenue they possibly can. And these taxes were put in place by the voters of Meeks Bay. We also asked for a reassurance, of course, that the service would continue to be provided in Meeks Bay at the current level. So we didn't specify a station. Both board members were okay with not specifying a station, but we talked about just meeting current standards of coverage. So that outlines the county's proposal. We did meet and provide that to the working group as, of course, tentative and subject to approval of the full Board of Supervisors. We received a counter proposal on December 12th. And again, we discussed it at the December 15th meeting of 2023 that I mentioned earlier. And the counter proposal was an ask for an additional 5 years of transient occupancy tax revenue. So that would be going out in the future 5 years. So for a total of 8 years, that additional amount would be $1.3 million for a total sort of one-time funding amount ask of $2.1 million. They also asked at that time, or stated at that time, that they did not want to retain the Meeks Bay taxes at the current level, that they wanted to bring those down to be consistent across the district. So that was the ask, the counteroffer. That point, we discussed that with our ad hoc committee. The CAO and Allison and I met with the ad hoc committee and discussed the counter proposal. So at that point, obviously, you know, the ad hoc was feeling like this is getting big. You know, we probably need to bring it to the full board to see if they're even on board with our initial offer, if that was something that they were willing to entertain, and to provide an opportunity to comment or provide alternate direction. So I think that's pretty much how we got here today. If I missed anything, the ad hoc committee, I'm sure, could fill in, or Allison. And we do have, I should mention, Chief Layton here, who's the chief for North Tahoe and of course serving Meeks Bay. If you have any questions for him.
Thank you so much, Sue, for that excellent recap. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Meeks Bay and North Tahoe for these collaborative efforts to ensure sustainable and effective fire service. Appreciate the efforts, and it's been a good discussion. Before we move on to Supervisor Lane, Supervisor Parlin, as part of the ad hoc committee, do you have anything else you'd like to add at this point?
Right. No, I think we're
Okay.
gonna wait just because this has been really, quite honestly, in my mind, very complex.
It
It's
has,
another one of
yeah.
those where there's so many moving parts, and I'm trying to what the board does with this will probably be, what's the right word, you know, reflected on future
Right.
annexations or mergers, whatever you want to call them. And so, you know, I want to be mindful of that too as we move forward, because there are a lot of potential mergers out there in our county. So we want to keep that tucked away in the back of our mind. So that's it.
And as our deputy CAO reiterated, that I think as part of the ad hoc committee, we were both feeling this is as far as we could
Yes.
possibly go in these discussions without the full board weighing in and then providing direction to move us forward. So here we are today. So Supervisor Lane, this is
Yeah,
in your district.
It is, and I'll have other comments to make later on, but just right now, I just want to clarify the TOT designation for special projects. You mentioned broadband and biomass. You mentioned economic development, but I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right fund when we talk about this. Does that also include wet labs, the Chili Bar Park, airport study, and Diamond Springs Park? Are they all also part of?
Those were not funded out of the designation. No, those were just funded separately through individual policy decisions by the board. So
Okay, so how much is in the designated TOT Special Projects Fund?
So we had 2,544,000, and then just recently the board used 500,000 of that for the growth factory. So that leaves 2,044,000. If we were to pull the 792,000 out, you'd have about 1.25 million left in that designation.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions at this point or discussions? All right, great. Let's go to public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 48, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And before we start, Chief Layton, please come on up. And I was remiss in not bringing you forward. Yeah, this is not, yeah, because you are a part of this agenda item. I was remiss in not calling you up, and you are not subject to the 3 minutes.
That's
So
okay.
yes.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for coming down and being with us today.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, supervisors. My name is Steve Layton. I'm the fire chief for North Tahoe Meeks Bay Fire Protection District. It's a pleasure to be here before you and be able to serve El Dorado County. Thank you, Chair Thomas and Supervisor Parlin, for your participation in the ad hoc committee. I've been the fire chief for 3 years. I've been with the district for 4. I have 32 years in the fire service. I'm very passionate about this. I understand this issue. My job is to make sure that I simplify this issue for you and answer any questions that you may have so that we can give you the information to make an informed decision. When I walked in this morning, the word disruption was brought up. And I will tell you, my job is to make sure that we don't have any disruption to fire service in the Tahoe Basin. We're under the gun on this. We got to fix this issue. We started in 2021. Basically, we started this 2018. We tried to do this in 2018. So we've been working on this for a long, long, long time. Operationally, we're consolidated. We're operating as one fire district currently, like we are now. 2021, we asked for $42,000 from you to be able to assist us with the application process. Okay, between December of 2021 and the fall of 2022, when we actually filed the application, there was a lot of things that we needed to get done. We needed to get the MSR done, which we helped complete with Southport Consulting. We needed to get the application filled out. We needed to do the plan for services. We needed to do fiscal impact analysis, of which we did multiple fiscal impact analysis. But one thing we didn't do is we didn't collect that $42,000. We did that with North Tahoe's employees. Myself and my employees did all that work and did not collect the $42,000. The other thing is that there's a lot of things that basically the Meeks Bay does not get charged for in this. How it operates is Meeks Bay gets charged North Tahoe Fire 3 fire captains and 3 firefighters and a division chief. That's what they pay personnel wise. They also pay 1/7 of the budget on other types of things. Some of the things that they don't pay for are facilities, fleet, public information officer, my salary, forest fuels, fire marshal, and many other things that are not included in either the 17% or the personnel costs. So at this current point, Meeks Bay is getting a very good deal from North Tahoe Fire. The option to use Meeks Bay resources or reserves is not good business, as Meeks Bay has failing facilities and apparatus that needs to be addressed. So yes, there's $1 million in our reserves, but we're going to need that in the future to buy fire engines, to fix fire stations, and do certain things that we're going to need to do. The other thing in the board report that I want to clarify, and I think this is important also, is on page 3, the ARPA money of $22,727, which was awarded by you, was matched with our Meeks Bay Ladies Auxiliary, and that was used to remodel the bathroom facilities at Station 67. We did that. It was about $30,000 in supplies, I guess, to do that. But our facilities manager built that without charging Meeks Bay of about $30,000 worth of labor. So there's certain things that are going on that I'm trying to paint the picture for you, certain things that are going on that aren't actually in the board reports. Sue did a great job of synopsis of what we're currently at. I want to just give you what's actually going on in the fire service in the Tahoe Basin. The other thing is Supervisor Lane stated that I want to make sure the ship is staying the course. I do too. That's my job. That's why I'm here, to make sure. But Placer LAFCO has given us till April 1st to figure this thing out, or they are going to cancel the application and we're going to have to start over again. And I don't want to start over again. I think we've worked too long and hard to get where we're at, to move this thing in the right direction. I know the decision you make is going to set the tone for the other agencies that are also looking at it, but we want to be the leader. We don't want to make money in this. We just want to make sure we're efficient. We're efficiently running the operations as best we can. We know that Meeks Bay's deficit spending, right? And they have a $2.5 million UAL liability that North Tahoe is willing to absorb somehow into ours. However, we need to make this happen. I know that the county made a legitimate offer. The ad hoc committee made a legitimate offer. I speak on behalf of North Tahoe's board. And I relay the message to you and what they're saying. And their counter was 5 additional years of funding. And the reason for that was so we can be sustainable, so we can figure things out, so we can cut where we need to cut, and we can make sure there's no disruption in the fire service. Is that their bottom line? Maybe not. But what I don't want to have happen, and they're prepared to do this, in April or May, they're prepared to issue a cancellation letter to Meeks Bay Fire for fire services because they have to give them a 60-day notice. And I don't want them to do that. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the board doesn't do that. But we can't keep doing what we're doing, deficit spending, and not having some resolve to this issue. So I know it's kind of long-winded, but I wanted to make sure that I was accessible to you to answer any questions that you may have. And I'm very transparent, and any question that you have, I'd be happy to answer to help this situation get resolved.
Thank you so much, Chief. Does the board have any questions for Chief Layton?
Not at this
Not
time.
at this point?
Yeah.
Okay,
All
I'll
right,
be
we may
available.
call you up a little
Okay,
bit later,
that's
but
fine.
thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Okay.
Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, at this point, we will take public comment on this item. Anyone has any comments, come on down. Seeing none? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, and we'll bring this back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Heidel.
Good. Somebody's gotta start somewhere.
So I just want to provide my personal perspective on this. I want to see this annexation happen. I think it's in the best interest of the public. I've been a long time supporter of fire service and what it takes to make the tough decisions to get there. But I also understand in this position as a supervisor, the need for fairness and how we distribute it, the limited funds the county has. And I'm very cautious not to get into a precedent-setting situation wherein when other annexations are considered, that reflects back into, well, you did this for these guys, now you got to do this for us. I don't want that domino effect to be the burden of the county as it goes forward. So I'm really encouraged by all the discussions that have happened, the negotiations, the coming to terms for the most part. But I also recognize we have a limitation on what we can do, and we need to be cognizant of other annexations, Diamond Springs, El Dorado Fire, other things, because I'm sure the board will be asked for considerations of some of those annexations as well. Pioneer Fires is in a very difficult situation, as we know. I don't know where that one's going to end up. So we do have to be very cautious. So I want to express, first of all, that I really support the fire service stuff, but on this one, I think I need to stay within the bounds of what the ad hoc committee has recommended, because I think that's what we have to go forward with and see if we can get an agreement. And if we can't, then maybe there's something else we can revisit. But I know we pulled a lot of strings trying to figure out what alternatives do we have? How do we provide the most amount of support without breaking the bank, so to speak, and without being unfair to other districts and recognizing what happens in the future. So I'm going to leave it at that. And that's kind of where I'm coming from.
All right, very good. Any other comments? Supervisor Turnbull.
As public safety should be the #1 priority, especially in this county, and that's something we need to address, especially the residents in Tahoe.
He's got his button on. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, great.
Sometimes you have to speak into our microphones.
Okay.
Oh.
You might have to get a little closer, George.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbow.
You want to go, Supervisor Lane?
Sure, I'll make some comments and
Okay.
then I'll defer back to the ad hoc committee. So first thing I want to say is that this is a very important merger to the people of Tahoma and Meeks Bay. And the fact that we're dealing with two different counties, but we're so close in proximity, we share a boundary, makes this merger unique. The fact that Meeks Bay back in 2015 decided to contract with North Tahoe Fire Protection District. Back then, they were not running in a deficit. As a matter of fact, they were running in the black. Whether or not they're running in a deficit right now, I'm not sure. I would not go up against Chief Layton. You know the numbers, but I just want to put forward to the group that when we originally contracted, that was not the case. If it is today, there's a lot of decisions that while we've been in contract with North Tahoe, that we don't have control over. What labor negotiations have looked like, what apparatuses have been purchased, what facility upgrades have or haven't happened. The fact that Meeks Bay has right now a contingency of a little over $1 million is very helpful. I was not sure when we started the negotiation just a year ago with El Dorado County, once our staff actually came to the table and started talking facts and figures. I could not fathom that we had the wherewithal to do much. And the fact that we've come forward with almost $800,000 new money to the table, to me was like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. And kudos to staff for the due diligence that you've done and the fact that you've been willing to look at, well, what can we do? The fact that we might take these monies, if North Tahoe agrees to this, from a fund that we later might pay back again from the Tahoe, from the transient occupancy taxes is a later discussion. But the fact that you've made that available as something to consider is really great. I know that we have a difference. We're here before you, before the Board of Supervisors, with North Tahoe still asking for about 1.3 to make this deal work, and we're offering about $800,000. So I don't know if it's possible, but if it is in the realm of possibility to possibly add a couple $100,000 from the same designated fund with the idea that it get paid back. And we continue to look at the assessment that right now Meeks Bay and Tahoma pay more than North Tahoe residents. So if we continue to keep that assessment in place, which we legally can do for the next 5 years, that's approximately another 350,000. And I think that narrows the gap. And I personally, as the representative of that area, would feel that is certainly a good use of transient occupancy tax and would be supportive of that if that's something that the board would consider. So I just leave that before you.
That's a very helpful perspective. And I think we all are cognizant that we're very close and that it's important to get this done. And I agree with you, though, that if we were to sweeten the pot, recognizing that what we're taking money from are critical projects to this county, broadband and biomass. And those have been priorities of this county for a long time. And so we are potentially jeopardizing some of those large projects for the county. And that can't be lost on that. This is precious money. And so if we are willing to sweeten the pot, I agree with you that it just doesn't make sense on item number 3 on our proposal that Meeks Bay reduce their revenue. I think it will be really critical to keep those special taxes and assessments at the current level, because it doesn't make sense to ask us for more money when they're wanting to reduce lessening revenue. Exactly. And so by keeping those at the same level, that brings in additional revenue. And then with us perhaps sweetening the pot a little bit.
I have a question for
final
clarity,
offer,
if I
we can
could.
get this done. Oh, absolutely.
I think you mentioned a reimbursement agreement of some kind, and I don't quite understand how that would work, but what is the concept in that?
I think, yeah, Ms. Henneke, you
I
probably.
think what I understood Supervisor Lane to be talking about was if we, as I mentioned, if we pull any funding out of that TOT designation, that we would be recommending to the board in April when we discuss the TOT funding.
That'd
that
be
we
replenished.
that.
Okay, all right, yeah, all right. So reimbursement versus replenish, maybe that's where I got lost in the term. I thought you were talking about a
Sorry.
payment to us coming in, but okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But we'll have to
Us
find the money.
reimbursing ourselves.
We'll have to find the money to reimburse that. And,
Yeah.
but I, for
Yeah.
one, would not feel comfortable leaving any less than $1 million in that special project account. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if there's any other thoughts on this.
I agree with, if the voters approve those tax assessments on themselves for service, it seems logical that they would be okay with keeping that because they want a level of service and revenue is scarce. So I think it's a good idea to keep that. I did hear the chief say something about the $42,000, which we had offered, but they didn't collect on it. So in my mind, that could be a piece of our sweetening the pot puzzle, perhaps. Because we are going to be scraping together whatever it is we do here. And then I did just have a question about the LAFCO deadline. because with all the parties, and this is a very complex with the two counties and all that, is there any opportunity to, although I know deadlines are good because they make you get going, but we don't want to jeopardize all the good work that's been done. Is there any opportunity for the county to, send something to LAFCO and say, could we have a 3-month extension or just something to give us a little wiggle room? So we don't have to start over, but we are still giving ourselves a deadline, because I do think deadlines are good.
So actually, I first will speak to the 42,000. It's been, so the intention and when the board approved that was to pay for the LAFCO costs, because as I think you're all aware, you've sat on LAFCO, that staff work that LAFCO does, they then bill the agencies for whose project it was. And so in my mind, we would still be, the board authorized that. So when the annexation was complete and the bill came, I would be coming back to you and saying, hey, you made this commitment back in 2021 for those LAFCO costs, if that was still a request. So that in my mind was still potentially out there. The LAFCO deadline, it's kind of interesting because if we look at the revenue and taxation code, we've already missed the deadlines in the revenue tax code, but Placer LAFCO has a policy of keeping applications open for a year after they've filed. So they've already given us this extension to April. But Chief Layton, you were at the meeting too. He can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they did say they wanted to see progress. And I didn't take away from it that that the April 1st was a hard and fast if they saw that progress is being made and we were getting somewhere. But you, Chief, can correct.
Chief, would you like to come up and
Yeah,
add?
I
some
think
additional
that's
comments?
accurate. The other thing I want to address is the $70,000 in what we're talking about, the different tax and why the board decided to do that. First of all, they thought that they want both districts to pay the same tax rate for the same level of service. So in other words, one Meeks doesn't pay 270 per parcel and North Tahoe doesn't pay 235. So from a board decision, and both boards decided they would like to equalize that. The other thing that we've been told is from Placer LAFCO, if we have two different tax rates, we have to keep two different budgets. And that's what we're currently doing. And we haven't really got clarification either from El Dorado County or from Placer County or from Placer LAFCO on which way it is. So we really need a legal opinion that if we can have two separate tax rates, my boards would like to know that. And that's kind of what another reason they're basing the decision on wanting to equalize it, because we have two budgets now, and we're not running very efficient with two budgets now. So that was the other thing that we want to make sure. And if we can indeed do that, then that would surely help the situation and would help me to be able to explain it to the boards that, hey, you have the option, you can do this, but they're also thinking that they can't either.
Great.
So
Well, let's get
I hope that
clarity on
helps.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
So does the county require two budgets in this kind of process?
Yeah, so I reached out to Placer LAFCO on that question to see if they could cite for me where this requirement was coming from. And she recommended I talk to our auditor. I also spoke with Chief Cordero from County Fire because I know they have a similar situation. They annexed several areas in the 90s. They collect different tax rates in those areas and they do not maintain separate budgets for each of those tax rates. So while of course there would be an obligation to be able to demonstrate that the funding was being used for the purposes stated in the tax measures when the voters voted on them. There's a number of ways to do that without maintaining separate budgets. As an example, on your agenda today, there are special tax reports for County Service Area 3 and 7, and it's a little one-page statement saying, here's how we spent the tax money. My discussion with the auditor, he is also not aware of any requirement. There's no requirement that we have for separate budgets. And so that's kind of where we stand there. I think that they can demonstrate to the voters the taxes were appropriately spent without maintaining separate budgets.
All right, that's very helpful. And while the county certainly doesn't have any control, nor should we, as to how other entities, handle their books, I'm hearing that we don't require that. So therefore, this proposal that they maintain as much revenue as they possibly can is not an onerous burden that the county is imposing within these negotiations. Okay, great, that's helpful. Okay, Supervisor Lane, did I see you have your button?
I have just one follow-up question on this issue of the assessment, and that is the taxpayers voted to pay this assessment. can North Tahoe Fire change it up or down without the taxpayers weighing in on it?
As a condition of the annexation, LAFCO could order that they pay, they could order as, not order, but state that they do a number of different things. They could specifically say that the taxes are to continue in effect as they are, or they could say it's a reduction that the Meeks Bay taxpayers will now pay the North Tahoe tax. I think we've established that within with county council and in state law that both of those would be permissible.
And just because now I find this intriguing, but could also the Placer LAFCO rule that North Tahoe should pay the higher assessment and be the same as Meeks Bay and Tahoma?
I think our county
Vote
council is
approved.
shaking our head.
Yep.
County council can weigh in, but that's not my reading of the government code because because North Tahoe is annexing Meeks Bay. And so you would be able to talk about what happens in that annexed territory, but you're not really going to apply that to the annexing district.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Yes. Okay, great.
That is correct. And also in a voter approved special tax, you cannot raise or increase the tax without another voter approval, but you could certainly, the legislative body has the discretion to not collect a voter approved tax or, continue its status quo. Those are the two permissible options.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Supervisor Hale, did you have another comment?
Only that when the annexation with Latrobe happened with El Dorado Hills, as I remember, there was a special assessment in Latrobe and that continued, but the funds were blended. I mean, that's an example of what was done. It's not necessarily precedent setting for anything, but I think there is history there. If there's questions about, does that really work or not? That was a successful annexation. And I think that's the way it ended up. But anyway. Yes.
Development impact fees are still kept in a separate account. And I don't recall if there was a special tax, but the other good example would be El Dorado County Fire, as I mentioned. So like Coloma, Lotus, Pollock Pines area, they all pay different rates, but they're all
Right.
within county fire district.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay. Excuse me, if you want to speak, please come up to the mic.
I just want to make sure the two counties, Placer and El Dorado County, is an issue too, because the ones we're all talking about are all in El Dorado County. So it's easier to mend things together when they're all in the same county. It's a little more difficult when we're dealing with two separate counties. So I want to make sure that that's not lost either in discussion.
Thank you so much. All right. So I'm hearing consensus from the board that we understand the need for sustainable fire services. We want to get this done for the good of all the parties and certainly our citizens and our residents. I'm also hearing that the board is willing to sweeten the pot a little bit to get this done, but to ensure that their revenue stays at as robust a level as possible. And I also hear, though, that we are not willing to jeopardize the county's projects and that this is a best and final. And that's
right. And one more thing that I did want to ask, because I wrote it in my notes, so it is important. There was in the proposal, it said requested that somehow either keep that station or another comparable station. And I'm just curious, because of the past at a prior consolidation, what if that doesn't happen? Is there a consequence? Because that will be a big deal to the residents if a station were closed.
Yeah.
I just want to understand, can there be a consequence or?
Actually,
is
we'll
it-
let our staff answer
Is
that.
that
Yeah.
very
I think-
enforceable?
So we would ask that be written into the LAFCO approval of the project.
Okay.
And that would happen at a staff level? Yeah, I mean, it was part of the negotiations.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right.
But is that enforceable then, if it's in there as part of the agreement? I mean, I'm just want to keep it real. The past informs the present, and I just want to make sure that it's somehow enforceable.
If it is written as a condition of approval for the annexation by Placer LAFCO, it would be enforceable.
And would there be a consequence though, if for some reason they said, we're not going to do this, we're going to close the station? Is there a consequence, or is it, you get where I'm coming from, right?
that would be something we can negotiate with, at the staff level and work with LAFCO
Okay.
to be very clear, or at least clarify what the consequences would be.
Okay. I just think that's really important. Not that I'm saying the chief would do that, but you know, as with anything we've learned, if it's not in writing and enforceable, we don't know who's coming in the future and what's going to happen. And it's really critical to keep that station. So thank you for hearing that concern.
Okay, and that is condition number 4 in our proposal, right? That station, yeah, like you said, 67 or station or equivalent station will meet standards of coverage and continue to be staffed and operated at current levels of
Yeah,
service.
that's critical.
Great.
Okay. Is the board willing to consider a motion?
I would be happy to put forward a motion, see if I can nail this one. Happily, I'd like to recommend the positive merger between Meeks Bay Fire Protection with the North Tahoe Fire Protection District located in Placer County with the following 4 conditions. Number 1, a one-time lump sum payment of $992,000, which equals 3 years worth of TOT funding plus an additional $200,000 for the Meeks Bay in fiscal year 23-24. That property tax increment for each tax rate in Meeks Bay would be brought up to at least the average for all tax rate areas in North Tahoe. 3, that Meeks Bay special taxes and assessments remain at current levels for at least 5 years. And number 4, that Station 67 or a station that will meet standards of coverage will continue to be staffed and operated at current levels of service to be negotiated between county staff and LAFCO, Placer LAFCO.
Very good. All right, excellent. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it. And I just want to add, is there anything that we should do to confirm the potential extending April 1st? Or is that just direction? Or, you know, I want to make sure that this is doable.
Personally, I think this is our best and final offer. And
Okay.
so I think that's really important. We can't jeopardize
Okay.
that fund.
So you're
And
saying
so
this is it,
this is
and
it.
if it fails because it doesn't happen, then so be it, and we'll have to figure out whatever after. Okay.
That's
I
where
just
I
want
am
to make sure
aligned.
we have clarity on that.
And I think it's important for this board to be clear so that we can be efficient with this process and move things forward for the good of our residents and the process.
I just had one clarifying question. You said, you know, that the special taxes and assessments remain at current levels for 5 years. Is that the way the assessment is currently set up? Does it run beyond
No.
up to 5 years?
Yeah,
Sometimes they
I'm glad,
expire.
yeah,
right?
no, I'm glad you picked up on that. I was hoping I could slip it through, but.
I want to make sure it doesn't expire and then this is invalid.
Right, no, the point of that is to try to bring the desired revenue that Placer County has, or that Placer, that North Tahoe Fire Protection District has requested, which is somewhere around $1.3 million, closer in line with what we're offering.
Right.
So if they keep that assessment for at least 5 years, that kind of bridges,
Okay.
that brings us together. If after 5 years, they decide this is laborious or it's not necessary, or maybe they decide we really need to bring our North Tahoe residents up to this level, whatever they decide is kind of within their purview. But I felt that this, with at least a minimum of 5 years, it doesn't create a situation where they're giving up money that otherwise could have been on the table.
My point is most assessments have a sunset clause and I don't know what this one is.
This one does not.
Doesn't? It's open-ended? Okay.
Yeah, it's
that-
open-ended.
Moot point then. Thank you.
I think this is an appropriate compromise that doesn't tie their hands for the future,
Right.
but gets them over the finish line as they were wanting to be, to make sure that their foreseeable future was sustainable.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Did you second that, Supervisor Parlin?
If I didn't, I meant to. So
Okay.
a second.
All right, second. All right. Is there any further discussion? All right, great discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So best wishes for getting this done. And we're grateful we could partner with you and appreciate our staff in working through this process. So thank you all. Safe travels back to Tahoe. Yeah. All right. And so now. Oh, Chief, I believe your glasses are on the podium. Sorry. Thank you. Don't want you to go home without those.
No.
That's a long way back.
I know.
Thank you so much. All right. So now on our agenda, oh, good. We're just about 11:45. We need to break for closed session. We need to hear item 52 because of staff timeframes. So at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear we'll hear items 52, but we'll take comments on items 51 through 53 as specified on our agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. So Kim, would you open public comment up for closed session?
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we will recess to hear item 52 at least, then we'll go break for lunch. And then we will be back at 1 o'clock for open forum and the rest of our items today. So thank you for being with us and we'll see you after at 1 p.m. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you all here. Thanks for being with us. We're back for the afternoon session. And County Council, we heard item number 52. Do we have any reportable action? Closed session?
No, there is nothing to report out.
All right, thank you so much. So just like to briefly explain how this afternoon is going to work. We're first going to have open forum, which is a time for you to talk about anything that is not on our agenda this afternoon. And then we will move on to our 1:15 time allocation, which is item 50, which is the tribe and trust land. And for those of you who are new to our proceedings, when it's time to comment on the item, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on it. And we don't have a timer currently, but our clerk will alert you when we're 30 seconds to the end. And for fairness, everyone has 3 minutes to speak. And we look forward to hearing your thoughts. So with that, Kim, can you please open up open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone in the boardroom like to speak on anything not on today's agenda? Yeah, not seeing any. Oh, all right, come on down, Lars.
Good morning, board. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lars, it's in Holly Pines. And just want to, nice to see you guys. I haven't been here for a couple months. And just wanted to, 2023 was an interesting year for all of us. And 2024 is the year of his roar. Got that? I saw the roar of the oceans a couple weeks ago on the Pacific. They were roaring. And I hear people come up with different things that they believe the Lord is going to do in certain years. And but I see 24 for especially for Colorado County being, it's gonna be a great year. It's gonna be a great year. It's gonna be a challenging year. It's a year of refinement. It's a year of exposure. All evil is going to be exposed. And what I love about the word evil, you turn it around, you got live. And when you live for the truth, it sets you free. Well, let's see, how about halfway through? Okay. Oh, so I'm not going to take this, but I'm just going to read this. This is in Ezekiel 1:24. I was praying and I said, Lord, show me a sign. And he gave me this. In 24 is a year of roar. I said, if this is from you, show me a scripture in the word that has the number 24. Read Psalm 24. It says, when they moved, this is Ezekiel 1:24. When they moved, I heard the sound of their wings, like the roar of a mighty waters, like the voice of the Almighty. And a sound of commotion, like the noise of an army. When they stood still, they lowered their wings. This is going to be a challenging year for not just our county, but for California, for the United States. And I tell people, if you think the right side is going to save you, it won't. If you think the left side is going to save you, it won't. But if you keep looking up, you stay humble, and you turn to the truth will set you free. Thank you. And God bless you guys.
Thanks for being with us this afternoon. Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Can you please unmute yourself?
I certainly can. Happy New Year. Let's look forward to a better year than 2023. This is Ken Greenwood from out there at the Triple Junction. 3 minutes. Did I hear you say we're going to get a warning at 2.5? That would be really good. Just to let you know you're running out of time. Okay. The WTF ordinance, that's wireless telecommunication facilities. I'm looking at my 2 Christmas trees here And I see one that has got beautiful, and that's what's promised. And then I see one that looks like a knob sticking up the highest thing around, not set back adequately. And guess what? We've got a project just like that going on down in El Dorado Hills, at the edge of the business park, immediately adjacent to a high density residential area. It's 20 feet from the property line, if that. It's 110 feet tall or so, and it's a conifer tree down where pine trees just don't grow. It is the ugliest, it will be the ugliest thing in El Dorado Hills. It will be visible for miles around. Aesthetics, in the environmental review, they said aesthetics don't matter because it's not near a scenic byway. Well, actually, well, it isn't, but it is. And it doesn't matter. They're ugly. They're visible. They stick out. They are not hidden by this Nokia pine, as we used to call them. Anyway, it's just plain wrong. Something has to be done. We need an urgency ordinance establishing minimum fallover setbacks. Please note on this, and this is being heard before the Planning Commission. Their last meeting in December kind of left off at a stalemate, and it's going to be rescheduled for the 25th, I believe. Anyway, you guys can put a stop to these really bad projects simply by instituting an urgency ordinance.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And again, it is, they show the photo sims, and no, this is completely out of place. Yes, there are a couple of irrigated redwoods down in the landscaped area in the business park that are about 50, 60 feet tall, but this is another 50, 60 feet tall on top of that. Take a look at it. I don't have the project number right off, but it is the one that's before the Planning Commission at this time. Thank you so very much, and a Happy New Year.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Gay.
Good afternoon.
Unmute.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. I have a prepared statement from the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association. And it says, we understand that there's a history of putting land into trust for Native American tribes.
Actually,
We also,
I hate to stop you, but this is on the next agenda item. So if you could call back during that item, that'd be perfect.
thank you. I was told to call it this time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Talk soon.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, great. Thank you all. So with that, we will move on to item number 50.
Item number 50 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached comprehensive response letter that incorporates the assessed impacts if the federal government accepts the specified parcels in trust for the Shingle Springs Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians, Shingle Springs Rancheria, and 2, authorize transmittal of the letter to the BIA.
Actually, we are at 1:10, I realize, and it's a 1:15 time allocation. Do we need to wait 5 minutes? Can we? Yes. Okay. All right. We do. So hold tight on 5 minutes. Is there anything we can get done in 5 minutes? Let's see. To and from board member appointments.
46.
Budget ad hoc.
It should go quickly.
Charter, 46. Charter 504 rate increases.
Carrie's ready, or the board member appointments?
I think we could do the board member appointments.
Okay.
Let's do
Yeah,
item
that should
number
be really
49.
quick.
Yeah.
Right.
And so go ahead and read that, Kim, and then we'll talk about how we're going to do this. Stay tuned, Allison.
Item number 49 comes from the clerk of the board recommending the board make board member appointments to various boards, commissions, committees for 2024.
All right, perfect. So we are not going to go by these one by one. And what my thought is we'll just kind of go down the line. And if there are any changes that you'd like to propose, let's offer those for consideration for the board. Does that work for my colleagues?
Yep.
All right, so who would like to start?
I have no
Supervisor
proposed,
Heidel.
I have no proposed changes.
Oh, well,
I'm good
excellent.
with the assignments I have, and I'm willing to change if somebody else wants to fill in for one of those, so.
Okay, perfect.
No, I'm okay, unless you want to be on that. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm good, thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, okay.
I saw one, it's just kind of a thing we missed, I think, with the Golden State Connect Authority. We have Supervisor Thomas as the alternate, yet Supervisor Turnbull is the alternate for the other RCRC, and these are all connected, so these ones are easy to miss. I'm thinking we should change that to Supervisor Turnbull also.
That was on my note to do. So Supervisor Turnbull, would you be willing to accept
Yes,
that because
please.
it's connected to RCRC?
Yeah.
Great,
definitely.
perfect. I will void my seat for yours. Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Yes, I do have one request that I would like to ask for my colleagues to consider. In addition to all of the South Lake Tahoe specific boards, which I'm happy to continue forward with, it came to my attention recently that the Transit Authority for El Dorado Transit Authority, has some transit opportunities that run through District 5. And yet, you know, I'm not one of the representatives on the board. This is something that I'm really interested in pursuing, as we have no transit for locals from El Dorado Transit Authority in District 5, although the buses run right through our jurisdiction. So I'd like to have some influence on that. If anybody who's currently on that authority would like to allow me to take their seat, that would be great. There also is the option that I could work through any one of the three of you. If all of you have a preference to stay on the board, I could figure out an alternate route as well.
I love that idea.
Okay.
And I am happy to give up my alternate seat if a member of that transit authority would like to vacate their seat for Supervisor Lane and take my alternate position. So I think that's a wonderful idea to coordinate with the basin, recognizing that transit does tie in with the basin, and recognizing that there's a lot of focus from our state on funding transit opportunities, as well as there's some unique funding increases this year that transit could increase opportunities on. So I love that. Would any member be willing to give up their seat on the transit board?
No, not me.
I think I can accommodate that request, probably the easiest. I think out of all the districts, District 4 has the least potential for transit. And if I would just appreciate Supervisor Lane, perhaps if you see anything on the agenda, and I'll take the alternate seat if you're okay with that. Try to keep up on the agendas. And then if I have anything, I'll interject or somehow, make comment or something. But truly, District 4 has the least opportunity other than the on demand, which I think the studies are going to show that's our path forward. So I think that should work.
That would be great. And if you're okay with that, maybe we could meet on a regular basis once every 6 weeks or so and just kind of talk about what's
that's a
going
good
on,
idea.
and we can make sure we're aligned.
Perfect.
Okay,
I like it.
Excellent.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Very good. So Kim, do you have those changes? Okay, excellent. Very good. I think that'll work well. And I just want to acknowledge everyone's hard work this last year on all these boards. It is so important for us to have the voice of El Dorado County on these regional boards and local boards. So thank you all for your dedicated service, and look forward to another good year. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on item number 49.
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone would like to weigh in on our board appointments? I'm not seeing a mad rush, Kim, so let's go online.
Now taking public participation from our online. Now taking public comment from 390.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Kim Greenwood here. Supervisor Lane, that is a great idea, because there is opportunities that are currently being used along that area within the district, and it is basically an underserved area at this time. So I think it would be a good thing. Thank you.
Great, very good. Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
I did refer to the criteria for transit authority, and it looks like we would have to change that because it clearly states it's a joint exercise of powers to provide and maintain a public transportation system within the western slope of the county, including the city, which I assume means Placerville. So it seems like that.
So that means
scope would
I have to stop the
change.
El Dorado bus.
I don't
It
know.
should not be able to enter into our.
She also
territory.
represents a
Public
West
Pines,
Slope.
Public Pines, right? Yeah, right. So
No, it
yeah.
comes all the way to Tahoe twice a day.
The big line.
I'm not against it. I just want to make sure that if we need to adjust something in here, the way this is defined, that we do it appropriately.
How
That's
about
all.
if we do this and then at the next meeting, we'll just have, our executive director clarify it. And if we have to change it back, we will. But I think it makes sense that
do too.
that big long line
Yeah.
is huge and we want to make the most of it. So you guys can beg forgiveness at the next meeting.
Make
I like
any
it.
adjustments as necessary. Okay, sounds good. So is that a motion?
Yes.
So,
let's make it so.
actually, Kim, do you want to, well, I think we're clear on what we're doing, that we are substituting Supervisor Parlin for Supervisor Lane on the Transit Authority, and Supervisor Parlin is taking my alternate position on the Transit Authority, and we are substituting from the Golden State Connect Authority joint exercise of powers, substituting Supervisor Thomas for Supervisor Turnbull to be consistent with the RCRC representation. So, all right, so with that,
Move.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved unanimously, and it's 116, 117, so not bad. All right, now we will move on to our 115 time allocation. No, I think we're good. You've read it into the record, and now we're ready for our staff presentation on this item. Welcome back, Allison.
Thanks. Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. So this item is our letter to response letter to the BIA for fee to trust applications 40317 and 40447. We were granted a comment period extension from the BIA to 1/12/24, so we have until this Thursday to respond. The comment period is for local and state governments to provide possible impacts of placing the land in a trust, and it's purely comment based. It's not our approval or denial of the application. The county does not have decision-making authority in the land being placed in a trust. And so the two applications are 21 parcels in total between them. 19 are proposed for tribal housing, and 2 are proposed for an event center in application 40317. The BIA requests that we provide information on the property tax impact, which we've determined would be pretty minimal to the county at about $45,000 for both applications. Special assessments impact would be also minimal. Government services provided. Currently, there's law enforcement services, road maintenance on Green Valley, health and ambulance services, and land use services provided to these parcels. We received, the sheriff's office responded about their impact to services, and without knowing, exactly what is being proposed on the land parcels, they said they could see additional calls for service to the housing, but more calls for service if there is an event center. But it would be difficult to tell at this early stage. There's, BIA also asked about zoning consistency, and the tribal housing we have found is consistent with the current zoning, and the county is supportive of that use. The event center, though, is not consistent with the residential zoning, and we have expressed in our letter that we are not supportive of the use of the parcels for economic development activities. We have also encouraged the tribe to engage the neighboring residents as part of the good neighbor policy. And they did submit a comment letter this morning to our letter. So.
Excellent. Does anyone have any comments on this item?
Yes. So I thought it would be good for me to back things up just a wee bit because the fee to trust process is, we don't see it very often. It's not explained very well anywhere. And there is a lot of public interest. So if I could take a few minutes to kind of walk through a few things on this, I
think that would be
appreciate
great. Most appropriate.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So what I did do after the county, we sent out and approved our last comment letter on those 3 small parcels over near Green Valley Road. And then the public concern started growing, and I realized that, you know, we don't do the fee to trust very often. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, federal government, actually is the decision maker. And they are not required to reach out to the public. And the tribe is not either. And therefore, there was a lot of questions and confusion about what was really going on. So I worked with Allison, and we got from the BIA, we were told that we could collect comments from the public and attach those to our comment letter. Again, recognizing they're just comments on the project and what's being proposed. And so I put it in my newsletter December 22nd to the community so that they would understand the process a little bit better and understand that the county is not a decision maker, which, you know, it's confusing. It's not like any other project. So as you've probably seen, we've gotten quite a few comment letters. And then Allison and staff did draft a letter from the board, from the county to the BIA. And then we will attach all of the comment letters received from the public. In the meantime, I think the tribe, well, there were phone calls made all over the place. There was a lot of, you know, questions and concerns. And so the tribe understood there was a lack of clarification on what they were actually planning. So the tribe did reach out to the CEO's office, I believe it was, and asked for a meeting to walk through some of these questions that were coming up in the public's letters and even the board's draft letter. And so we just had that meeting just yesterday. And I was able to sit in on that and ask questions. So as a result of that meeting yesterday, we did ask the tribe if they would put these clarifying statements they made to us in this meeting. I was like, I didn't feel comfortable paraphrasing their words because you know how that goes. And so they did pull together a clarifying letter. We just received it this morning. It is attached to our Legistar item for the public. And I thought if everybody was okay with it, because it might change your comments a little bit when you come to the podium, I thought if I could highlight a few of the big questions that are answered in this letter for everyone really quick, it might be a little bit helpful because like I said, we just got this. So I'll just, this is from the tribe. And again, it'll be, and I'm thinking I'll publish this in my newsletter also, just to help get it out to everyone so they can see for transparency. So in here, they have the opening paragraph. They specifically have a section in here about the event center, because quite honestly, we didn't even know if it was proposed to be an open event center, which was very concerning, or a closed one. And in fact, they're saying that if they do the event center, and this is all conceptual, by the way, no set plans, that was made very clear, but this is what they're thinking of doing. It would be an enclosed facility. It would be accessed through the current Highway 50 ingress egress, not through, and I'm going to say North Buckeye, that's the neighborhood next door. So if I say North Buckeye, I mean the neighborhood next door. It would not be accessed through the North Buckeye road system. So they would make it so that it would be accessed through the casino entrance That was a big question that a lot of people had, including myself. There would be no gaming activities at the event center. And then there's another section on here about the North Buckeye Road system, because that's a private road association. And so the tribe is proposing to build their own road system to access the homes in there. So they won't be using the North Buckeye Road Association road system. And the construction would also not use the Buckeye Road system, so it won't impact that. And that won't happen until, of course, these parcels are taken into trust, because that will allow that path for them to do that and access their own road system and their own homes in there. And then the current residents, tribal members that are North Buckeye residents, of course, will still be able to use the North Buckeye Road system also. Housing density was a big question that we were all hearing. There's no intention to develop high density housing or apartments on these parcels. Rather, they're actually proposing to do minimum size of 1 acre usable land. And you all know the topography there, so there'll probably be bigger parcels to accommodate 1 acre of usable land per home for the tribal members. Another thing here was, they're also looking at all your public comment letters, which since we're submitting them, they will also see them through there. And then another piece of information that we got confirmation, and it's in this letter, is that if they do follow through with this event center plan, there will be a tribal environmental impact report, a TEER. So that is another opportunity for the county to submit comments on potential impacts that might happen off the rancheria. And so there will be another opportunity for comments. And I'm guessing we could again collect those comments, council. Yeah. So again, I'm going to kind of suggest you guys get on my newsletter. If you're not, I will do my best to keep you informed. And then finally, it says here, we're always open to present our development plans to the North Buckeye Road Association membership and local partners. While we cannot guarantee that we will incorporate all feedback that they provide, we are always open to listening. So at our meeting yesterday, I did ask if they consider having some type of an open house and share their plans, because I just think that this lack of clarity in sharing information has just really created a lot of tensions that weren't necessary and maybe could have been avoided. So we're working on that, trying to have some kind of an open house meeting or something so that they can share plans and you guys can provide your questions and thoughts. Doesn't mean they're going to do them, but at least they're going to hear them and they can explain their plans. So, and then as far as the location of the event center, and it's in this letter here too, they were trying to put it attached to the casino. But their engineers said that it just wasn't going to be possible with the layout of the hotel, the parking garage, and all that. I did ask if they could revisit that. They said they would try to, but at this time, that's why those 2 parcels you've all seen in the map are being proposed. But again, they won't be, there'll be access through the casino road system off the freeway. So that's what they're proposing right now. And trying to think if there was anything else. And then the county has a draft letter. I think everybody's seen it. I think it actually incorporated a lot of these same concerns. And so I think that's where we are right now. Trying to think, CAO, did you have anything else to add? Oh, there was a video link also to a recent KCRA news story that kind of covered the proposed plans for tribal housing over there. I'll include the link to that KCRA news story also in my newsletter for you. But it just kind of gave an example. They walked through some of the models of what they are building so you can get an idea. It doesn't mean the new housing they build will be exactly like that, but it'll be similar so that some of those concerns about the high density stuff can kind of be put to rest. That's not their goal at all. So I'll include that link also. We got that. I think that was about it. Okay.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion at this point before we open it up to public comment?
Not at this time.
All right, excellent. Kim, let's go ahead and open this item up, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
We're glad you're here. We welcome your comments this time. Come on down to the podium. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Wilson, and I represent the North Buckeye Rancheros Homeowners Association. And I understand that I have 5 minutes. because
You have
I'm
three.
the-
Actually, we have 3 minutes for everyone.
I'm sorry.
We do have,
Even though I'm an association?
Yes,
Doesn't matter.
we don't
Well,
do that
This goes
anymore.
5. Can I do the association and myself and just run them together?
Everyone gets 3 minutes. I'm so sorry, so everyone can be heard.
I'm going to struggle with this, but this is going to go fast. All right. First, let me say that neither the board nor any of our members were notified of the MEWOC proposal at this meeting. So we'd like to request in the future that we be notified of all meetings, all proceedings involving affected properties within North Buckeye Rancheros, please. Let's see if I can cool this down a little bit. So we've provided a map. And I'm just going to go off my letter because what strikes me as the important part of this whole thing, of what I've heard so far, is that the tribe would like to put parcels, did you get the maps?
Yes, we did.
Distribute
We
them?
have it.
So they would like to put some parcels that are within Buckeye Rancheros into trust. And they would like to have roadways from the tribe, from the reservation to those properties. They also would like the people who are within Buckeye Rancheros to use Buckeye Rancheros roads. It can't work. It doesn't go both ways. We can't give easements and the property owners can't give easements to their properties or across their properties. This has been litigated in 1990, decided in 1997 and 1999, if I'm not mistaken. So we have issue with putting these properties into trust. What does that mean for us? What do we do? How do we find out? In practical terms, what does it mean to Buckeye Rancheros to have some of its properties brought into trust? Does that mean that the properties in trust no longer belong to the association? Some of the proposed properties in trust have no access to their properties except across North Buckeye Rancheros roads. North Buckeye Rancheros or its owners cannot grant an easement.
30
to
seconds
access.
remaining.
Looking at the pattern of tribal ownership, it is reasonable to assume that the tribe will continue to purchase properties within Buckeye Rancheros and will occasionally request those properties be brought into trust for the tribe. We struggle every year to finance the maintenance of our roads with all the dues we currently collect. The loss of revenue from tribal parcels would be a financial blow. As more properties are brought into trust, the financial burden on remaining NBROA properties in members increases.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments and the visuals. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Come on down.
Hi.
Appreciate your communication, all this. My name is Lance Velasco. Just read my letter, basically. Dear Miss Amy Duchke and other concerned parties, we are property owners with land immediately in the vicinity of property purchased by the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, otherwise known as the tribe. We strongly oppose the approval of the non-gaming land acquisition application case 42719, first one, 40317, and 40447. Most specifically, we are concerned and object to the proposal of an event center in the residential neighborhood known as North Buckeye Rancheros. In March of 2021, my family and I purchased and moved into our now home adjacent to the subject parcels. We moved here from Sacramento to escape the overcrowded, congested town that was becoming impacted with homeless and crime. It was not the place we wanted to raise our children. The rural environment of Shingle Springs, surrounded by like-minded families and just 2 miles from the elementary school, is exactly what we wanted. Shortly after moving in, construction of a multi-story hotel began and our hearts sunk. We were aware of the windowless building behind the trees known as the casino, but we were never made aware of the giant construction project about to begin. All of our efforts to understand how this could have happened led us to see that the project was approved long ago and there was nothing we could do about it. The value and potential resale of what we thought was our forever home is now ruined. Instead of trees, we now see hundreds of windows that reflect a laser-like beam of light across our neighborhood, reminding us of the unforgettable mistake we made becoming a neighbor of the tribe. On September 19th, 2023, the tribe arbitrarily changed the use of the remaining 2 of the 24 parcels included in all the land acquisition applications from housing to economic development. This use is unacceptable and is contrary to the tribe's intentions of upholding their good neighbor policy. The casino, hotel, event center, and other commercial enterprises immediately adjacent to our residential neighborhood is not the vision or expectation any of us moved into this community to see or listen to in our homes. I request any economic development should remain on land already identified for this use within the existing rancheria. On January 23rd, 1998, after submitting a misleading environmental document to the BLM, Shingle Springs Rancheria sued its neighbors to the east in an unsuccessful attempt to gain access to the private roads of the neighborhood. No access was ever obtained. Some of the parcels are included in the application have no direct access to the current tribe property and would need to use neighborhood roads. If the parcels included in the above applications are placed in trust, they will no longer be obligated to pay the annual members' fees used to maintain the roads. All county zoning requirements will be null and void. More unknown factors, including CC&Rs and easements, remain.
30 seconds remaining.
Compliance regarding non-residential use and the reference legal history be included as a requirement in any document or other action granting trust status to the subject parcels. In summary, we do not need further divisions amongst the people of this country. We welcome the tribe members to join our neighborhood, to raise their children, show pride in their property, and utilize the land as it's intended. We encourage our neighbors to connect, participate in our neighborhood festivities, enjoy the country, listen to the kids play, tend to your animals, wave to your neighbors. Your actions can help unite the people for the
3
benefit of all.
minutes.
Thank you for considering our request.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing your letter with us. Good afternoon, Laurel.
Laurel Brimpum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, and also speaking on behalf of the El Dorado Hills Chamber. We did testify kind of prematurely when another similar agenda item was on your agenda, that we recognize that there is a super need for an event center. So we were excited and encouraged about the possibility of bringing an event center to El Dorado County. We believe it will be a great economic boom. We also recognize and sympathize with the concerns of the community. But I do want to say that I'm very, very encouraged by the fact that the tribe is reaching out, and thank you, Supervisor Carlin, for the efforts that you're making to keep that communication open. I think that the folks here today have the opportunity to share their concerns, and hopefully that open house, if there's any way that we as chambers can help to facilitate any of that, we're here to do that. But again, to recognize that an event center is a big need for our community. It would be just a big boon. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item?
Tim, you can come on up here and be ready.
Yeah, feel free to line up.
You're a pro, you know what to do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Freer. I've been a resident of El Dorado County for 35 years and in North Buckeye Rancheros for 24 years. I've been on the board a number of times, totaling over 14 years. I'm opposed to the tribe's efforts to remove the parcels from within our association. My concerns are that when they're removed, they are no longer within the jurisdiction of the state of California or county ordinances. I heard you speak about density. You already said the tribe's talking about placing people on houses in there with 1 acre parcels. That's 5 to 10 times the zoned density that currently exists. There's no provision how they're going to get to there. They talk about building these roads on the reservation. Currently, right now, multiple properties are landlocked. They can't build a road because there's a steep embankment between those properties and their roads access. If they continue to use our roads after the tribe accepts them into trust, who's going to pay for it? If they're in trust, that means we get no maintenance fees. The actual roads are built on easements where the road is owned halfway to the middle by the property owner. If they take that road and put it into trust, does that mean we got to take our road now and move it out of that because it's on tribal land? There's no answer for that. It's concerning the good neighbor policy. The tribe is a member of our association. They have not made any efforts to communicate with us in any way. There's additional 5 properties. If you look at your map, there's a parcels marked SSMT. Those are owned by the tribe now. Those aren't being discussed in any of the current proposals, but as you can see, they own a large percentage of our tribe, of our association, 14% The whole process doesn't consider any of the concerns of their neighbors, period. They don't care. It's demonstrated, as one of the previous speakers talked about, was the light being bounced off the windows into his property. They don't care.
30 seconds remaining.
My point is, the tribe is not a good neighbor. And that this proposal is inconsistent with the reason that we live in El Dorado County and why we live in North Buckeye. And I think that the board should appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And actually, if we discourage actually any exampled expressions of a support or denial. We want all voices to feel heard in here, so please refrain from clapping. So thank you so much. All right. Please come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tim Costello, Shingle Springs. I live a couple of miles away from the casino, so I don't live in that neighborhood nearby. Just a couple of comments. The whole feed of trust issue or system is problematic, I think. I couldn't find any criteria where an application would be denied. Okay, and in fact, the only information the BIA asks for officially, I guess, is impacts to the local government, county or state, I guess, on fees or property taxes. And so they don't even have an obligation to review public comments. And when they ask for information on, the tax hit to the county or other assessments that the county may be missing out on, I didn't see any criteria, above which they deny the application. So I read the county's letter, and it's excellent. I really think it's good, but I don't see where the Bureau of Indian Affairs is going to take that and compare it to a criteria and say, application denied or application accepted. I came across this paper from Pepperdine Law Review back in 2012, Extreme Rubber Stamping the Feed of Trust Process of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. And they say that this whole system is a rubber stamp, 100% approval, at least back in 2012. So I know this is an uphill fight. So I just wanted to mention that. And then secondly, taking a look at the map on the parcels that the tribe has requested to put into trust, it does look strategic to me how the parcels are aligned, at least a lot of them up to Green Valley Road. And that led me to a concern about if they were going to access the casino or the event center off of Green Valley or off of Shingle Springs Drive as well. And then Laura, you mentioned that the tribe is in fact going to doze a road up to Green Valley through these parcels apparently, and that's problematic. I think it's troublesome. I really like the idea of limiting access to their overpass off of 50, so the community here isn't burdened by a commercial, essentially commercial use, right? A road with a bunch of traffic coming in on Friday or Saturday nights or whatever the event center is.
30 seconds remaining.
Is doing their thing. So Which begs the question, what's the end game here? This isn't the end, probably. I mean, what is the intention of the tribe? Big picture. I'm not against them doing feed of trust for residential land use, that's fine. But if we can guarantee or get a guarantee that in fact that's what they're going to do, that'd be good, because as we all know, the land for the gun range they had and for the gas station was put into trust. It was either
3 minutes.
it wasn't for those uses.
Thank you for your
Okay,
comments.
thanks.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else? Hi, good afternoon.
I'm Julie LaChapelle, a neighbor of Lance on Allen Court. It's disgusting to have a casino built in our neighborhood to begin with. We were against it. We fought it. I think the government has really damaged us in so many ways by approving that. Then the stinking hotel, how dare they? Windows, 5-story hotel, windows looking down on all of our properties, looking at us, what we're doing. We moved up here to be in the country away from all the junk that's going on in Sacramento. And when we moved there, which was 47 years ago, the Indians that lived there were the Miwoks. That was the Miwoks reservation. And from my understanding, they still have paperwork stating it's their reservation. Why do these people, and from what let me see, the term that's used is a loose band of Indians. They weren't. The Miwoks are an indigenous group of Indians here in our county since the 1800s. These guys came up in the 1980s. And they're from Sacramento. They still have claims in Sacramento. They just bought a building in Sacramento. I feel they don't tell the truth. Every piece of property they want to put in the trust is for homes for their tribal members. Doesn't happen. And it hasn't happened. And for heaven's sakes, you have a gun range right off of Highway 50, a school down the street, a church down the street, right there near it. Once they get this property into their trust, they do what they want. They don't care about any of us. They don't care about their lives or what they do. This is in our association. All of these properties need to remain in our association, out of the trust. They belong to us. How can anybody think it's okay to go over to a neighbor's property and say, I want to take that. I want
30
to
seconds
buy that."
remaining.
And did you say?
30 seconds.
Okay. And then buy your property and then later, well, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. You disturbed me. But I hope you understand what this is doing to us. 47 years here in the country to have this group of Indians come in, set themselves up to just take over, ignore the neighbors, don't work with the neighbors.
3 minutes.
They're telling you they are, they aren't.
Thanks,
Don't do
thanks
it.
for your
Don't
comments.
approve it.
Thanks for your comments. And once again, we do not have the approval or denial authority, but I understand your comments. Yeah. That's- right. Who else would like to speak on this? Good afternoon.
Ron Eklund. I'm probably one of the most vulnerable people to this. I live directly across the street from Mr. Pettibone. And I have no reason why that we should ever trust this tribe at any time. We've been through this for 20 years now. The watch commander at the sheriff's department would no longer send an officer out because I complained about the wood chippers and the diesels running full blast at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I have a lot to lose. I've got 680 feet right across the front. There's if they want to be good neighbors, they were always reparations. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, Susan Kohler. I am also a resident of Buckeye Rancheros. I have a great view of the casino, the hotel, et cetera, et cetera. I was going to give a little speech here and had a lot of concerns, but after hearing what the board has informed us, that we really don't, it seems to me like we're sort of wasting our time here because the board has no decision on what the Indian tribe will do or can do. And so my question is, why are we even here? We're just sort of giving, the board is giving us, not the board, but the Miwok tribe, so they call it, they are in a way trying to placate us, meaning, oh, okay, we want to hear all your comments and we're going to work with you. Of course, we know that that's not true. So what is the purpose of this meeting at all, other than us just being frustrated and letting us know how frustrated we are to the board? What else can we do? That's my question.
We'll get that answered once public comment is done. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate hear your concerns. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Jason Fries. I have a few thoughts on this. I'd love it if we could work in good faith together. That doesn't seem to be happening so far. Maybe things changed yesterday. But in light of current circumstances, I would really appreciate it if there was a water safety study done prior to this going through. We live on well water, and if there is a bunch of new water being dumped into our system, we need to know if we can drink it. Secondly, we need binding rules and regulations that allow us to continue to access Shingle Springs Drive and continue to make it part of North Buckeye Rancheros and not accessible for the casino or the event center or anything like that. I'm glad that they said that that's their intention. I know their intentions have changed in the past, and I'm very concerned that once this goes through, their intentions will change again and our community will be greatly impacted by that. Secondly, they are essentially buying roads maintained by our nonprofit. There should be some sort of compensation if they're purchasing our roads. So there should be some sort of compensation as they buy roads owned by the nonprofit, North Buckeye Rancheros Association. Secondly, or another thing is some lots in 4447 are actually not contiguous with the tribe, and there's supposed to be a separate application for non-contiguous parcels. So we could potentially include something in a letter that addresses the fact that these parcels are not contiguous and therefore need to be on a separate fee to trust application with a much lower chance of being accepted because they are not contiguous. There are also examples if the roads were to be taken into trust somehow of House Resolution 3522 from 2008, where roads were taken out of trust and put back into local control for the surrounding community. So we could begin to think about options like that. And the one thing that the board can do if they truly oppose this, or if the tribe says they're going to build housing and then changes their mind again and build something else, is we could petition Congress to take the land out of trust. That is one thing that the board could potentially do. Congress has the authority to remove land from trust. Additionally, some things, if there is not good faith negotiations on these sorts of things, I suppose, though I don't know exactly how this would work, but the county board of supervisors could write a letter to Governor Newsom and the Stop the Hate board that he is appointed for the state, and ask that Regina Queller be asked to step down from that board, because she is obviously creating a backlash within our community that seems to go against the idea of stopping hate between communities. And so that is something that potentially could happen. I also understand that if areas are incorporated, there is less ability for things to be taken in a fee to trust process. I'm not necessarily for incorporation in general, But if that is what is necessary to sort of preserve our community, I think that's something that we should look into.
3 minutes.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so let's go online, Kim.
I'm now taking public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please come on down. Welcome.
Morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Pam Walton. I've been a resident of North Buckeye Rancheros for 47 years. 500 people approximately live on Shingle Springs Drive and the surrounding areas. Children and adults are my neighbors, and many of them living on Shingle Springs Drive would be directly impacted by changing 2 parcels to RE5, from RE5 to economic development. It's not consistent with the current zoning. I read the letters, and I think you might have read the letters. How many have been sent in? I heard it was around 600. The Board of Supervisors, I've read their letters to you and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they have many valid comments that need to be addressed. But I agree with someone saying, what difference does it make? It won't make any difference to us. You're just going to hear our grievances. But for the Indians, they don't care. They'll do what they want to do. I thought for a moment I'd just give you a little review of our area, because there's been many changes. We've had very narrow, and they're still narrow, dirt and rock roads that are now narrow paved roads. We've had necessary improvements to improve our quality of life and safety. Bumps, speed limits. We've seen people in our association make shortcuts from North Shingle to Highway 50, or from Highway 50 to Green Valley, with little regard for the adults and the children and the animals that walk our roads. Irresponsible drivers who can't yet navigate the turns on our roads and end up off to the side or down an embankment. Years ago, it was necessary to gate our roads from Highway 50 to Shingle Springs Drive to Green Valley, Tennessee to North Shingle. And that was done to prevent accidents, or help prevent accidents and people running off the roads. Our association has grown throughout the years. Homeowners have invested millions of dollars to secure a friendly, family, safe area to raise their children. Many of those children walk Shingle Springs Drive to the bus stop.
30 seconds remaining.
With the zoning change, this would affect a safety would create a safety hazard. I too wonder why we weren't notified, but knowing the tribe, as I've worked against them for many years, it doesn't make any difference whether we do it or not. I would be interested to see how they're going to manage to get a drive not using our roads off of Highway 50, unless they come through the casino somehow.
3 minutes.
I'm requesting that
Thanks
the
for your
proposed
comments.
changes in zoning be denied due to the unsafe conditions that would be created for families and
I need
friends
to-
who live, walk, and travel on Shingle Springs Drive.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Wells. I'm also a resident of North Buckeye Rancheros for 47 years. My parents moved me up from Southern California to get me away from bad neighbors. A bad neighbor would be the definition of tribal members coming onto your locked and gated property and refusing to leave after you've told them they're trespassing. A bad neighbor would be tribal members in marked units driving down your private roads, running people off the road, and your local law enforcement not addressing it. A bad neighbor would be your tribal members in marked units blocking your neighbor's driveway so they can't get up there. And lastly, a bad neighbor would come into your road association meeting advising you that you've been outsourced to them with the approval of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office to contact them if there's a crime committed. They will address it. They will investigate it. And they have the approval from the Sheriff's Office, which isn't true. That's a definition of a bad neighbor. This is what we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Hi, welcome.
His 3 minutes as well.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Hi, my name is Laura Fries. I grew up in El Dorado County and then moved down to Southern California for the last 10 years or so, started a family. And even before I had kids, dreamed of bringing them back up here to raise them in a natural environment, away from the crowds, getting to explore the outdoors like I grew up doing. And that dream is realized, but also in jeopardy, it seems. We talked about the need for economic development in the county. I don't want to see that economic boom in my backyard. You know, that can help it happen elsewhere. And I just, the thought of raising these guys in a lot of traffic on a busy street where we currently enjoy walking, and seeing a giant building bringing who knows how many people to our neighborhood, dealing with that traffic, it's not what we envisioned when we moved up here. And again, I know you guys don't have the power to approve or deny that decision, but anything that is within your power, please take those steps. Imagine if this was going up in your neighborhood, what you would think of that, right? Not in my backyard, please. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And your children are beautiful. Anyone else? The room? All right, Kim, let's go ahead and go on to our online callers.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Gay.
Welcome back, Gay. Thanks for calling back.
Thank you. Once again, I have a prepared statement from the El Dorado County Taxpayers Association. We understand that there's a history of putting land into trust for Native American tribes. We also understand that this board is not the final decision maker on this. However, we oppose putting land into an existing subdivision into trust, especially where there is an HOA where the landowners pay for benefits. It would significantly harm other property owners in the subdivision. In your comments to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, please include potential negative impacts on other surrounding property values, not just the loss of tax revenue from the specific parcels proposed to go into the trust. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your statement. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Now taking public comment from Katie Rhodes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Rhodes, and I am a resident of Nobra since 2014. I am also a local educator right there in the Placerville Union School District, and I definitely oppose this event center. These speakers that are coming to you in person right now are my neighbors. They become my family. We moved to Nobra because of these wonderful neighbors. When we put an event center on our roads, we are jeopardizing that community-based feel of our rural community. Rural, when you look it up on a National Geographic website, means that it is land that is not dense in population. When we bring an event center to our rural community, we are bringing crime. We are bringing bad things happening to our community. And what makes me really sad, what I'm hearing from the board right now, is I'm pretty sure you all are appointed as El Dorado County residents. And as a teacher,
that speaks on standards for local, state, and federal governments teaching third graders. It is going to be very sad if I have to report to them that our local government is not taking care of their residents. I would really, really appreciate if you guys, in any power that you might have, help us deny these cases.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Poppy Phillips.
Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. I am a North Buckeye resident. I live probably a football field away from the proposed event center. And I bought my property in 2021. My realtor did tell me there was going to be a small hotel built. And I've found out from a friend of our friend on the original blueprints that this hotel was half the size than it is now. So the original hotel was supposed to be a lot smaller, which makes me concerned. I did also wonder how they are going to pay for this event facility. Are they going to use their Indian Housing Block Grant funding? If they are for a residential aspect, then that's our taxpayers going to their commercial property on a residential land. And I think that's inappropriate use of funds. So I would like to know what sort of funding they have for this kind of vision and venue. Plus, I am a survivor of a domestic violence situation. I moved here for protection. I moved here to be in a gate-guarded community, and my own property has a gate. There was a restraining order against my ex, and the fact that there's going to be an event center proposed with alcohol and drugs is not exciting news for me, as well as everybody else here. We can't guarantee that people who are partying aren't going to twack out and run up and down the roads. Apparently, it has happened in the past. So our safety is a concern. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Welcome back.
Hi there, Ken Greenwood here, District 532. This has been an interesting spectator sport for the 32 years I've lived here. Started with the inflatable so many years ago, for those of you who remember that. And it just is incrementalism at its finest. It's kind of our karma for our treatment in the past, but here we are in the future, or here we are discussing the future, and we are in the present. Anyway, yeah, I know there's not little if nothing, and I hope there's a clear or some clarification on that in the presentation after the hearing. But it is an interesting thing to watch, and it's very frustrating. I know several people who do live in that area, particularly, anyway, it's just really sad that this continues to go on, but not much we can do about it. And yeah, I would hope that the tribe tries to be as good a neighbor as it can, but generally it hasn't panned out that way. Anyway, just observations, and again, having watched it for well over 32 years, it has been interesting. Whatever can be done to protect the interests of the people who live nearby and the county in general, that would be whatever you can do as a board, please do so. If you can't, make it clear that you can't. Thank you.
Thanks for your observations.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sue Taylor. My point always goes back to wanting a strong letter from the county that we don't approve this land of trust, because it just seems like it's just spreading out. And when you create such a diversity, a conflict, you're creating conflict of interest between the tribes and the communities by having you have a sovereign nation within our El Dorado County community, which has not always historically been friendly to our communities. So historically, the leaders and residents of this county, has fought to retain the rural sense of place, ironically similar to what and how Native Americans would have seen this county stay. And now we have, similar to the true indigenous tribes of this actual county. What we've seen is a tribe that's not native to our county, was at one time, I'm kind of off because I just read your letter. I was going to complain about not being strong enough, but I do have to say I appreciate that you did include there that you oppose the action to turn part of that into an event center. So I do appreciate that you added that to the letter. But I want to say that there's no need for this trust. The state allowed reservations to go into tribal sovereignty, and they build a casino. The casino has given them an enormous amount of money to buy up properties. They can have those properties and afford to build houses and live under the county policies, and they don't need this. And it becomes almost, when you hear the neighbors saying they're being bullied because they don't have to follow the same laws that the people in the county have to follow. And you're continuing with those policies. If I just want to see a strong message from the county that this is very adversarial to our county, our community, by continuing with this practice. And you should also mention that when the chamber steps up in support of these projects, it's because the tribe is a member of the
30 seconds
chamber.
remaining.
And the chamber spends a lot of their time with the tribe. So I would just ask that you not tell the people that we have no say, because that's what our government was built on, was the people having a say. And I would encourage that community to continue lobbying your state and federal representatives that are McClintock in the past has supported these projects. I would get to his office and ask for his non-support.
minutes.
So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Jennifer Murphy.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your time today, board. I'd like to read some notes I prepared and to thank my neighbors, including Lance Nolasco, for his articulate letter, which I hope to enhance. First, I'd like to acknowledge the land in our county that was originally that of the tribe and for which we as a community fight to keep consistent with how the Nisenan people lived. This is a complicated issue, and it seems we have no venue to truly voice our concerns, so I address this to the BIA. Removing the parcels from the county roll and into trust voids all county and state laws and regulations. This is unacceptable to the residents of this community and county as a rural community, as it creates a blank slate and a free pass for development without local consideration. The need for the trust is not requisite for the tribe's progress, and the trust encompassment of this land fuels our divide. I appreciate that the El Dorado Hills Chamber is excited about the prospect and you feel encouraged by their endorsement. However, I ask their representative and for you to respectfully consider that El Dorado Hills is not Shingle Springs. They are not the neighbors of the tribe, and it sickens me to consider that I would have an event center down the street that we drive into our neighborhood on. The financial boon of the county does not mean that I as a resident should be void and removed of the entitlements I have to rural living as outlined in our codes and regulations for the county. The surrounding residents in this community do not support this. History has shown that the tribe has not acted as a good neighbor. The gas station was supposed to be housing and was changed to economic development to include a gas station. I encourage those who are not familiar to remember that they also plan to put fast food in those lands that are adjacent there, and that is something that we've still yet to address. The parcels being changed to economic development is precedent setting, and it leaves a path without end in sight for the non-tribe residents. 1-acre parcels will amplify the density of our housing tenfold and are not consistent with current zoning. Bringing parcels into trust removes an effective collaboration between the tribe and our neighbors. There's no legal guarantee or recourse to ensure our standard of living will not change without the trust, without the land staying as it is. I've written a letter with numerous questions that are not answered by any stretch of my imagination in attending today's meeting. The eyesore and undesirable event center being our neighbor, plain and simply, is unacceptable. Our freeways can barely handle Friday traffic to Tahoe. Can you imagine sitting in traffic just to get home because the tribe has an event center, which is not the wish of the neighbors? People already pull off Shingle Springs Drive, sit on the exit, or right outside. It's an accident waiting to happen. No one uses the park and ride. We don't need increased drunken driving. We don't need noise in our neighborhood. How will this impact the well-being of the tribal members, knowing that alcoholism is an issue in their community already with missing and murdered Indigenous women? Is it what the tribe wants? Is it what the resident wants? Let's ask those questions. Our county prides itself on rural estate, and this economic development will be the ruin of our rural country living.
Thanks so much for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Really appreciate you all being here, and engaging, and sharing what your reality is as neighbors. And really appreciate Supervisor Parlin for, you're continuing to dig into this to bridge the gap of communication, and to work with our staff to see what we can do within our control. We hear your frustration. And I so appreciate too that your well-written letters will be attached to our submission to the BIA, which I think that's really important for the decision makers to hear your unfiltered and unadulterated voice loud and clear. And so I appreciate that you helped facilitate that, Supervisor Parlin. I did hear several questions. There were a lot of concerns, and I rightly so, raised regarding removing local roads potentially from the HOA and taking away potential revenue sources for the maintenance and repair of Shingle Springs Drive. Is there any opportunity to engage with the BIA on that issue? Because I could go back and read the letter right now, but it's a little hard during a board meeting. But I understand that that by removing potential land in a current HOA into a trust will have potential impacts to neighbors and revenue for the maintenance and repair of those roads.
If that's something you want included in the letter, I can definitely update.
Okay, because I know time is of the essence, but that was a.
So can I add to
Please.
this? Because I did ask this question already of county council. And council had a recommendation, I believe, for the so the determination of the easements and how the easements are going to be addressed is part of this process. And there was a recommendation that the board, the North Buckeye Board, Road Board, schedule a meeting and actually talk to the BIA to get some clarity on your concerns, ask them what the process is directly, because it's important for your community to have that conversation. And as a member of the public, you are welcome to contact them directly. It's been done in the past. Back in the day, I was part of a community group that did exactly that and had meetings with the BIA in person about these concerns. So I think it's more than appropriate for you as a road association board to do so. Council, do you want to add to that? Because you're the one that kind of advised that.
Certainly. So I would just like to speak for informational purposes only that part of the fee to trust process that the BIA undergoes includes a review of the existing title to the parcels, including any encumbrances such as easements on the property. And it is within the BIA's discretion as part of this process whether they will take title to the property in trust subject to those encumbrances or will require elimination of those encumbrances. And so that is why it was recommended that because we are not familiar with how the BIA makes that determination, that it would be a more productive conversation if it was directly address your concerns to the BIA. In fact, one of the contact person that the county works with on this is a real estate specialist for the BIA, and they do pull a preliminary title report as part of the process.
I hope that helps with that part. And then with the water,
Yes.
is that one of the other things? Because I was kind of guessing that would come out in the TER, but I thought we should get
During the environmental process,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
thought we should
So
get clarification.
Yeah, that
on
was a question is, will there be a water study done as to how this development may impact, existing and neighboring wells? And will that be part of the environmental process?
If they proceed with the event center, yes, the environmental review would look into this as one of the considerations. The feeder trust process itself also entails some sort of environmental review that the BIA performs under the NEPA, not under the state CEQA. So again, unfortunately, we don't have as much of a decision-making role in that sense.
Is that environmental process also the time to engage in looking at the impacts to roads?
That, yes, I would assume so.
Yeah, okay. That's important. And there was, question is, what is the purpose of this meeting? And we hear your frustration, and the purpose of this meeting is to open up dialogue between your local government and you as neighbors to make sure that the letter that we are sending on behalf of the county resonates with you within the bounds of our jurisdiction, and also an opportunity for us to open the voices of collaboration as much as we possibly can with the tribe and through certainly your representative to move forward in a productive fashion. So do you have anything else to add, Nat?
No, that was about it. I put in my newsletter, and I think it was pretty widely shared, that the draft of the board's letter was going to be attached to Legistar. I put the link in there for everyone. So I'm hoping that you were able to see it ahead of the meeting to see what we were putting in there. Because we did say that we don't support the change of the land use from residential to commercial. We really support the housing because that's more compatible. But, we did express your concerns in my mind in our letter. And so I'm hoping you got to see that. I know some of you did make comments about our letter, and I hope that everyone saw it and felt that we covered it.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, there is one thing that the county maintains jurisdiction on. I think most people recognize this, but that's encroachment permits. So if the tribe came and said, we built this event center and now we want to access Shingle Springs Drive as an entrance, the answer from the county could be no. And in fact, you've stated in a letter that that's not your anticipated event. From the standpoint, likewise, of Green Valley Road, if they came to the county and said, hey, we want to put a new roadway in here, the county would have the authority to either grant or deny that encroachment permit. To my understanding, that's the limit of the county's authority, where it enters into a roadway that's county maintained, DOT maintained, then we have some ability to do something, but that's in the future. The other thing I would like to note is when we deal with normal subdivisions within county using the Subdivision Map Act, et cetera, we have the ability to establish a development agreement. The development agreement basically says there are impacts to this community that are significant, that go beyond CEQA, i.e. the environmental document. In this case, I think it's a NEPA type of environmental document since it's federal. But those impacts go beyond what's being addressed in the normal elements of the environmental review. So I would suggest, and I think we could do this, that we would strongly encourage the BIA to require the tribe to enter into some form of agreement, i.e. similar to a development agreement, that would mitigate the impacts we just talked about, the water contamination impact, the roadway impacts. We can put some, i.e. several things in there or list them bulletized. But I think we're probably missing some of the impacts. And if we just identify two, there may be more. So if we just said a development agreement, something like that would be appropriate in this situation so that there truly is fairness in the way this is done, then all we can do is encourage it. We can't say we require it, but at least we're making a statement that we think this really is an unfair practice given the way it's set up. So that was my only other thought. I don't know if that came up before, and maybe we can't make those kinds of recommendations, but I would phrase this: we strongly encourage, as a Board of Supervisors, strongly encourage, and then refer to our Development Act provisions for something similar that would be an agreement, because that then will bind, I think, the discussions, the association dues, all of those things into one piece. The other thing I would recommend you do as an association is consider looking at expanding your rights to include CCNRs and other things. That's a long process, but just to have a road maintenance HOA has very, very limited capability to take things on legally. So I would strongly encourage to look at going beyond that within your HOA. I come from an area that has a lot of communities with CCNRs, and those are enforceable in a lot of cases to the benefit of the community owners, the property owners, because you don't personally have to take out a civil lawsuit against your neighbor. It can be done through an HOA. It can be done through, in our case, it's the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. There are provisions in state law to do those things, but it takes a lot of work. So that's my only other comment on it.
Thank you. So the action before the board today, just to kind of close this loop and reiterate, is to approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached comprehensive response letter that incorporates the assessed impacts, if the federal government accepts the specified parcels in trust, and then authorize the transmittal of that letter to the BIA to formally request the considerations as outlined in the reference letter. So at this point, what is the will of the board? Are there any additions to the letter that you would like made? What is your pleasure?
There were two comments that I heard, and of course, all of this is very new to me, so I hear it probably through different ears. But one of the recommendations was to add information about the negative impacts. And I think that could be easily incorporated where we talk about the zoning, where we talk about if it's residential, we think that works. If it's not, these are the problems. And maybe we add some negative impacts in there. The other item that was mentioned by the public was to add that this is creating an adversarial situation. And I think that's important because from the way I read it, I'm trying to catch up with the history, is this is, the fourth time that maybe we've looked at this type of approach, and given that, it's probably not the last. So I think to begin to document that this is creating a problem in the neighborhood is important. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to say is being truthful is one of the biggest things. And especially when I'm part of the Shingle Springs Miwoks, the true ones in this county, especially when I'm Cherokee and Choctaw and Miwok. So I have my concerns and stuff that hasn't been truthful in the past, especially with our own families issues and stuff. And I'm concerned about it. And I hear your concerns, especially when you're talking about roads and impact of those roads. I just think this is a big thing, and I think it's going to impact those roads severely. And they just better make sure that these people are, when this does get decided or wherever it is, to make sure they're truthful on their word.
Okay. So we're at the point where we're willing to entertain a motion.
Right, I'm looking at the letter, our county's letter. I'm trying to figure out if we could interject some language changes, and it's really bad when we wordsmith here on the dais. We all know that.
And we're under a time frame.
We're under a time frame, yeah, because our deadline is the
Thursday.
the 12th. So it's coming up, so we have to get this out. What I'm wondering is, council, did you hear any concerns about any of the things that were said, though, as far as
No, there is no concern with including or incorporating those additional comments in the comment letter. Again, this is simply a comment letter to the BIA as far as, what we've heard today. There is also going to be, I believe, we are going to be attaching the public comments that have been submitted. And so it's maybe to the extent that some of them are overlapping, we could maybe just reference those issues addressed in those public comment letters in the Board of Supervisors letter.
Because there is a very clear paragraph in our draft letter where, you know, the county does have concerns about the fee to trust process and how the nearby residents and general public are notified. And I think I wanted to say are not notified though. Was because they're not.
Right.
So they're not notified, engaged in the process, but maybe in there we could add some language about and reference the attached letters from the community, and that this process creates the tension, and, you know, add that in
Adversarial
there.
relationship.
But I caution against wordsmithing on the dais. It seems to always be icky and bad, and we're rushed. So I'm wondering, could we trail this and let staff go back and based on what you heard and bring us something? Because we're going to be, our agenda, we're going to be here a couple more hours. It would give you the time to go add some language based on what you heard and bring it back to us later. Is
At
that,
the end of the day?
yeah, I know, I hate doing that, but you know,
Right. We've done it before and it's
we've done it,
helpful.
and,
Yeah.
and we do have a deadline. So I think, and this is important. So
Yeah, we need to get
if everybody's okay with that, doing that, asking,
Yeah.
Allison, did you kind of hear some of the comments, and you could massage them in better to kind of beef up the statements and references, if we're good with that.
So for clarity's sake, what Supervisor Parlin is suggesting is that we're going to go on with our current agenda items. We're going to let our staff go back and reference your letters, add some of the comments that they've heard from all of you and from the board, making a stronger linkage with your concerns and us representing that to the BIA. And then they'll bring it back at the end of our day for us to approve, recognizing that we need to get this signed and to the BIA this week. So that's the process there. Just to, I think that's a good process.
Okay.
So, all right. So with that, we will trail this item till the end of the day. And sorry to do that to you, but I think this is the best course of action. And really thank you all for being here. It's you know, made a difference, and we appreciate it. Actually, we can't take any more questions. You can certainly chat with our staff about that. Maybe out in the lobby. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so let's hear.
Take a 5-minute
Yeah,
break
should we, let's
to
take a 5-minute break
clear the
to,
room?
yeah, let everyone, yeah, and there. Okay, great. Well, welcome back, and we will hear item number 45.
Item number 45 comes from Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, one, receive a presentation and provide feedback on the proposed limited density owner built rural dwellings Title 25 program, and two, direct staff to return with the final program and prepare a draft ordinance adopting regulations for dwellings consistent with limited density owner built rural dwellings at Title number 25.
Yeah, so can I start being this was my
Sure.
item? Karen, I want to thank you. You guys did a great job. Your staff, I commend all of you for what you did and what the presentation. And we had a great meeting down in Grizzly Flat, well, with the residents of Grizzly Flat at Pioneer Park. So I just want to say thank you. Okay.
Well said. Thank you, George.
Well, thank you. And good afternoon, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. So I am here to give an update. And yes, this was brought up by Supervisor Turnbull and supported the entire board to look into this matter. And I'm happy that we have a potential program here that can help some of our residents of Grizzly Flats that continue to struggle to rebuild. So I'm going to give you an update on Title 25. I'm going to refer to it as Title 25, and there is more to Title 25, and the limited density owner built rural dwelling is the specific area that we're looking at, but that's way too long to say, and there's no cool acronym for that. So we're just going to say Title 25.
Yeah, we can't come up with one.
Yes.
Anyway.
And so after the direction a few months ago, I did meet with several staff and representatives from other agencies to go over what is Title 25, what it is, what it's not, how can we apply it, what have other places done, such as Butte County, how would that work for us, and specifically, how would that work for Grizzly Flats? And so that's where we're at. And so Kim, if you want to pull up the presentation, I will work off of that and go through that. So next slide talks about purpose and outcomes, and just really this was what I talked about with the group, responding to board direction. And really this is for residents that continue to struggle to rebuild, specifically those that likely had inadequate insurance or no insurance. They don't have the means to live elsewhere, or for whatever reason really want to stay and live in Grizzly Flats if that's where they have been. Many of whom are living in RVs or even tents in some cases. So it's not intended to assist. This program really doesn't work well for those that have insurance and have a way to rebuild. Those that purchased property after the fire, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. This is people that had property prior to the fire, or the construction of large homes. This really is a program that's designed to live or to help those that have probably had a modest home before, and that's really all they're looking for now. They don't want a large home. One thing I want to point out, and this came up at the meeting Supervisor Turnbull talked about yesterday, is one of the residents of Grizzly Flats even asked me, well, how many people do you think this program might serve? And I said, in all honesty, I said, maybe 20 people. And they all agreed that that's probably about what it would serve. This is this is another tool that we have. We've done the fee waivers that assist other folks. And that would apply to these folks as well. But this is just another tool in our toolbox, and we'll continue looking as we move forward with things like the pre-approved ADUs. That might be something else that can assist people in this area. We want to make sure that what we end up with here through this program, they are still safe, livable structures, and they meet the basic human needs. But understanding that they might not be exactly like what we would build under Title 24, which is our standard building code. On the next slide, the overarching goals, again, safe, livable structures that do blend with the community. So we don't want them necessarily to stand out, and later on down the road as we continue to rebuild, to be able to point to that and say, oh, that was a Title 25 built structure. But we do want it low cost, easy to comply with program, and one where there's a very tight-knit community up there. They want to help each other. They want to help rebuild. That allows for that kind of help. So going on to applicable regulations, a couple slides further. What applies is Health and Safety Code Section 17958.2. And what this talks about is, when you can adopt an alternative code. And it specifically talks about local conditions, and the way, for example, Butte County, they've used that to say, well, the local condition is we've had a fire and now we're in this disaster recovery. So that's the local condition. And then the other part of the California Code of Regulations, that talks more specifically about Title 25. So going on to the next slide, the sort of the basics for this to be able to apply, it's got to be a rural area. Owner built, meaning it's not necessarily the owner himself is out there building the structure, but that it is not a home building company coming in, building homes and selling them off. It is you, or you have hired a contractor, or you have people that are helping you build your home. These are not intended for sale, lease, renting, or employee occupancy. And Title 25 sets up all these regulations, and there's some that are, you have to apply, some where there's flexibility. So we can be more restrictive if we want to be, we can't be less restrictive. This process still requires that they submit an application, they submit some plans, they receive a permit and inspection. So it is, I would say, less than the normal process, but they still require these things. The next slide shows, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but just some comparison between what you can do under Title 25 that you and how that compares to Title 24. So it gives some hint of that flexibility in by making this adoption of Title 25 for this area.
So before you move on, Karen, today you're going to be looking for feedback on this proposed ordinance. So are you looking for, once you're done with your presentation, is this what you'll be looking for feedback for the board on as to what we want to be perhaps more or less restrictive? We can't be less restrictive, but more restrictive on?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
And
just
I'll
kinda-
bring up the specific areas that we're looking for
perfect. Okay.
feedback on. So
Great,
okay.
thank you.
So the next slide talks about some definitions that are in that Title 25. So first of all, what it means to say limited density rural dwelling. It's a structure consisting of one or more habitable rooms intended or designed to be occupied by one family with facilities for living and sleeping, with use restricted to rural areas that fulfill the requirements of Title 25. And I'm going to talk about what rural means. Owner built, constructed by any person or family who acts as the general contractor for, the provider of part or all the labor necessary to build the home. And again, not intended for sale, lease, or rent. So importantly, the next slide shows the definition of rural. It's unincorporated areas of counties designated and zoned by the appropriate local agency for the application of Title 25. In defining rural, the agency shall consider local geographical or topographical conditions, conditions of general development as evidenced by population densities, availability of utilities or services, and such conditions that the agency deems relevant to its determination. And then it gives some examples. Suitable areas may include those where predominant land use is forestry, timber, production, ag, grazing, recreation. Now, when you look at Grizzly Flats, it's a rather unique situation where you have a fairly dense community built in a largely rural, forest, surrounded by Forest Service. So what this gives us, though, is the ability for us to make that determination. It does not define specifically it has to be this zoning or it has to be this parcel size. We have that flexibility to make that determination and make our case that yes, this fits the rural definition. And in working with county council, we think we're comfortable in putting something together. Ultimately, the ordinance that is passed gets submitted to Housing and Community Development, the state. There's no formal review process. We just need to file it with them. So they will have the opportunity to review it. It is possible they could come back with questions or concerns. I have not heard that they have done that in other areas. We plan to comply with what we believe are the rules, so to speak. So I don't anticipate issues, but that is a possibility. I just wanted to put that out there. So the next slide shows what we're going to define as the area is really the defined area of the Grizzly Flat Rural Center. And that's what's shown there. We can also look at, if this is one question, if we want to look at the mosquito fire area, we can come up with a area there. I don't believe they have a rural center around that, but we can probably come up with something just based on where that fire was. The difference, I honestly have not heard too much from mosquito fire area of people having the same struggles and issues that we've heard from the folks of Grizzly Flats. I can't say for sure that they all had insurance or better insurance or what the difference was, but when we do hear of concerns and ongoing struggles and folks still living in RVs and not really having a path forward to get a permanent structure, it seems to be more in the Grizzly Flats area, but happy to consider mosquito. That's not an issue at all to do that. The next slide just shows again, sort of the difference with Grizzly Flats is this is just a portion of it where you actually do have fairly small lots for a rural area. Some of them are down to a 1/4 acre. But again, we feel confident that we can create our definition that would apply to the Grizzly Flats area.
A question
So-
on that real quick. Was Butte County faced with the same thing of defining what rural meant and their fire up in Paradise and those areas? And were they successful with really small lots? It just seems difficult.
Yeah, so in Butte County would not include the city of Paradise, which is where you would have had
Right,
the
that's
denser
incorporated,
areas, but in
yes.
Butte County, it was larger lots. So they actually have a 1 acre minimum. We, would not propose having that in this
Okay.
area because
They
we
use
know
the 1
they're
acre
smaller
minimum. That's the
lots.
answer I was looking for.
Yeah.
All right.
And they built 54 units too.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Okay.
So real quickly on the next slide, I just want to show you the review group the working group that looked at this and provided feedback. And I sequestered the group for about a half day as we knocked this out. Really great feedback. So we had representatives from Grizzly Flats CSD, Pioneer Fire District, had one of our, I'm going to say BIA, but we were just talking about BIA. This is Building Industry Advisory Committee member, representative, and also chief building official for City of Placerville, folks from CAO's office, county council, and my staff, including building department representative, taking a look at this and going through these issues and questions. So in the attached staff report, I actually detailed out from this group what the requirements are through Title 25, where there's flexibility, where we had group consensus of how we wanted to handle those with some flexibility, and where we wanted board feedback. So, I don't want to necessarily go through each and every one because that would take a long time, but we can certainly those areas where there was some questions. I did review this with the Grizzly Flats folks yesterday, and by and large, not surprising, the biggest topic of concern was requirements for fire sprinklers. So through this, and using Butte County again as an example, you can provide some relief from fire sprinklers. And, I think the first question that pops up in most people's minds is, well, wait a minute, we're talking about an area that had a devastating fire, roll through it. Why would you want to not have fire sprinklers? So here, I'll just tell you some of the points of conversation around that. I'm not going to draw any conclusions, but, a lot of the folks that lived up there, of course, did not have fire sprinklers. But, fire sprinklers are not designed to save a home in a wildfire. That will not happen. A fire sprinkler system is designed to give people time to get out of a house. It is also helping so that your house is not the reason a wildfire starts. So I'll just put that out there. Keep that in mind as we go through this. Going back to the staff report, the first section, the first kind of chart I have in there are just items that are required and what that means. Since they're required, I'm not going to go through those unless you have any specific questions about any of those. The second section was where there was some flexibility and the group's recommendations. So the first one on that is requiring the Title 25 requires that a homeowner, if they build under Title 25, they have to live there at least 1 year before they buy or sell or lease or rent the property. 1 year is a pretty quick time frame. We felt 3 years was adequate. And the feedback we've received is the folks that would take advantage of this program, they intend to live there long-term and really had no issue with 3-year minimum. And I think that prevents, people that might be speculating and saying, hey, I'm going to get a home built and then turn around and sell it. So 3 years seemed doable. Recording, so it allows us to require them to record on the title of the property. This home was built under Title 25, so that if someone buys it, they understand exactly what they're getting. And this is not unlike what we went through with our amnesty program, trying to make sure people understand exactly what they're buying. Application, I would propose that we put together an application specifically for this. It'll probably be a little less onerous than our standard building application because we don't need exactly everything we would need for a regular home built under Title 24. We'll use the Butte County model as an example. They've done a great job and have been using it for years now, so it's pretty well vetted. Plans, they do need to submit plans, but we do allow simplified plans. And again, we'll model it after Butte County. We will require snow load information. That is something Butte County really hasn't had to deal with that we feel is an important life safety thing. We want these structures to meet snow load. Then the kind of convenient thing is that in our building code, it gives the charts that you need as far as structural integrity for snow load up to 70 pounds of snow load. Just so happens that's about where Grizzly Flats is, between 60 and 70 pounds. So they can literally just cut and paste out of the building code and put it on their plans and not have to hire an engineer to come up with those calculations. So kind of thankful for that it worked out well in that regard. Inspections, that is up to the discretion. We're recommending 4. So 1 at foundation, 1 at framing, rough electrical and plumbing, and a final inspection, again, based on the Butte County model. What I would like to do before we come back to you with the final is estimate what the cost of those inspections were, the time that it would take and the cost. And assuming that we would have a limited number of people participating, see if there might be a way that we can either reduce or allow these inspections at no cost. If you recall, when the board passed the Caldor urgency ordinance, there was some funds set aside to help with all this. We have not expended those funds that I know of yet. So I'll look at how much we have expended, how much is still remaining, and then how much we believe this could cost, and then come back to you with a recommendation on that. It also, the Title 25 allows for temporary occupancy. What this means is you could move into a structure before it's completed if the rooms you're going to stay in at least meet the basic health safety criteria. So say, for example, you have at least a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. You could move in while you're still finishing the family room and laundry room or whatever else you're adding onto it. We thought this was good because there may be a situation where someone's under construction and winter comes, and being under a roof, at least partially built, is better than still having to stay in an RV or a tent. And so this would be, our inspectors going out there and making the determination, okay, this room is safe, you can occupy this room you can't stay in until you finish it, and giving them the okay to do that. So we do recommend allowing that. And then again, the fees, they would still fall under the Caldor Fire Urgency Ordinance, which allows us to waive county fees for plan check. And then some stuff related to electrical requirements. They're actually under Title 25 not required to hook up to power. I think most people there are interested in doing that. It gives us some flexibility, again, as long as you're meeting the basic life safety. So one of the premises is too that there's flexibility in things like electrical, plumbing, mechanical. But if you're going to have those things, we still use Title 24 as the basis for that evaluation. So, try to get close to that. If there's something, whether they want some flexibility, we'll look at that. So I use the example of Title 24 tells you if you're going to have electrical outlets in a room, they have to be, one per however many feet. And I can't remember what it is, maybe 16 feet. Okay, if someone says, I'm going to have one per 20 feet, that's probably an area we can be flexible on, minor things like that. But we want it to be safe. We don't want someone to have an extension cord running through the entire house with everything
Exactly.
plugged into the extension cord. That's not acceptable.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that is where we're going to have to just, work individually, and our chief building official and his staff are going to be great looking at this flexibility, but still maintaining safety.
Yeah, can I step in just for a minute? One of the things is that there's electrical already there. A lot of most of the RVs already hooked up to electrical. They're already hooked up to the sewage, the septic tanks that they had, and the water's already hooked up to them too. So this is that part of that infrastructure is pretty much done.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
So it's just trying to get this done.
So this isn't a big leap.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Great.
Yeah. The next section of the staff report talks about other requirements outside of Title 25. And again, want to emphasize this is for Grizzly Flats residents only that had property prior to the fire. The only sort of twist to that is going to be that there are folks who purchased lots adjacent to the lot they lived on because they had that opportunity. Their neighbor said, I'm leaving. They bought that lot in some cases because it gave them greater assurance that, they could control their surroundings and perhaps increase their fire safety, or the lot next to them had a flatter area, a safer, better area to build on. So if there's situations like that, we will definitely allow that and take that into consideration. There's no problem with that. We've had a couple of those come up already before. And then we would suggest that this is a pilot program, that we at least do this for 2 years. Now, if someone applies, one thing I failed to mention, when normally you apply for a building permit, you have 1 year to execute or begin that building permit. This gives you 3 years, gives them more time. But this just means a 2-year program. We'll see how many people apply and get started in that 2 years. And then if it, we'll ask around. If there's still people interested, we'll come back to the board and we'll say, hey, we think we should extend this. If everybody who's interested says, hey, we've gotten our application in, we're well on our way, then there might not be a need to extend it. Just don't want to have it hanging out there indefinitely. And then we forget about it, and 10 years down the road, someone digs it up and wants to do something crazy that we never intended. So just want to, keep it up on a pilot program and a sunset date so that it comes up and we make sure to either extend it or end it.
Can I
Yep.
chime in a little bit? And also looking at USDA, which I've been looking at grant money, and there's up to $40,000 of grant money that would help these residents build this.
Nice. Excellent. Okay.
The next one is regarding sale of property. And this one I want to address because I've had some subsequent conversations with county council. We talked about once a property is sold that perhaps maybe the structure should either be brought up to Title 24 standards or converted to another use like storage or a garage or something like that. In talking with county council and reviewing back other kind of similar situations with state law, as you know, the state, once something is a structure and someone's living in it, they want to keep it that way. And ADUs are an example where even if it was, built without a permit, they're pretty protected. The folks that live in those ADUs and giving them plenty of time to get the permits. So I don't think we can enforce this. So what that means is that that structure could continue on. Again, it's disclosed to whoever buys that property, but just know that once these are built, and Butte County said this too, you got to assume that's there for the long term. That once that structure is there, it's there for the long term. Now, that doesn't mean someone couldn't, convert it, or, these structures are likely going to be small. So down the road, someone says, I want to convert that into a ADU. Then, there may be opportunities to either, bring it up to code if they want to make changes, or it just continues on as a Title 25 structure, but fully disclosed. Again, we talked about snow load, so I won't review that. If the parcel was previously served by Grizzly Flat CSD for water, of course, they'll require water service again. Same with septic. They'll need to meet the standard septic requirements and PG&E, whatever requirements PG&E has. Solar, if they're going solar, that's permitted through our building department. And we actually just have a brand new program that makes that much more efficient and effective, and can get a solar permit online now without having to come into the office. So the areas, again, that we wanted further discussion and feedback on were mainly related to fire sprinklers. And we had a great conversation yesterday, laid out kind of the conversation the group had back a couple of months ago, looking at different size structures. In the conversation yesterday, which had the folks from Pioneer Fire there, Chief Earl and Chief Witt, and thank you for attending yesterday and for being here today and hanging out for a while. As I said, that was the #1 topic. And so we talked about how initially the group's recommendation was 320 square feet, because by law right now, that's the maximum size you can have and not have fire sprinklers. 321 square feet, you got to have fire sprinklers, with some very minor exceptions. But in speaking with the group there and understanding really what their needs were, what they were looking for, again, most of these folks, they don't want Taj Mahal. They just want a very modest place to live where they can be warm, safe, and dry. We came up with recommending 750 square feet as sort of a compromise recommendation for no fire sprinklers. And I can have Chief Earl talk about that a little bit more, because that's his area of expertise, but just wanted to throw that out there for now. And then when he comes up, I'll have him talk a little bit too about milled lumber is another one that the folks up there really, really want to take advantage of. Unfortunately, some of the lumber, as a real result of that fire, is now getting to the age it might be difficult, but this doesn't restrict it to just, milled lumber in that area. If they're able to get milled lumber elsewhere, that's fine. We do have a way to do some inspections just to make sure the milled lumber meets basic standards and, what we need it to do, make sure the structural integrity is there. Last thing, generators as a source of power. We said we'll allow that as a primary source of power through partial occupancy, if they do partial occupancy, but once it's final occupancy, you've got to be hooked up to electric or solar or whatever for your power source. So with that, if you don't mind, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Earl to talk a little bit more about the fire sprinklers and our discussion yesterday.
Excellent.
Is there any questions of me before I turn it over?
Any questions from the board at this point for Karen?
The only thing is clarification. It's equivalent to 27 by 27 dimensions on a 750 square.
All right. Thanks so much, Karen. Chief Earl, thank you so much for being with us today and for continuing to engage and lending us your expertise on this area. We appreciate it.
And by failure at retirement.
Again. True.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Ken Earl, Pioneer Fire Protection District, the fire marshal up there. Okay, so yeah, the fire sprinklers, Chief Witt and I come here representing Chief Witt and myself here as a unified voice. We'll have a little bit of lifting to do to change one of the aspects of the ordinance, which modifies Title 24, which extends to Title 25, which would be that 320 square foot minimum. But we're talking about a very narrow slice of the pie and all the construction and building that's going on within even just Grizzly Flat, but obviously within the county as a whole. We agree that as long as we're just dealing with this rebuild section of Grizzly Flat and then potentially other sections of the county, should this ordinance be needed, hopefully not, but if it's needed in other areas, that we can actually have it work for them as well. The people in Grizzly Flat were ecstatic at the 750 square foot. We feel that that is not an unreasonable amount of risk to add to that. We have one engine, essentially staffed engine, for 289 square miles. So we have the second largest district. I think El Dorado County beats us by like 1 square mile, and one engine to do that with. And we rely a lot on mutual aid. We have a lot of good volunteer backup. But when it comes to structure fire specifically, we just don't have a robust response that we're capable of doing. So we rely on these NFPA 13D sprinkler systems, because even though they're only designed to buy you time, actually what they do is extinguish the fire in like 95 to 98%, depending upon which study you look at from NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Administration, agency, they're not administration. They all agree that these things actually do put the fires out and hold them small, which also means that people are able to repair and move back into their facilities and structures sooner. So a big fan of sprinklers, but I also drive around in Grizzly Flat all the time, and I still see people living in RVs, and I still see people living in tents. And thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for really kind of pushing forward through this. And thank you, Karen, for pushing forward on this, because this is needed. And so, yeah, normally I'm very protective of safety things for those specific reasons, but we see where the need is very strong. We talk to the people who live up there, and we can honestly feel their pain. So we want to work in parallel with the county, and we're willing to do administratively what needs to happen to alter for this narrow slice of the pie, Title 25 being applied to the rebuild of structures in there, and make sure that we're sort of all on the same page. There are some other concerns and other things that pertain that we had talked about as well yesterday. There are some other things. Title 14, for example, this Title 25 does not get rid of Title 14 requirements, which are driveway grades, driveway widths, address signs, things along those lines. Those are all part of things that this amendment won't change. This move to Title 25. 7A requirements. So building Title 24, Chapter 7A has to do with specifically structures that are built within the wildland area, which we are, very high fire severity zone. And so there, I've talked to Jeff Hogue about this, Battalion Chief Hogue from CAL FIRE, who's the local representative for fire prevention in this area. And he agrees that there are ways that we can hopefully work around some of this stuff, but it doesn't excuse all of the requirements for fire safety construction in this area. And that's a lot more detailed a conversation, I think, to have right now. But just be aware that those things are in place and still will have to be met. And then, of course, 4291, which is vegetation management, which Karen mentioned earlier. We have to make sure that those things are still in play. And a lot of that stuff is already checked through the building department. And I don't necessarily see those things going away as well. So I think that's really all I have, except these structures may have a tough time getting insurance, but we're all pretty much having a tough time getting
Right.
insurance anyway. But nonetheless, it's at least worth mentioning that these structures may have a hard time getting insurance, and they also may have a hard time, which we're trying to discourage, but being resold.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot going on. But I also have all the time you need, and if you have any questions for me, here I am.
Thank you so much, Chief
Sure.
Earl. Appreciate it. Are there any
Well, I
questions?
just want to thank you. Yeah, I really do, because that was awesome yesterday, especially putting this all together and making this happen for those people. Because their only source of heat is propane, a lot of them are. And I remember when they ran out, when they couldn't get out because of the 6 or 7 feet of snow, and they couldn't even get out of their driveway. So
Can you
El Dorado
imagine?
County Food Bank, helping out there, basically taking the propane, put it on sleds and taking them to these people's houses so they have some source of heat. Because especially when 5 gallons doesn't go very far when you're heating an RV, so.
That's hard to imagine.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is. It's unbelievable.
Crazy. All right, thank you so much for all your work. We have.
I do have one
Yes.
question. Carbon monoxide sensors and stuff, they're gonna be required, right? Because I know people bring all kinds of devices in, run out of a
Sure.
propane tank, they heat the place and then you extinguish the fire and next somebody dies, right?
It's my understanding that those will still be required.
Okay,
I
good.
just don't know that they'll have to be intertied like they are in a Title 24. That's a better question for probably the building department.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Chief
Okay.
Earl. Really
Thank you.
appreciate
And
all
thank
your
you very
work on
much.
this.
If any further questions come up, I'll be here until the close of this.
Appreciate that very much. All right. So at this point, I suggest we go to public comment and then bring it back to the board for any additional
Okay.
considerations and feedback.
All right.
Do you have something that you would like
I
to?
think I do. I didn't
Great.
want to, but I can't. I'm struggling.
Okay.
And I've been emailing Carla, just so you know, because of mosquito fire.
Ah.
And so I asked her for some numbers, and the mosquito fire was so different. I just want to remind everybody that. And also it was PG&E almost certainly caused. So that's, it's just so different in the number of folks, but still. So my question to Karen is, this Title 25 that we're looking at would only apply to people that were uninsured, correct? Is that it? If they had insurance, they don't qualify? Is that where we started off with this?
That wasn't a requirement, but I doubt folks that were insured would take advantage of this program because they have the money to rebuild,
Okay.
and hopefully, whatever home they had. Now, if they were severely underinsured, they might take advantage of
And
this
I think that
program.
was the case in Grizzly Flats. There was a lot of folks that were
Underinsured.
underinsured for sure. So what I'm just wondering is, so the population of folks, I've got numbers from Carla, and basically it sounds like there were there were 18 parcels impacted in El Dorado County from the mosquito fire, and 14 of them had insurance and 4 didn't. So I'm just wondering if it would be worthwhile to directly reach out to the 4 that had no insurance and just see if there was any interest, because we would have to incorporate that into this ordinance, right, with the boundary and all that. So if we could just do that, maybe just to see, because I honestly don't know. I've kind of let that little community is just so independent and remote out there. They're it's,
I agree. Yeah.
it's
she's
very
taking me on a
different.
ride.
Yeah, I've taken George out there. He didn't know where I
Never
was. He's like,
again.
am I going to leave your
No, just
body
kidding.
here? So if we could do that, just to know whether we should
Good idea.
incorporate that, I think that would
Yeah.
help allay some of my concerns.
At least to give them an option and
exactly.
to let them know
Yeah.
it might be available if they want to take
Absolutely.
advantage
So
of that.
that'd be great if we can include that in however we do this.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So at this point, let's take public comment and then we'll bring it back to board for final feedback for staff.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the room that would like to speak? I'm not seeing any, so let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I'm really excited that you're doing this. So I just had some questions as a building designer. After the fire, the first thing I said to the board was the hardest constraints on this community is restoring their water and then having to deal with solar and fire sprinklers because those were never required when they initially built their houses. So I don't know. It wasn't really clear if solar is still required for these projects or not. And I haven't read all of this, but in the presentation, I didn't quite get that. And on the fire sprinklers, so it sounds like if you keep it under 750 square feet, then you don't have to put in the sprinklers. And my question is, can that be bumped up to the 1,600 square feet that's allowed for ADUs? And then my other question is, part of that is, if, they still wanted to do 1,600 square feet, or if they want to do over 750 square feet, does that bump them out of the Title 25 completely? And if can a house that's bigger than that, I don't know how the water system has been restored. Is there the pressure for with the water to actually facilitate fire sprinklers? Because usually when you're doing those, you have to make sure there's more fire pressure to actually make that function. So those are kind of my questions for that. And then so what happens down the road, like after 3 years and they want to add to the house? Is it like the house is there and they can just add? And because I think those requirements are not necessary if they're only, so let's say you already had a house and you want to add 100 square feet, you're not necessarily required to do fire sprinklers on that. So what would be the rules on these homes if they want to add, 1 to 500 square feet down the road? I think that's my question. Oh, and then if solar is required, my question way back when was, couldn't they develop a mutual benefit solar, not quite a plant, but just an area for the solar to be shared by the community, so it's not an impact on just one home builder? So those are kind of my questions. Thank you.
Get those answered a little bit. Thanks, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors. This is Kevin McCarty, resident of Somerset and candidate for District 2 Supervisor. First, credit where it's due. Thank you to Supervisor Turnbull for spearheading this effort, as well as Director Garner and staff for getting this draft ordinance back to the board for review in a reasonable period of time. This is an important first step, not just in assisting the rebuilding of Grizzly Flats, but also evaluating the long-term needs of rural residents and their housing options. With that said, it is unfortunate that it took 2 years to get to this point, long after many Grizzly Flats residents have already abandoned their former homes and property, and have endured one of the worst winters in 70 years and brutal summer heat living in RVs with limited heating and cooling options. The Butte County ordinance has been in place on a pilot basis since 2009, after the lightning fire in 2008, and was adopted as a permanent ordinance in 2016. We could have learned from their example in the immediate wake of the Calder fire with more proactive leadership, but in any case, better late than never. Second, it is frankly frustrating and a bit of an insult to rural residents that this ordinance only applies, in Director Gardner's own words, to about 20 people, when there are thousands of people who could properly be served by this ordinance if effectively implemented. If the structures in question are structurally sound enough for Grizzly Flats, why would they not be sound in other rural areas at similar or lower elevations? Butte County, from what I can tell from their ordinance text, does not limit Title 25 to the footprint of the 2017 Ponderosa fire, but to any unincorporated rural area of their county. This is an ordinance that is truly aimed at serving rural residents, regardless of whether or not their family home was lost in a fire. In the words of the Butte ordinance, Title 25 homes are, quote, to facilitate the availability of affordable owner-built homes, which are essential to the continued health and welfare of the residents of these rural communities. If these homeowners have full equity in their home and the know-how how to build and rebuild as needed, the importance of insurance coverage diminishes to a negligible level. This then is the bottom line for today's hearing. Thank you to everyone involved for bringing this important step forward. But to those outside of Grizzly Flats, the message today is your county only cares about making the building code better serve your needs once your ancestral family home is incinerated in a wildfire, and not a moment sooner. I encourage the board to move forward with adoption, but also look forward to a more complete and living Title 25 ordinance for El Dorado County in line with the Butte model. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Pat Nunley.
Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Turnbull for his efforts out there, not only on this, but for standing with us and helping the people of Grizzly Flats. I've seen him so emotional over what's happened to us, and I really appreciate his work in that. The adoption of Title 25 in Grizzly Flats would be a game changer for those that were affected. that lost everything. This will make it possible for us, the community of Grizzly Flats, to build safe and quality homes for those that have suffered through 2.5 years now of living in sheds and old RVs. I also want to thank Karen for her work in driving this, and also the leaders of Pioneer Fire. I know that they're making compromises in this, and the compromises they're making are keeping with the spirit of the laws and regulations, but making it easier on us to help these people that really need the help. And if this gets implemented, I really look forward to seeing Grizzly Flats in a few years as an example of what really can happen when a community comes together. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks for being with us, and thanks for your comments.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, great. Thank you all. And I too would like to congratulate Supervisor Turnbull on this very creative solution that, as the previous speaker mentioned, will be a game changer for this community. So congratulations, well done. And well, as well as all of you that participated on the review group and lended your expertise to helping craft this.
Yeah.
So the considerations before this board, actually, let's get a few questions answered from online comments. Is solar still required on a Title 24 home?
Solar is one of the things that we would not necessarily need to require, or would not require.
Excellent. Over 750 square feet on a home, does that kick them out of the ability to build a Title 25 house?
Not necessarily. We're asking for that limitation for fire safety purposes primarily. That's more manageable. I know.
I'm sorry. So potentially someone could build a larger home, but you're asking for the board that perhaps the recommendation from the fire safety professionals is that over 750, we would require sprinklers, but they still could build a Title 25 home. Right?
Yes, and other aspects.
So that's for consideration for the board today.
Exactly.
Okay. Water pressure, is it sufficient for sprinklers out in the Grizzly Flat community? Do we know? Yes.
Yeah, he can speak
Chief
on it.
Earl? Yeah, come on up.
We had that conversation
I'm sure you
yesterday.
did. Yeah, that's absolutely an important conversation and consideration.
Yes. Hello again, Ken Earl, Pioneer Fire. Yes, so far we've had no homes refused in the Grizzly Flat Community Services District because of water pressure or sprinklers. There has been the need because of the flow requirements to increase the size of the meter, but that's it. There's never been a refused project because of that. Once you move outside of the Grizzly Flat Community Services area district, then you have to get tanks and pumps and things like that, but that's always been that way anyway.
Great.
So that's not changed.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And then there was a question, can we waive sprinklers for up to like 1,600 square feet? And my understanding is that it's not recommended from a community safety aspect.
Correct. And also I hear people saying the term ADU. I noticed that Sue, I believe it was Taylor, mentioned ADU. These aren't ADUs. They're not ADUs, so they don't fall underneath that purview.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that clarification. And then the comment is, could we expand Title 25 options to other rural areas, later on after we get this, developed, should the board choose? And it sounds like Butte County did that.
Yeah, my understanding, and I'll go back and look, but I thought all of the areas Butte County applied it to had suffered from some fire at one point. And I'll go back to the health and safety code section that I quoted, where to apply an alternative, there has to reasonably necessary because of local conditions. So that means something's different about this area as compared to every place else. Now, just briefly, Title 25 was originally enacted to address areas that were truly, truly remote. And so, for example, we have looked at applying Title 25 perhaps to the Rubicon area where you don't have utilities, or you don't have access to the things you normally do, but yet, people have built structures. But this, again, I think it was mentioned, logging camps or things like that were built that really don't have the services. But if you generally have, you know, you're just like everybody else in the county, then there's no reason to apply Title 25. It's got to be something different about these properties. And in this case, it suffered a devastating wildfire. That's why we're applying it.
Okay, excellent. All right, so to move through this, what is the board's will on the critical issue of sprinklers?
Well, we got it already put in place 750 square feet.
So that
Go
is.
with the recommendation.
Go with the
They're the
recommendation.
All
experts.
right, great. Following the staff report, were there any recommendations in the staff report that the board was opposed to? Okay. And perhaps the best way to do this is Karen, do you have any other considerations that you want direct board feedback on? Do you have any outstanding questions?
Go back and look here. It sounded like folks, the general consensus is that milled lumber was okay with some sort of review or inspection of that lumber.
Is the board agreeing with that?
They gotta just
Yeah.
protect the water content, those kinds
Right,
of things,
right.
but that's standard, so.
Yeah, perfect. And then the generator question, are we okay that generators are all right through partial occupancy, but then we would require a
Right,
full
exactly, when it's
full
completed.
electrical system
Correct.
for the
I'm
home going
fine.
forward? I
Yeah.
think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Karen, that you need?
No, without him, I have the information I need that we can return in 60 days or less.
There you go.
I
see.
see
Yes.
Go ahead, he's pushing her out of the way.
Hello, Jefferson. Thanks for
There were
being with
just
us.
two items, Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. Regarding the generators through partial occupancy, I think it might be good to have a time limit on that, just to make sure, something like 6 months, just to make sure that that temporary occupancy doesn't end up being long-term with the generator running in the neighborhood.
Well, if people have 3 years to build a home, then what would be a reasonable amount of time would, like, it depends on the time of year too, that they're,
It does.
you know, because you're not going to build very fast in the winter. So I don't know, would a year be a reasonable, I understand the impact to neighbors, but would a year be a reasonable accommodation to have a generator?
Well, they were running on it for over a year before they
Yeah.
got electricity hooked up.
Some of these generators are pretty quiet now. If you had a
Quiet, yeah.
retrofit,
They are.
they're a
They
lot
whisper,
different than they
yeah.
used to be,
I
right?
would
Yes,
think a
exactly.
year, if you have 3 years to build.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
You're
then
thinking
one,
Supervisor Lane?
Well, I mean, I hate to force us into a hard stop, you know? So I was thinking maybe something more like to give people the flavor of it, more like, you know, we have 6 to 18 months.
A
So it doesn't, so,
range.
right.
Okay.
It gives them the idea that it's not to go on for perpetuity, but at the same time, we're not, you know, doing a hard,
Maybe up to 18 months, maybe,
Yeah.
up to 18 months.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds reasonable.
and-
Okay.
and then one last clarification, I think it would be helpful to note that this is really for replacing someone's primary dwelling.
Right.
Once you build a Title 25 structure, you cannot then add a Title 25 ADU. If you do add an ADU, that would be a regular Title 24 structure.
Okay.
Just to be clear, this
Right,
is
correct.
really a necessity for folks and not to build, you know, another structure.
And does that also apply to that once you build a Title 25 home, you can't also then a couple years later add on to it?
We had a discussion and I will defer, but I would think once you build the structure of necessity, if you add on, I think you would want it to be Title 24, but I see nodding. So I think that would be the approach that we could clarify in the ordinance.
Okay.
So does that also include that comment that was made about the Title 25 home could become the ADU and then you could build a regular larger home, right? I mean,
I don't see why
Some
that
under
wouldn't
Title
work, but then your
24.
primary structure would now be a Title 24.
right. So, okay, that would allow for that.
Okay.
Because that was mentioned somewhere, which kind of made sense, actually.
Mhm. So would you like a motion on this item to clarifying the board's direction and feedback?
I'm pretty clear. If you want to take a motion, that's fine, but I.
So
It's good to get things in the meeting minutes,
It
guys.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
So I'm hearing that we clarify this is for a primary dwelling only, that generators are allowed up to 18 months through partial occupancy, that milled lumber is okay with approval, from the building inspector, building inspector. And am I missing something? Oh, and that's, yeah, of course, and that sprinklers are waived for any dwelling 750 square feet or less.
Correct.
Missing anything?
Staff's gonna reach out to the mosquito.
Yeah.
And then,
Yes,
yeah, and then
just to-
staff to reach out to the mosquito community.
Yeah.
To understand their
concerns, their needs.
And
Well,
their
if,
needs
if
to
this
see.
makes sense for us to
Yeah.
include them in a boundary, I'm just not sure if we should or not, because like you're saying, if this is gonna potentially help 20 out of how many hundred?
Yes, exactly.
And here we're talking about 20 total and there's 4 uninsured. Is it really gonna, you know what I mean? It's hard to figure these
But at least
things
give them the
out.
option.
Yeah, give the option and find out.
All right. So I guess I will make that motion since I.
There you
I
go.
clarified that.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Actually, would you like to make that motion,
I'll
Supervisor?
make a
You should make
motion
that
to
motion.
remove and approve
Okay, those
with
changes.
all the
yes.
changes.
With
yeah.
all
Great.
that.
No, Supervisor Turnbull needs to make this motion and Supervisor Lane seconded it.
already,
Yes. Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
No,
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, George, and thank you again all for, we look forward to this being a really helpful tool for the Grizzly Flats
Yes,
community
we
and
will.
potentially mosquito. Excellent. Good work. All right. Let's see, we are on to item number 46, the Charter 504. Is everyone okay? Does anyone need a quick break or anything? All right, let's get
Carry on.
Let's get these done.
I gotta get saved. Thank you to him.
Okay, sounds great. That'll
Item
cost
number
them-
46
$5
comes from Human Resources Department,
Roughly
recommending
20.
the board approve and
interrupting.
authorize. Approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting effective the pay period containing January 1, 2024, new salaries for the classifications affected by El Dorado County Charter, Section 504.
Joey, thanks for hanging with us today.
Absolutely. It's been a long day for you. I'm going to try to make this as painless as possible.
Thank you.
Why every time I come in, everyone leaves?
I
What
think
the
it's
heck's
you.
going on?
Yeah.
Must be.
Before we go there, how you feeling, by the way?
I'm feeling a lot better.
Good. I was really concerned about you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got over it, but it's still going around.
Yeah.
A lot of employees are out sick.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Item 46, this is our annual update to the board on Charter 504 and those classifications that are impacted by Charter 504. So we did our study as we do once a year, and we compared our deputy sheriff classification to the 3 other agencies. We're not looking at total compensation, we're just looking at their hourly rate, the top step. So we took our deputy sheriff 2 classification and we compared that to deputy sheriff in Amador County, South Lake Tahoe police officer, and the CHP officer range A. So we took the average of those 3, and it turns out that our deputy sheriff 2 classification is about 5.4% lower than those other 3, on the average of the other 3. So our recommendation is to increase that salary range by 5.39%. And along with that, the other classifications impacted by Charter 504 and the ones that are linked to 504. In total, there's about 191 employees that are impacted by this. So significant, but nevertheless, that's the number we came up with this year. And you may have noticed that we had a different study posted on the agenda up until last Friday, when we found out that the CHP officers, in fact, got about a 7% pay increase. Cal HR, it took them a while to get that posted onto their website, which would explain the delay. We knew that CHP was getting an increase, but we didn't have anything tangible on the Cal HR website that we can refer to. But we got that now. So that's what it is. CHP got a large increase this year, and that kind of drove up the average considerably. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. If approved by the board, that it'll go into effect with the pay period starting December 30th. So we're already in that pay period. So essentially it's going into effect immediately.
This is a pretty routine item.
Yeah.
Is there any comments or questions by the board?
No. I just want to thank Joey for all the breakdown of the detail. This is the first time I've seen this level of detail, and it's very, very helpful,
Thank you.
particularly impacts in the other organizations other than the Sheriff's Department, the cost, the amount of people involved. I think this gives us a more complete picture of what's going on, and it includes a reflection on the county council's salary. It doesn't affect obviously our CAO because that was above where
That's correct.
this level was set. But there are a lot of impacts associated with the 504 provision that some people don't recognize. So
That's, I appreciate that. And I want to thank the CAO's office for putting those numbers together for us. They're fantastic. When it comes to that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, well said. All right,
thanks, Joey.
let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
I will bring this back to the board for action or any further comments.
Madam Chair, I just want to mention that, you know, personally, I regret that previous boards made the decision to add the CAO and county council to Charter 504. I personally think that was a mistake. I voted against adding county council when I was newly elected onto this position. However, that is water under the bridge. At this point, they have been added. So I'm going to vote to approve this. We have pretty limited basis not to, but just want to continue to state that as we pile on more and more people onto the system, we lose more and more control over our ability to negotiate, over labor, you know, the whole 9 yards. So I just mentioned the cautiousness that I think we should be an example of going forward.
Charter 4 is incredibly, concerning.
Yeah.
As far as the long-term sustainability. Yeah. Thanks. We recognize that too. All right.
I'm going to move staff's recommendation for the increase that was defined, the 5.39%, and all the affected parties associated with that.
Very good.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you, Joey. Appreciate it. All right, we are on our last department matter for the day, the item number, 47.
Item number 47 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint 2 members to the fiscal year 24-25 Budget Ad Hoc Committee, and 2, provide direction to staff on the discretionary transit occupancy tax allocation process.
Welcome back, Sue.
Hi. Kim, would you mind pulling up the attachment to the item, please, in case the board members want to reference it? Good afternoon. Again, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. So the first item is our annual appointment of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. So each year, the board appoints a Budget Ad Hoc Committee consisting of 2 members, and they attend functional group budget meetings during the budget development process. And they're there to act kind of as a sounding board and a place for us to vet budget issues as they come up throughout the year as well. The current ad hoc committee is the chair and vice chair, and that has been the case with the exception of fiscal year 2021, in which it was the chair and the second vice chair. So pretty consistently just been the chair and vice chair, but that's total discretion of the board. The second item that we're bringing to you today is a request to provide direction to staff on the transient occupancy tax allocation process, and then any board directed revisions to policy B16, which is our budget policies document. So each year we have a special meeting in April, and that's after we've done an initial review of department budgets, and we kind of get an idea of what we're looking at to bring to you in June. And we come to you in April to get initial direction on anything where we are feeling like we need some direction or some guidance. And at that point, we also ask the board to make recommendations on the distribution of the discretionary transient occupancy tax for tourism impacts, and also, you know, some of the other uses of the TOT. But in order to prepare for that April meeting, we'd like a couple of things from you today. First of all, direction on any modifications the board would like to see to any of the budget policies so that we could prepare those and bring those back to you. And also for that discussion on the tourism impacts of the discretionary TOT, to give us direction on which agents, which outside agencies and which county departments you want us to reach out to and ask to submit potential proposals for funding. So last year, we reached out to fire districts and also the transit districts and the transit agencies in the Tahoe area. And that's typically what we've done for those tourism impact funds. And then of course, we open it up to all county departments to identify what impacts they might have. So those are the two areas where we're seeking direction today. And I should also note one more thing with regard to the policy discussion. We do have in the staff report a recommendation that we would like to prepare a modification to the TOT section of the budget policy, which would just be simply making a statement that the board is going to prioritize the use of those funds for tourism impacts on county services and county facilities before considering providing funding to outside agencies. And that's just something we've been talking about for a couple of years now. And as we're seeing our revenues tighten and things get a little more challenging, we thought we'd recommend that the board first look at keeping our own house in order before distributing that money outside. I'll open it up for questions.
All right, excellent. How would the board like to take this discussion? We have two totally separate, I mean, related but separate considerations. So the first is the easier one, to appoint 2 members to the fiscal year ad hoc. And, you know, it's routinely been chair or vice chair. I would recommend for the ongoing kind of education of our board, that perhaps Supervisor Heidel and then Supervisor Lane perhaps serve on the budget ad hoc, so Supervisor Lane can get kind of transitioned and understand, since you and I will both be terming off, and that might be an appropriate budget ad hoc committee for this year.
I had a similar thought, but with Supervisor Turnbull, if he's the second vice chair, because he'll be stepping into that very quickly. But maybe Supervisor Lane and Supervisor Turnbull would be the right choice at this point to get them involved with understanding that, because I think the 3 of us have been through that cycle a couple of times.
We have, yes.
And maybe that's the best way to give you the exposure, because I think you're going to learn a lot in that process. So that was my thought.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm open for the board's consideration on that, and I'm willing to, you know, to step down from
So
that.
am I.
And
Yeah.
Are you willing to do this?
Well, I expressed an interest in really kind of wanting to begin to understand this,
yeah.
and also, you know, I shared that same concern that if we're losing our significant leadership at the same time, we need to have some kind of backfill. So I would love to be on that committee just for my own learning curve.
The
Yeah.
same thing with me, especially when I come up to step into that position of chair, so.
And I had similar thoughts for continuity, and that anomaly year that was mentioned was the year that I asked to get on early, because budget just it's so big.
It is.
And that the process that the CIO's office goes through behind the scene with staff and departments is enlightening. And so I think that that would be really helpful.
But staff does an amazing job walking through the process. They make it pretty painless, and those discussions are really rich in helping you understand how the budget is developed and how we get from A to B.
Yeah, especially if they're okay at putting up with it, so.
If you could just bring building blocks and pictures and stuff, that would be great.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
A lot of pictures.
So do you want a motion now, or do you want public comment on this one?
Let's take public comment on the whole item rather than
Okay,
breaking
all
it
right, good.
down.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
so
right.
that's kind of where the
All right,
board
that
was
was
concerned.
discussion for now. All right.
Okay, that sounds good. And then the other considerations to provide direction on the discretionary transient occupancy tax allocation process. So what is the desire of the board on this part of
I
it?
was kind of hoping that you had words to put on the screen for us to see what you we're suggesting rather than us imagining it, because it's almost 4 o'clock.
Ah, okay.
I'm just saying,
She's
because I
asking
know
about-
there, and you know, in your text, it says staff recommends this, but I think there's language. It'd be nice if we could see exactly what we're talking about, because right now it's not a good time for us to be making stuff up on the dais. I'm just keeping
Okay.
it real.
Well, if you have the discussion, if you kind of want to just do what you've done in the past with regard to the outside agencies, I can.
I
Or
want
do you
to
want to have
change the
that?
perspective. That's my personal view of this. I think with the history we've had, we do need to change the perspective to look at what are the impacts to the county staff in addition to other agencies, and to try to find an appropriate balance. But I don't know how to define that now without understanding what the response staff would be, because obviously there's things like, is tourism going to mean the sheriff's department going out into national forestry land? Because that's not associated with TOT. That's associated with the in lieu taxes were PILF, right? PILF that we're supposed to be getting from the federal government. So I don't want to just cross those things, lump them all together. It needs to be very judicious in terms of what we mean by tourism within the active tourism area, i.e. not national forest.
And I think that piece, so what we want to talk about right now is who we go out to and say, hey, if you have impacts from tourism,
right,
make your case to us. And then in April is when we will go through those and discuss the merits of them. So at that point, so as I mentioned, what we've done in the past is at the direction of the board, we've put out the opportunity to fire districts to submit their requests. We did transit in Tahoe last couple of years. And then we've done all county departments. And then what we do is we kind of go through those responses, then we make recommendations to you in April, and then you make those decisions. So in April, if you were to say, well, yeah, we understand that the sheriff has provided all this data about their responses in the forest, but and we get that that's related to tourism, but we're not, the TOT isn't generated in the forest. So we want to look at a different funding source. That's when you would have that kind of discussion.
Okay, but the process I think is solid. It's just who do we invite, right? So,
Well, if the first ask here says
Yeah.
staff recommends that all county departments be asked to evaluate
Right.
how, so do we not do that now? We don't do that?
We
now?
do that. So
But
what
should we
we're
continue to be
looking at is,
asked,
do you
right?
want to continue to do what we've been doing?
yes.
Do you
in that
want to
regard.
just ask county departments? Do you want to not include transit this time? I don't know. Probably Supervisor Lane. I know that was some one-time sort of transitional funding we were looking at with transit. So I don't know if they still have the need. So we can either do status quo and we would continue to do what we've done here, or you could add or remove agencies.
And I think it's been challenging because the last couple of years we've been rolling in revenue. It was surprising, and so when we went to outside agencies to invite them to submit requests for the impacts of tourism to be reimbursed for those impacts, I do believe this board made it very clear that
yes,
we were not setting precedents, that was not going to be an ongoing practice for this board, that we were kind of opening ourselves up and sharing the extra revenue that we had. Recognizing that through the pandemic, there were a lot of impacts to tourism because our area was flooded with tourists. To me, we are in a very different time now. We are finding our revenues definitely tightening, and that seems to be the trend for the near future. And so I think the idea that we provide direction today and perhaps look at revising our policy, that we modify our policy to prioritize TOT funding for county roads and facilities that are impacted by tourism might make some sense. And I believe that's kind of the direction that rather than going to outside agencies for this funding, to share this funding. So that's
Yeah.
kind of the direction you're looking for today?
For sure, on the modifying the policy to prioritize county services and facilities, the whether we ask, again, the decision isn't made today on who gets what, but whether we still go out and ask those other agencies to at least identify their impacts so the board has that information to be aware. You're correct. We've seen we had a couple of years where we had a lot of extra TOT.
Right.
And one year we gave out several $1 million to the fire districts. We saw that decrease substantially last year, and we gave out just about $1 million. And so I have been having this conversation with them and letting them know, first of all, based on your direction last year, you wanted to see a very, very tight nexus and preferably limit the funding available to be strictly to tourism related calls. And then the reimbursement for those calls. And so that again was kind of another recommendation. If we do go out to fire districts, I'd like to be able to go out conveying the message from the board that that's what they're looking at, not just, you know, equipment, things like that, like really the impact on your personnel and your staff. And so, yeah, that would be up to the board. I don't think there's a harm in asking them to identify those impacts. And then we see what we have available in April. And then that's where you make that final decision. But of course, you know, you could choose to right now just say, we're going to focus on county departments. I do think adding that language of the policy, it doesn't bind you to do that. It just makes a statement that that is the first priority. And then from there, with what we have left over.
And I recognize this is a much more uncomfortable position to
Right.
have to,
But-
you know, pull back on funding that has.
But
you
the
know,
other thing
we've
is
had in the
not only
past, but-
TOT revenues, but ARPA funding was allowed to augment other things. So we could kind of move the mix of where funding went and satisfy a greater need. We no longer have those ARPA funds. So we've really got to get back to basics in
Right.
terms of how we manage this. That's the bottom line, I think.
So what is the will of the board?
So I like the recommendation to limit the request to the other agencies relative to service calls and not equipment. Because in the past, we put quite a bit of money into equipment ventures, and I think, you know, we're past that time. I can see there might be a reason they would want to propose that, but I think that should be a priority, given the fact we have to cut back. So let's look at the actual staffing costs, service call costs, whatever, as opposed to equipment ventures, because again, I think at some point, that's a capital improvement thing. There should be an assessment in the local district if that's what they need. We've tried to address it as kind of a one-time period of time where we can make those fixes, but I like staff's recommendation in that regard. But I still think we should ask for the inputs from the agencies we've asked from in the past, but make it very clear that we're going to be more judicious in prioritizing county staff impacts in addition to looking at the others. We're going to look at the whole mix, but we have to take a different view of it than what we've done in the past. I think we just need to make that clear. So the expectations aren't real high, only to be disappointed.
Right. Supervisor Lane, sorry, Supervisor Lane, her button pushed, I didn't see it. And then
No
we'll
worries.
come to you.
I'm gonna say something a little bit different. So Supervisor Parlin, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought if you want to tag on to.
Well, I'm just wanting to understand then, are you gonna bring back the exact language that's gonna go in here? If we say conceptually we want to change the policy? Or are you gonna
Yes.
actually, that's what I wanted to know.
That would come in April. So
that makes a
any-
difference.
That along with any other direction that you provide on changing the board policies, we just need to know what you want us to change now. We will go work on it and bring back the actual draft language
Got
in
it.
April.
Perfect, thank you.
Good. All right, excellent. We don't have to come up with language right now.
Thank you, that's all I want to know.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about, from the perspective of District 5 that I represent, this whole notion of the transient occupancy tax and how the Board of Supervisors and county staff has viewed it in the long term up to this point. And I want to raise some questions for you to consider for the future. The irony about the TOT is it's really a really small part of our overall budget. But the reason why it is such a piece that people focus on and that we're focused on today is because it's the most discretionary type of fund that we label discretionary. But there are other types of discretionary funds. So the fact that transient occupancy tax has been labeled discretionary and has been these are my interpretations, that it's viewed by the county, especially on the West Slope, as like this kind of feeding trough. You know, it's available every year. And at the beginning of the year, we actually allocate away about 90% of it. Maybe it would be fairer to say somewhere between 80 to 100%. We allocate right at the beginning of the year before we've even collected any of the transit occupancy tax. And then we come to this special point in time in which, you know, April comes around and we go, oh, okay, well, we already spent all this money because it was approved in the budget in July. So we have this little bit of money left over and we're going to throw it out to, you know, however we decide that is. County uses first, emergency services, calls to impacts on tourism, however you want to say that. It's such a tiny little part of all of transient occupancy tax. And what I think we forget, and what is incumbent on me to bring forward today, are those inequities that perhaps you didn't do purposefully, but inadvertently. You've created a situation where 70%-ish, 65 to 70% of all of the transient occupancy tax comes from the basin. I've done a little bit of analysis as to our current method of distribution. And basically the basin will receive back about 20 cents on the dollar in services for that amount of transient occupancy tax that they collect. And I also want to talk about what it is that's creating that pool of money. And that is, you know, tourist housing in residential neighborhoods. And without robust enforcement, which we don't currently have, no fault of anybody. I mean, we all share in that blame. But because there's very little lack of enforcement, the majority of the time it creates negative impacts to the quality of life within our various neighborhoods. And so when we take transit occupancy tax and we don't even fund enforcing the rules so that the people who live among this type of accommodation, tourist accommodation, it's a real disappointment to the people that have to put up with this. To take all of you back, because you were here, I was observing from afar, but when you put into place a cap, you put the cap above where the current permits were at. But it was lower than what some people were arguing for, which I'm grateful for. But we saw an immediate surge in permits. When the board kind of realized that that was an unintended consequence, you decided on a buffer, which has been helpful. Unfortunately, when you put the buffer in place, you decided to grandfather everyone in. So a permit in Tahoe has become a golden ticket. Unintended consequences. So the use of transient occupancy tax in the way in which it has historically been managed by the county, I think has left a sour taste in the mouths of those who have to live around vacation home rentals, which is the primary source in the basin of transient occupancy tax. As you know, from Tahoma all the way through the unincorporated part of the county, Myers, we don't have hotels and motels. It's vacation home rentals. But, you know, to make this example a little better understood for you, perhaps, of inequities compared to the rest of the county, that can be demonstrated by analyzing the county's roadway, and specifically by breaking down each of our districts according to what we call PCI, Pavement Condition Index. if you look at what is considered a good solid road, it's somewhere in the range of the 70th percentile to the 100th percentile. Basically, a C to an A is considered good. In District 4, 66% or 2/3 of your roadways are considered good in that 70th to 100 percentile. In District 1, it's 64%. That's outstanding. In Districts 2 and 3, you both hover real close to each other, right around 52, 53%. Do you know how many good roads exist in the basin? 29% of all of our roads are considered good. 29%. So if you flip that around and you look at, well, what's bad? What's bad and what's failing is from 0 to 49%. 0 to 24% is failed. The road is not functioning properly. It needs major help. 25 to 49% is considered failing. It's close. It's heading there. In districts 4 again and District 1, your percentage of roads that are poor or failing, 13%. In Districts 2 and 3, 17% of your roads are failing or poor. Do you want to guess how many roads have failed or in poor condition in the basin? 49%. So when we talk about transit occupancy tax and the residents of where I live say, why don't we get all that back? We're the ones raising it. We're the ones living with the problem. And we're the ones that have kind of not purposely, but accidentally, I'm giving us the benefit of the doubt there, have been left behind. So we need help. So when I see transit occupancy tax come before this board and we go, let's just do same old, same old. Let's take 90% of all the TOT before it's even been collected and let's spend it on chambers of commerce on the West Slope, Veterans Affairs on the West Slope, economic development on the West Slope. I mean, these are hard things for my district to be able to swallow because the inequities are so disparate. They're opposite. And so I would like for this board to consider in the future a gradual shift away from this dependency and instead an investment in those communities that raise those monies but need reinvestment themselves. We need that money to come back to help us do what we need to do, whether it's code enforcement, whether it's our roads. As you know, up in the basin, 80% of the electorate said, yes, let's raise transient occupancy tax by 4% and dedicate it to snow removal and road maintenance because we're dying up there. Our roads are ridiculous. Nice smooth road up to Highway 50 down into the basin, take a side street, you know, bad news. So I would like for you to not today, I'm not saying that this has to be an abrupt shift because I don't think it should be, but I think we need to start thinking better about how can we use that money in such a way that it reinvests in those communities that are raising these types of funds. And it's not to say that the county shouldn't have a share in that. You probably should and could, but let's be fairer about how we consider and also consider the inequities that come along with. It's just not a pot of money. It has blood, sweat, and tears behind it.
Can I provide another perspective?
Yeah.
What the constituents of my district always tell me is, why are we paying all this property tax and our roads aren't maintained to the level that they were started at? And if you look at the distribution of property tax that comes from the different districts into this pool and where it's spent, That's not equitable either. So I think we
And-
need
and
to
you-
look at the whole picture if we're gonna only look, if we're gonna look at TOT.
And I don't have a problem with that. It's this group, not this board. But who decided that TOT was gonna be the pot of money in the center of the room every year? Who said that? Because transient occupancy tax is just as discretionary as property tax.
Right.
So property tax gets dropped into the general fund. Sales tax gets dropped into the general fund. We're very, very controlled with how we use the general fund, and the bar is much higher for how we decide if it can be even utilized for discretionary use, right? I mean, I don't think the entire time I've been on the board, we've had an item come before us for discretionary general fund. It's just unheard of. So the way we isolate transit occupancy tax is the reason why we're talking about this and not necessarily property taxes right now. Because to be honest with you, I don't think that there's a very good track record. Well, there is, but it's convoluted when you look at the budget, which again, thank you for allowing me to learn and be on the budget committee. Because it's very difficult to trace how things are really spent, but not TOT to the penny we can tell. And you know, this whole notion of impacts on tourism, initially I thought that was good. I thought, oh, good, this will give the basin a kind of a jump start on everybody else, because who has impacts on tourism but us? And yet every single group on the West Slope and the East Slope can tie their boat to that dock saying, we have impacts on tourism. Well, you know, I had a funny thought the other day. I was like, what about the squirrel population? I mean, they have to have been impacted by an increase in tourism. There's probably a whole lot more roadkill.
Probably a lot more
Right?
squirrels because of food.
No, a lot less squirrels because they're dying on the roads because the grass is always greener on the other side. Keep telling the squirrels, stay on that side. Don't even try to cross. But they do. And if they came before us and said there's impacts on tourism, would we be hard pressed to say no? I mean, everybody can make an argument for that. And yet I'm trying to say there are huge needs as a direct result of this that we don't even consider when we talk about transient occupancy tax, but I would like us to in the future. It's a down the road. So that's why I didn't want to totally throw us off, but I just wanted to at least lay the groundwork that there's going to be some asks coming forward, and transient occupancy tax is a perfect alignment for what we're going to be asking for, because those are where the real impacts of the transient occupancy tax take place.
You've given us a lot of rich food for thought for ongoing considerations. Is there any more discussion before we move to public comment on this item? Recognizing this is just starting the conversation.
Right.
So, right, Kim, let's go to public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. Thank you for this discussion. Thank you for the broadness and the way you behaved, everybody, in terms of respect. It's perfect for what I think we want to go for in 2024. To the point. Transit occupancy tax has that long history, which very little of it was actually talked about today. We didn't go back to the beginning. You need to go back to the beginning. If you've already done that, you already know that it was at one time 50% plus $1
Right.
going to tourism. This board, not this particular board, but this board made a decision that that wasn't a good approach financially. They want more flexibility and you did it. You said there's no constraint, no 50+1 to tourism anymore. It's all discretionary. And that's where we are. Supervisor Lane, you've come on. I remember your first meeting. I was here. And I know you had some inquisitive thoughts as you reflected the first part of this year. And those inquisitive thoughts had to do with, I just don't know. But now you're beginning to know. And you're highlighting these things, which I think are broader and more important to all of us, because the economy has shifted. The state's now 68 billion under budget or over budget. And we may find ourselves here in El Dorado County in that predicament. Be careful. Please be careful. To your point about the roads, the lake has the worst roads because of the elevation, the intensity of the weather on the roads, and because they were never built to the right depth in the structural section. If you only put 6 inches and you need 1.5 feet, everything above deteriorates. Isn't that true, Supervisor Heidel?
It's absolutely true.
Okay.
That has not been recognized, but
There will never be a time where the roads in the lake, at the lake, will ever be the high levels of CPI. Never. I'm just saying, we got to be very careful as
30
we set our
seconds remaining.
policies. What was it? 30 seconds. We've got to be very careful in order to be able to have the policies necessary to be flexible, but we got to read the future. And Chair, you got it now, 2024, this is the future. Thank you very much for the discussion.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, well, we've had a lot of considerations. What is the will of the board on this item? We've been asked to provide a direction to staff so they know what to bring back to us in April.
I'd first I'd like to make the motion that we appoint Supervisors Lane and Supervisor Turnbow to the ad hoc committee. That was the first part of it. And I would like to also include that we recommend that staff continue to ask for the tourist impacts that we've had in the past, but that we make it very clear that we are going to be prioritizing county staff impacts over other agencies. But to the extent that we can fund the most important things, the most critical things, we'll certainly consider it. But I think we need to change again, that anticipation, expectation, whatever you want to call it, of the fact that there isn't as much money now. So, and I think, consistent with that, we should ask that the special districts, whatever they are that are included in this, understand that the reimbursement for service calls is what we're looking at. We're not looking at potential for purchasing equipment, which we've done in the past. We got to get beyond that phase, I think, in our definition as to what's eligible. It's long and winded, but
Did you also wish to amend your motion to prioritize, remodify our budget policy to, let's see, the staff has it recommending the
So
policy be revised?
I wrote up some action
you did?
items. I
Okay,
just
great. All
emailed
right,
them to
perfect.
Kim.
okay.
I can read them, and then I don't know if she's able to pull them up on her email, but I have appoint Supervisors Lane and Turnbow to the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. Direct the CAO to gather information from all county departments on their costs related to tourism impacts.
Yep.
Direct the CAO to provide fire districts within the county to submit the opportunity to submit requests for TOT to mitigate their costs of service calls related to tourism. Direct the CAO to revise section 2.13 discretionary transient occupancy tax to include a statement that the board will prioritize county services and facilities when distributing funding to mitigate tourism impacts.
You focused on fire districts. I heard that. I didn't hear anything about
Yes.
transit districts or.
So that's my question is, so far I've got fire districts. I want to do them each kind of separate bullet points if we want to add in the transit districts. We did last year, although I don't believe we opened it up to them, but we got a couple of sort of outside requests, sort of unrelated to, like, we didn't solicit requests, but we got requests from Clean Tahoe and the other
Tahoe
one.
Fund and
Tahoe Fund.
Tahoe
Right.
Transportation District.
And so the Clean Tahoe and Tahoe Fund, we didn't specifically solicit. They came in and we referred them over to Economic Development and they kind of worked with them. And then that was discussed in April. So I don't know if we again want to reach out to the transit districts in Tahoe.
There's water districts up there too that, are always looking for money.
Recognizing that we're going to have not a lot of money.
Do we want to
And
list
so
it to the
I
fire
don't-
districts?
I do not
I
wish
guess
to expand
I
the
looked
scope.
at Supervisor Lane. Do we want to limit it to the fire districts?
I think for the purposes of this year, we should limit it to the fire districts.
Good, I'm good
And
with that.
I don't want to just leave it right there. So I'll get beat up when I go home, but there are some needs for ongoing transit, but I will explore other opportunities.
Good, especially if you're on the transit board, that gives you the opportunity, yes, recognizing that the state is prioritizing funding for transit and there's other funding opportunities, so yes.
And the
Might I
city
sug-
manager has
sorry.
reached out with regard to some of those longer, and we've agreed to be involved in those longer discussions and identifying others, so kind of outside of this.
Great. Okay, excellent. I agree with that direction. Might I suggest that we reverse number 4 and 3? I want to prioritize county facilities first and then have the fire districts last, because right now it looks like that the
Where you
fire
list them,
districts,
yes.
yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah, especially when it comes.
Because there
I'm in
may
my
not
motion
be
to
any money left.
consistent
over.
with that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
And can it say specifically excluding equipment? Because
Okay.
if you don't, then they'll
Yeah.
They're gonna want-
put
Yes.
it in there.
Yes.
Clarity is a
Because they'll say service calls
Is a kindness.
included,
Yeah.
this equipment.
Yeah.
I know that.
Okay, let me just,
Supervisor Turnbull, you seconded that motion? Okay.
okay, so number 1 is appoint supervisors Lane and Turnbull to the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. Number 2 is direct the CEO to gather information from all county departments on their costs related to tourism impacts.
Yep.
3, direct the CEO to revise section 2.13 discretionary transient occupancy tax to include a statement that the board will prioritize county services and facilities when distributing funding to mitigate tourism impacts.
Yep.
And number 4 is direct the CEO to provide fire districts within the county to submit the opportunity to submit requests for TOT to mitigate their costs of service calls related to tourism, excluding equipment.
Excellent.
I think that does it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for doing that. Is there any further discussion on that?
I just have one further comment that I want to make. I just didn't want to leave the public comment that Tahoe will never have good roads. We have 167 roads that are within the 70 to 100 PCI that are considered good, which is only 29% of our roadway. But to say that we will never is not fair. That we don't is fair. And the fact that the county needs to really step up and catch us up to where the rest of the county is the point that I was trying to make. And one year in 2020, 2021, with regards to SB1 funds, $2,000 was allocated to the basin for the year. $5 million went to the West Slope. So it's not that we can't. Yes, it's going to cost some money, but it's also going to take reprioritization by the county. And I don't want to belabor the point, but I didn't want to leave it with the idea that we will never, or whatever words were used.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the rich discussion.
Just one more.
Yes.
Chair Thomas, I'm sorry. I just wanted, I'm not hearing any other direction with regard to policy changes, but I did just want to kind of give you a heads up. We may bring back policy changes that we recommend in April as well.
Yeah.
So maybe regarding fixed assets and potentially regarding our other post-employment benefits. So just
Right.
to put that on. the radar.
And that will go through the budget process through the ad hoc committee that we are appointing right
Yes.
now.
So is
It
that
would.
number 5 you just added?
No.
No, that's
No.
just informational.
I want to make sure. You want to record it.
I just
Heads up.
want to make it clear that, we're here to hear what you might want to direct us to look at for budget policies, but we also may bring to you some still that
Yes.
we recommend.
Yeah, this is not the end
Be
all
expected,
and be
yes.
all today. Yes. All right. We have motion and a second on the table. He was, yes, perfect. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously with a caveat that this is just the beginning of conversations. So thank you all for the rich discussion. All right, so what's that?
Item 50, we have to go back and do that letter.
Yeah, that's exactly
Right.
where I was going.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. Yeah, so Allison is
inputs,
back in
yes.
the room, having been hard at work. And so
She has been.
we are back on item 50 after tabling it for staff to be able to amend some language for our letter to the BIA. So great, Allison, thanks for doing that. And where are we on this?
All right. So I amended the letter. I did add, I've sent both a red line and a clean version to your emails and the
Oh,
clerk of
good.
board.
Good. Yes, I was
Um,
gonna ask that, so.
And I added a sentence in the very first paragraph, just making sure that it's clear that we're also attaching the public comments received by the county pertaining to the two applications. And then in the paragraph about our supportiveness of the housing parcels, I added at the very end that it's important to note the parcels in the two applications are currently accessed through private gated roads that are maintained by a private road association, North Buckeye Rancheros Owners Association, and placing these parcels into trust would reduce the revenues available to the NBROA for road and culvert maintenance. And then the paragraph right before the last one, I added that the public there was already a statement in there about the general public not being notified. I added nor engaged in the process. And then after that, I added a sentence that says, as shown in the public comments attached to this letter, there are possible negative impacts to surrounding neighbors and communities when lands are placed into trust and no longer subject to county zoning, community standards, and/or participation in private road associations. Engaging the neighboring residents and general public would allow for open and direct communication between the BIA, the tribe, and the public, which would prevent the creation of an adversarial environment.
Excellent, thank you. Supervisor Parlin, how does that resonate with the concerns that you've heard from the neighbors?
I think we covered it. I mean, I appreciate you working that into there, Alice. I know it was difficult after we already crafted it and everything, but did anybody else catch anything that we missed?
No, I thought
No,
I thought she captured it. Appreciate your
okay.
work on that. All right, so
They listen.
are you ready to do a motion, Supervisor Parlin?
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. I'm
No
like brain
problem.
dead. Sorry.
I don't know why.
So I'd like to move to that we approve this letter for submission to the BIA.
Excellent.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work on that. All right, it is 4:30 almost, and recognizing that we have at least an hour or more of closed session, is that the will of the board to forego to and from today?
Let's wait.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just never do those again.
No, I'm okay with that.
I only have four to be quick, but I'm waiting for both.
We can revisit that. All right.
Brain dead right now,
So
so I'm gonna wait.
we've already taken comment on closed session. And are we expecting any report outs?
No, I do not anticipate any report out.
Just wanted to clarify that. So thank you all for being with us today, and we will see you in 2 weeks. We are dark next week. And thank you all. I'll recess for the remainder of our closed session items.
Yeah, for my birthday.